Hello, everyone. Good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us in from all over the world. Happy World Space Week. So welcome to what is going to be a day of exploring our theme for the year, which is space and climate change, and also exploring space in general. So we're very happy that you have joined us today, and we hope you will tune into some of the other sessions as well. My name is Alma Khalife. I'm the Executive Director of the World Space Week Association. Now, before we jump into today's session, or the session that's scheduled for now, we'd like to hear some words from our president, who is Dennis Stone.
Happy World Space Week 2024. Hi, I'm Dennis Stone, the volunteer president of World Space Week Association. It's such an honor to be part of this organization and to be part of the biggest space event on Earth. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people hold events during World Space Week. Last year, 16,000 events in over 80 countries. We're so excited to see what's going to take place this week. The theme this year is space and climate change, recognizing just another in the many ways that space contributes to life on Earth, our safety, our economy, our sustainable development. So please celebrate space in any way that you wish to this week. Hold an event, attend events that you can see by browsing our website. If you hold an event, add it to the website so others can see what you're doing. Or just tweet about it, talk about it on social media, share your thoughts on space. And particularly this year, it's the 25th World Space Week. It started back in 2000. So another reason to join the biggest space event on Earth. Celebrate space, celebrate World Space Week. Have a great week. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dennis. And now we're going to have a very, very brief word from our Honorary Chair, Peter Platzer, who is the CEO of Spire Global.
Imagine a world where every child can pursue a career in science, technology, engineering, or math, solving our planet's biggest challenges. But by 2025, the US will need to fill 3.5 million of these STEM jobs, with over 2 million expected to go unfilled due to a lack of skilled candidates. World Space Week plays a crucial role in inspiring youth to pursue STEM careers, bridging this gap. In 2023, over 16,000 events in 83 countries ignited the imagination of future engineers, scientists, and explorers, showing them the boundless possibilities of space. I am Peter Platzer, CEO and co-founder of Spire Global. Our mission is to improve life on Earth with data from space. And as the 2024 Honorary Chair of World Space Week, I invite you to actively join me in this global movement from October 4th to October 10th. By participating and organizing inspiring events, you help foster a future workforce capable of meeting the space industry's needs and tackling global challenges like climate change. For more information and resources, visit www.worldspaceweek.org. Let's inspire the next generation and ensure they have the skills to take us to new heights.
Thank you, Peter. And on that note, we can commence the session for today. So I'm going to invite Naoko Yamazaki and Zara Imanova to take over the session. Thank you.
Hi again, everybody. And I'm super excited because it is great honor for me to be here, having Naoka and being with you, celebrating a World Space Week together. And first of all, I would like to introduce about myself and also Nauka. So first of all, I am Zahra. I am the founder and content creator of Zahra Cosmosta platform, which is where I share my space journey virtually. And hope one day maybe I can share my space stories from the space. Yes, Nauka. And yes, and I have an aerospace engineering background, and yeah, I'm here today for celebrating this great anniversary, and by the way, this great week together with all of you. And I would like to give stage to Naoka. Please share your thoughts about this today and also in general with us.
Hello, Zafla. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I'm Naoka Yamazaki from Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency's former astronaut. And I'm so privileged to be here and join you. I'm looking forward to speaking with each of you for the next generation especially, and to pursue a space celebration together.
Yes, and especially I hope this session will inspire and ignite everyone's, especially the younger generation's curiosity about the possibilities of space exploration. And so yes, let's jump right in and hear the answers from the people all over the world. And especially I would like to begin the first one from Japan.
Oh, great.
Yes, Paul Chidzil, I hope I can pronounce it right. And he or she asked about, tell me about the windows on ISS. So we all the windows tinted or otherwise protected from the strong rays of the sun to prevent damage to astronaut eyes. Or do the windows have flip down filters to use only when necessary? And how does this work?
All right. Hi, Paul. Hi, great to see you. And thank you for the question. Well, as you can see from my background, there are several windows on board the International Space Station, and most of the windows have UV filter so that we cannot hurt our eyes. Like an, UV filters, it's kind of yellowish color a little bit. But some windows dedicated for the Earth observation doesn't have an UV filter at all. So we have to be very careful to use that dedicated Earth observation window. We have to usually have sunglasses, and we have to limit the time to stay very close to that window. And as as you mentioned already, there are some covers for each windows. So when we don't use the windows, we shut the cover so that we don't get a high radiation, high, UVs.
And also they ask about, like, they heard there was a telescope on ISS. So is that true?
Yes, and actually I have some pictures. Let me try to share.
Please.
There is one telescope. It's not fixed. It's an mobile telescope, and actually it is an Celestron CPS 925 telescope, a little bit modified for space usage. So we can, move that telescope around and attach to the windows. But this telescope, it's not for observing the astronomy, but it is for Earth observation. So it is attached to the nadir side of the International Space Station usually, and take lots of pictures of the Earth, our planet.
Wow, great. So also talking about the telescope, we also have another question from England, Mariana, and she asked how the planets and the stars look like from the space.
Oh, great question. Well, because in the universe, it is so dark, the vastness of the darkness. So we can see lots of stars actually. And even we can even see the Milky Ways. Okay, so let me share another pictures. Hope you can see it. And because there is no atmosphere between the stars and us, so the stars don't twinkle. It's just, very clear dot of the light. So it's like in a planetarium, but it's so bunch of stars, so you will enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, can you see the pictures now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, great.
And talking about the view, we also had another question from Turkey, Esma Yalçın. She's asking like how's the Earth, especially Earth's view from the space? And you can also share your thought about like overview effect or yes, please.
Well, thank you for another wonderful questions. And let me share some slides. So, looking the Earth from space, it's a very, special experience. Of course, we all know the Earth is very precious and beautiful, but it's more than my expectations. During the daytime, the bluish and the lighting and the color was so impressive, and I felt the power of nature. And this is a Nile River, and this is in Bahama, very colorful. And this is a night view. At night, in this time, we can recognize the power of human civilization. So it's another beauty. And this is the moment of the sunrise. You can see the sunrise coming on the background. And I was surprised to see how thin the layer of the atmosphere is. If you look up the sky during the daytime, well, the sky seems to continue far away, but from space, it's not. It is just a paper thin layer to protect all of us. So I was very surprised to see it. And this is the sunrise and the Earth is above. So when I saw, I looked these views, I felt the overview effect. Of course, we understand the nature and the sky and the ocean and so on. But if you look through the window from the space station, you understand how precious the Earth is. And the Earth is another spaceship. We all live on the spaceship Earth.
Yeah, especially the overview effect part, the really like the most excited and the most like hurtful part for me, like the how we are like teeny and how the like our Earth looks like there is no any borders, there is no any like the thing. We're equal and we are there together and we should be together, like work together, collaborate for the future. And especially there is another question I liked from the Pakistan. How has traveling into space transformed your understanding of the universe? What were your thoughts before embarking on this journey, and how have they evolved after witnessing Earth from space, expressing microgravity and encountering the many wonders of space?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I enjoyed microgravity. It's so much fun. Floating in a microgravity, it's just a wonderful experience. There is no absolute up and down, and you'll enjoy it. And for the perspectives of the point of view, before going to space, I thought space was a very special place for me to reach out. And space was a very admirable place for me. However, when I reached space and looked at the Earth from the window, I realized the Earth is a very special place in the vastness with the darkness of the universe. The Earth was shining blue and beautifully, and it's very special. So we all have to protect our home planet.
And yes, it is really good. And we also have another question from which is like about also microgravity. So given your experience microgravity, do you think it is humanity, like the humanly possible for long duration missions to Mars and back? It is a lot about like the future Mars missions, or also maybe like to the any other celestial bodies.
Oh, wow. Great question. Well, I spent 15 days in space, so it was a very short period, and I missed, I wish I could have stayed longer. But some of my colleagues stay up to 1 year on board the International Space Station. So I think it is possible for us to go to Mars. To go to Mars, it takes at least 6 months one way, and probably stay there for a year or two, and then come back to the Earth. It takes another 6 months. So it will be on a 2-3 years mission, but it should be possible for us to go to Mars. And for our body, physical side. But the problem is, well, if regarding the International Space Station, if something happens, well, for example, if we get injured badly, or we get some sickness, or there was some fire or some catastrophe, then we can come back to the Earth within a couple of hours. So we can get treatment on the ground. However, if you go to Mars and something happens, it takes 6 months to come back to the Earth. So we have to be very independent. So probably you might have to do some medical operations on Mars and so on. So we need to develop some more technology beyond the ISS, but I believe it is possible.
Oh, nice. And also talking about the medicine and some kind of stuff, I would like to jump to another related question. But before that, I also would like to, thanks to Coşkun Mehtaroğlu from Turkey, who is, oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm just, yeah, they just want to say, Cerrah Ortaokul, hello.
Hello.
Who say this question. So yeah, we send our greetings here. And regarding the medicine, so from Peru, Adolfo Ubidia asked, if you feel sick in space, what is the protocol to diagnose and treat the sickness?
I see. Well, thank you for the greetings, and thank you for the great question. Well, if 10 people go to space, out of 10, 6 or 7 people will get space sickness. And the symptoms are very similar to motion sickness. We get some, dizziness, and some people vomit and so on. But space sickness and motion sickness are not correlated to each other. So we cannot predict if you go to space and then you get space sickness or not. It is hard to predict it. So you won't know until you actually go to space. But even if you get space sickness, don't worry, there is some protocol. We have some medicines, and we can even take it before the launch, or after you reach space and you get space sickness, you can take medicines, which reduces your symptoms. Or if you have some severe space sickness, then we have shots. And you can have a shot on the back. And then if you go to sleep, and the next day, most of people will get fine. So don't worry too much.
Nice. And we also have another question regarding the sleep. How do you manage to sleep while you're floating from the United Arab UAE and Indian guy who is Niti Iyengar? So yeah, and he's also another question about which is your favorite planet and why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So regarding sleep first, okay, here is a picture inside the cockpit of a space shuttle. So as you can see, we can sleep even on the wall or even on the ceiling and on the floor. So everywhere in the cockpit, you can, have a sleep. And we use sleeping bag and we attach it to the wall using a Velcros or some straps so that it won't float away. So, but inside sleeping bag, there is some room. So even in a sleeping bag, I felt I was floating during the sleep. And I loved it. Actually, I enjoyed it very much. But some people would like to sleep with blankets attached on your body. So in that case, can you see the white band? So we can put wide bands across the sleeping bag. So the sleeping bags and blankets attach my body, and so that we feel some comfort. And this is for the long duration crew member has some compartment, personal compartment. So if you close the door and you can have a good rest and you have some privacy in that compartment. And for the second question regarding my favorite planet, well, it's a hard question. Well, I liked, Saturn because when I was just in the second grade, first I watched the telescope, I could see the rings of the Saturn. So this is my favorite planet. But I would say our home planet, the Earth, is number one, my favorite.
Yes, our Earth like that. Sometimes I think we forget our Earth also planet like sometimes and
Yes.
in space, but yeah. And I especially mentioned about like this question, which is about like the how you manage the sleep and which is your favorite planet from the Indian child, a kid, because Nithi, 8 years old, and he or she would like to say that to the Nauka, you are inspirational, and they thrill it for that fact that he or she get to ask you a question, and thank you for your time. I just would like to mention this because it is so inspirational, even for me and even for the children's. Like
so nice of you. Well, thank you for
yeah.
the heartwarming message. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and we talk about the space, like sleeping space, but I also would like to hear, and me and the Iona Vlasceanu from Romania, what are you doing all day long in space when you're not sleeping? How you spend your time here?
Oh, sure. Well, the International Space Station rotates around the Earth every 90 minutes, 90 minutes. So which means every 45 minutes we have sunlight, and next 45 minutes we are in shadow. We repeat it 16 times a day. So the time is very confusing. So we set the time at the Greenwich observatory time, World Standard Time. And in that Greenwich time, we usually get about 6 a.m. and go to sleeping bag at 10 p.m. So during the daytime, there are a bunch of stuffs we need to do, like an experiments and robotics arm operations. And sometimes, we have to go outside for the spacewalk and so on, for the maintenance of the ISS and so on. And for the experiments, during my mission, we brought 15 mice together and we checked, our immune system, and their immune system get changed and so on. Or we brought some plants and how they grow from the seeds. And we get samples from our skins and from the walls of the ISS. And so that some bacteria doesn't change in space, they get some mutation or not, and so on. So there are a bunch of steps to do during the daytime. And plus, we have to do exercise for 2 hours every day. Because in microgravity, we can float. It's so much fun, but when we don't use our muscles, our bone densities get weak. To prevent that, we have to do exercise for 2 hours every day. So that makes us busy. But after dinner, before going to bed, we have 1 hour or 2 hours of, free time. So during the free time, we, chat each other. We take lots of pictures of the Earth, and we enjoyed some of free time as well.
Actually, from one question from me, like
Sure.
curious, like in your free time, could you have like any chance like talking, like to communicate with your friends, your families, or like how it could be like?
Oh, great question. Yes, there is an internet connection between the ISS and on the ground. So we can exchange emails anytime, and we can even have a phone call from the station to the ground, just one way. The ground cannot call us, but we can call to the ground during our free time. And once a week, about 15 minutes, we can have a video conference with my family. So we can see each other like this.
Oh, nice. And yeah, we also have so many questions about how I can be the astronaut or some
Mhm.
kind of stuff. So let's go these questions,
Sure.
especially from Azerbaijan, Kamran Muradov. Uh, by the way, he said that you are now truly someone to be seen as an idol.
Oh,
First, yeah.
thank you.
And you're truly someone to be seen as an idol. So yes, my question, his question is, can you become an astronaut after if you're pilot, like the commercial pilot? So is that possible?
Yeah, some astronauts, some of my colleagues were pilots and then applied for an astronaut program, then became an astronaut. Or, and we have a pilot training during our astronaut training. So even though you didn't have a pilot license before being selected, but every astronaut get a pilot during a training. So either way is fine.
Oh, nice. And another question from Nigeria, Oluseun Odulano. When you were in teen years,
Mhm.
did you ever play or work with space-related objects or experience that got you interested in becoming astronaut?
Mhm. I see. When I was teens, I liked watching the stars, and I liked reading books regarding space. And this is one of my favorite books, written by Carl Sagan, American physicist. And he says somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known by youth. So this was a very inspirational quote for me. And when I was in a college, I studied aerospace engineering like you, Zahar, and I enjoyed, learning about space program.
So also, you can, it will be great if you can share your special motivation to pursue as a career as an astronaut, or maybe like the being the aerospace engineer, because there is another question from Azerbaijan. Ayana Nadava. She's also want to be aerospace engineer because I know her. Yes, she's the follower of my space blog. So she always just writes me how it could be. I want to be astronaut. I want to be aerospace engineer. Maybe you can share your journey, your motivation.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm so glad you are pursuing, aerospace engineering. Well, for me, there were two kinds of motivation. One is personal and one is as a human being. So my personal motivation was, to go outside of the Earth and look the Earth from space, and also develop a better spacecraft so that, space can be more accessible to various people. And, as a human being, well, space program is our kind of investment for the future. And we are expanding our frontier together. So it is our common goal for human beings. So this is my another, motivation as a human beings. So because astronaut training takes long years. I had training for 11 years before going to space. And aerospace engineering takes years as well. So we need to have some, strong motivations and related to personal and related to human beings. So both kinds of motivation will be very helpful, I guess.
Wow. And especially there's one question, like I really like this question, like what if have you ever wondered, like when you're selected as an astronaut and become an astronaut, you wonder, what if I can't overcome any challenge while in space? Like, have you thought this idea? Because it is a question from Turkey, Yağmur Çelik, and I'm also interested about this question's answers.
Yeah, sure, of course. Well, yes, I had a fear, of course. And actually, when I applied for the astronaut program for the first time, I didn't make it. I failed during the first paper entry phase, and I didn't even go through the entire exams. But on my second trial, I was selected as an astronaut candidate. And I know some colleagues, tried 5 times and 6 times and more times to get asked to be selected. So never give up, okay? So if you want to try something and it doesn't go well, but still there are chances, in the future. So, as long as you are interested, you are motivated, just keep trying. And well, so the astronaut training, and even being after being become an astronaut, and when I was in space, I also was some kind of fear if I fail and I had a mistake of an operation, then what would happen? It could be catastrophic, and but because I had training for years and I knew what to do when I was in a trouble or some happenings, occurred, unexpected things occurred and so on. So preparation overcame, your fear.
So yeah, never give up and be resilient. And I always try again, try again, try again. Like one day you'll achieve, like in your, like from your experience. Yeah, I also heard about that, like while I'm researching about you. It is a great moment that you didn't give up and apply again, and you won this, like the challenge. So yeah, that's a great inspirational story for the younger generation. So yeah, thank you for
Yeah,
sharing this
exactly.
with us.
Sure, my
And
pleasure.
another question from the Northern Ireland, Deborah Campbell. And also I want to note this. She's a fifth grade teacher in St. George School, Madrid. And she have 10 years old students excited to meet us. So hello to everyone. There's lots of questions. I guess all of this question from her students. The first of them is about how does it feel for you in space, physically and emotionally. And yeah, maybe we can go by one by one about the question. The first one is that.
All right. When I was in space, I felt, what to say, well, very comfortable in microgravity and also felt so familiar in microgravity. It was my first time in space, but still I felt very familiar in a microgravity environment. It's kind of weird. However, I think we are all, children of the universe. We are made of star stuffs. The universe was made, very Big Bang, 14 billion years ago. And all the star stuffs created the sun, the earth, and each of us. So we are children of the universe. We are the siblings of the stars. So probably that is why, I felt space was not a faraway place. Space was like our hometown. So I felt very comfortable.
Oh, wow. And yeah, and another question is about like what do you miss the most when you're in space? Maybe like the being in microgravity or like floating.
Oh, while in space. Okay. Well, I missed, nature. because inside the space station, like in a laboratory, all white and blue, and there is no trees, greens, except the experiments. So I miss the nature. I miss the, seasons, and I miss the weathers and so on.
Yeah.
And also
sorry, yeah, you miss something when you're space about Earth, but after that, maybe you can answer this question like vice versa.
Sure. When after coming back, I miss microgravity a lot. Sometimes I have a dream, being floating in microgravity. Still, I have something, dream during my sleep.
Okay, and yeah, another question is about like
Sure.
what does it feel like to float? Like you already talked about that. And yeah, and the next question, it is the best one. Are aliens real? Have you seen one?
Oh, that's a secret.
Okay.
No.
You can
No,
tell
no,
us.
no.
We'll keep this secret.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to see aliens in space. I wish I could see, some aliens, but well, because the universe is so huge, so somewhere in the universe there may be some aliens. I hope. And actually, NASA or even JAXA or researchers all over the world are seeking some creatures and lives inside our solar system. On the moon, because there was no atmosphere, so we don't think there are any creatures. However, on Mars, there used to be a river running on Mars, and still we had some, ice water on Mars. So there may be some creatures, small bacteria and so on Mars, or some, satellites of the Saturn, the Europa, and so on had some liquid water inside. The surface was covered with ice, but in the inside there is some liquid water. So there might be some creatures. It's not an alien, but it's some creatures. So we are looking for some creatures in our solar system, and we want to know if our human beings or our creatures on the Earth was developed alone on the Earth, or we are a part of the life tree in the universe and so on. So that's a hot topic of research.
And also there are like the two questions which I would like to say, like give. All of them is about like the dangers, especially. And first of all, I would like to say this question, one part of this question come from Northern Ireland, and one part, some part from the Kocaeli Simya School. Hello to Kocaeli Simya Ortaokulu, and they're watching Live as a school, and they just want to hello to us. The questions is that what kind of difficulties are in space life, and when you're in space, what kind of meals did you miss? And especially, I will also add another question here because it is also about like the food. What happens if your food runs out in space?
Oh, wow, that would be so bad if we run out of our food. That's so important. So we have, a good management of the food supply system. And every 3 months, there is a cargo transfer vehicle will deliver our space food and even some fresh vegetables and fruits sometimes. So yeah, not to run out of our food, we have a good management system. So that should be okay. And my favorite space food is, well, most of us space food is so tasty. But I would say curry. Have you heard an Indian curry? It becomes spicy, like a stew type. And also some noodles, cup noodles, ramen. It's a kind of Chinese, Japanese, noodles. They are freeze dry, so we have to put hot water and wait 3 minutes to 5 minutes, and it gets a hot noodle. So those kind of spicy food or strong taste food were very tasty in space, because in space there is a fluid shift, and we have chicken legs, but we have a full moon face because of our fluid shifted to our head and face. So usually we have some, water around our nose. It's kind of running nose. And if you have some cold and you have a running nose, your sense of taste gets dull. It's the same in space. So our sense tends to get dull in space. So that is why some spicy food or strong taste foods is very tasty in space.
Wow. And also would like to say, so there's so many school children, and there's so many the schools like to join us as a live session. So thank you for all them, and we're sending our hello greetings again to you, especially the another school from the Saudi Arabia, Nobles International School, Jeddah. Students and teachers saluting to both of us. So we also. And there is another question about like baths. How do we take baths in space?
Oh, great question. Actually, we cannot take baths in space. No shower, no bath, unfortunately. So we use wet towels and put some soaps on it, and we just wipe our body. And for our head, we use some shampoo without water, and we just wipe out. There is some interesting video, if I can show you.
Yeah.
Let me try.
And I also
Okay.
heard about you also have so limited liters for each person. I guess it was the 3.5 liters for the each
Mhm.
person. Yes.
Exactly. We recycle water, so which
Yes.
means, we recycle even urine or sweat into drinking water, but the recycling system is limited. So you have to limit the uses of water up to 3 point something 5 liters per day. And here is a video. Sorry. Okay, let me try again.
Yeah.
So we use soaking wet towel like this. Yeah, Chris Hadfield is a Canadian astronaut, and he is a very nice and veteran
Famous,
astronaut.
like he's so
Yes,
famous
very
on
famous.
YouTube. So
Yes,
many educational videos. So yeah.
exactly. And can you see it?
Yeah. We can
Yeah,
share the
the
views.
water sticks around the towels and our head, our hands, right?
Best video, like the show, especially about microgravity. You can see like it's like floating also like the drops of the water. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The tension force is very strong for water. So it can sometimes get dangerous if it gets, shower or bath. For the Skylab era, they used to use a shower in space in a Skylab space station. But the treatment of water is sometimes very difficult. And if it sticks to our face, it gets very dangerous because it covers our nose and mouth, and it's hard to breathe. And if we shake our head, and the tension force is strong, so it even sticks to the face. So that is why now we eliminated all the shower, and we just use wet towels. But in the future, sometimes, on the moon or on Mars, there is some gravity, right? It's weak, but comparing to the Earth, but on the moon, there is 1/6 gravity. On Mars, there's a 1/3 gravity. So maybe we can have some good baths on those. Yeah.
And also talking about the future, we have another question about the from Turkey, Ece Nazlı
Sure.
Erol. What wouldn't surprise you if you came across something in space in the future?
Oh, wow. Great question. Well, if we could find some creatures, as I mentioned earlier, it would be a big surprise, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Nice. And also someone asked about like where are you now? Are you in the space? So
Oh,
maybe you
yeah, I
wanna
wish I were in space now, but I'm in Japan right now, and my background is a picture which I took from the International Space Station when I was there.
Yeah. And maybe like we only have 15 minutes and I wanna especially ask the question, like there's a lot of question about what is the requirements, qualification are required to become an astronaut, or maybe
Mhm.
we tell a little bit information if you want to be astronaut, how you can prepare yourself for future, or maybe how you can, what you can do like for pursue your career in the aerospace engineering, being an astronaut. So, and we can answering all this kind of question, maybe.
Yep,
Yeah.
sure. Yes. For those who are interested in becoming an astronaut, I would encourage to learn about STEM first, because for most of the nations like United States, European countries, and China and Russia, they require STEM background requirements. And for Japan, we recently, you know, deleted STEM requirements, and even non-science field people can apply for the astronauts in Japan now. But still, during the selection process, we have a test, exams about STEM. So you have to learn about STEM anyway. If you major science or you major non-science, which doesn't matter, but still you have to have knowledge about STEM. That is a requirement. And for the European countries and US, United States and so on, they require the STEM science background. You have to, major in some science subject in your college. And plus a 3 year of working experience so that you can, contribute to the team as you're bringing your specialty. So you have to choose one specific major and one specific specialty and deepen it, and so that you can contribute to the team. And some of the requirements are changing, years by year. Used to be you have to have good eyesight, and so on, and some requirements, the heights and weights, but now it's so wide. And because the spacecraft are now flexible, so you can wear even glasses or contact lenses are available in space. So it's changing each year. So I really recommend you reach out your, nation's space agency's homepage, webpage, and check the recent requirements, and then follow the requirements. And also, I would like to tell you there are various possibilities. So to become an astronaut of space agency is one way, but another way is to become a commercial astronaut or commercial, space engineers, commercial space researchers, and so on. So there are several ways in the future. So never give up, just, seeking any possibilities.
And and there is one question about regarding this journey, like being like a astronaut, like going aerospace engineering degree. There is a question from England, Lou Owen, like how your parents and family felt about your undergoing aerospace engineering degree and becoming an astronaut.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Well, it's a very good question, because in Japan, the ratio of female who major in STEM is very low, about 10% or so. So they were surprised to see, I am interested in STEM and I'm interested in aerospace engineering. But they are very supportive and they encourage me to pursue my career. So I really appreciate it. And so I'd like to tell, the world is much bigger than you expected. So just keep pursuing what you are interested in.
Great. And there is another question about like from Turkey about like it's
Okay.
interesting question, like is it possible to land on comets?
Oh, yes, land on comets. Wow. It's
Yeah,
challenging, I would say, yes. Well,
sorry,
land on an asteroid, it's possible. And some, exploration probe actually landed on comets already. But for comets, it's smaller and well,
yeah.
it's so hard to determine its orbit. So it's very challenging. But if you make it, it's a super, great thing.
And Joshkun Mehteroğlu asked this question. And we also have I guess, the last question from Turkey, Zahra Çetinkaya. How does it feel to go into space? But I think you already mention about that. Maybe you can especially share your feelings, especially, okay, you dressed up and going to the spaceship. Maybe you can share, especially this moment, like these feelings, like during this time. Okay, I'm really going to happen. So
Sure. Well, on the launch day, well, it's an exciting day. And about 3 hours prior to the launch, we, done our spacesuit and seated up in a spacecraft cockpit and waited for about 3 hours until the launch. And we are very excited about that. So no fear, just excitement because we get lots of training and we have already prepared very well. And during the launch, there was so heavy vibration. And even though we have a noise canceling headset through the ears, we don't have a noise, but still we felt the noise through the bones. And it is so interesting experience. And we gradually accelerated up to 3Gs acceleration. And the 3Gs means your same weight per people, 3 people were pushing you on your belly. So it's kind of very heavy, but if you have a deep breath, you can manage it. But it's so quick. It takes only 8 minutes and 30 seconds to reach space, about 400 kilometers above the surface. Then the engine stops, then you feel the microgravity suddenly, and all the dust on the floor floating up, and it reflects the sunrise, and it's so beautiful. And once you unbuckle your seatbelt, you can float and you can see this beautiful Earth from the windows. So it is so quick, and the launch time is very busy, very quick, but very exciting moment. And I was very thankful for my family and my colleagues and the people who supported on the ground. So I'm so thankful.
So maybe actually already we done all the question, like there is just 2 questions, especially one from Javidan Kerimli from Azerbaijan, that was about what was the biggest change in your professional personal life after the first time you've experienced this feeling and seeing our planet. I guess we already talked about that in the earlier our video. And especially the last one about our this year's World Space Week theme. So from was, do you believe space exploration can discover a solution to our climate change issues? Like, do you think space habitats on Moon or Mars could serve as a models for sustainable living on Earth? And I would like to this question be our first final question. So yeah.
Well, thanks for the great questions. For the first one, after my first space mission, well, yes, I changed my career actually. I retired from Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, but I still devote myself in the space programs as a space policy maker and also a space educator to the next generations. And also I'm supporting some environmental protection awards, like an Earthshot Prize, which was initiated by Prince William a couple of years ago as a counselor, because we have to protect our home planet together and we have to accelerate our actions. So that's my current activities. I'm enjoying it. And for the second question, space exploration can, of course, contribute to climate change because that climate data, about half 50% of the climate data comes from the satellite, from space. And we have to, utilize space satellite data more to predict our climate and also to understand our home planet. And also on board the International Space Station, we are, working so hard to recycle water and atmosphere and food. We try to space agriculture, and even in clothes, we developing some soaps without water so that we can clean up our clothes and so on. So each technology will be beneficial on the ground, especially if, absorbs carbon dioxide and generate oxygen and recycling water. And those kind of technology will be also beneficial on the ground. So we like to collaborate more between the space technology and the technologies on the ground. And I believe we can solve climate change through space as well.
Wow, what an amazing session like that. So we already gave all answers to our all questions, and I'm really still I'm so excited. I hope you'll enjoy this session because as much as I did. And a huge thank to you to Naoka-san for sharing your incredible stories, your inspirational stories, your journey with us, and giving us a glimpse of into like the what life is like in space. As I said, it's truly inspiring, especially for the children, for the students, where they're like they watching us. And thank you for your sharing your firsthand experience, like about the challenge, about the teamwork space, about your feelings in space during your mission. Thank you again. And yeah, I also want to give a special thanks to everyone who joined us live on YouTube, especially the schools. Thank you for all of you. And yeah, that's all. Thank you all for being such an engaging audience, your fantastic questions, your incredible question, and for your love for space. Let's keep dreaming big, keep looking up. Maybe one day we also will be the next astronaut, and we're celebrating this. And if you have the last words to us, Naoka, please.
Sure. Well, Zara, thank you so much for your wonderful job to organize this session. And thank you so much for each of you to participate us. And I'm really appreciate all of your questions, which are so inspiring. I really enjoyed it. And space is for all of us. We are all children of the universe. And so I really would like encourage each of you to pursue your career, and the space is waiting for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. A special thank you so much for World Space Week Organization for having us.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to both of you. That was a really engaging session. I'm actually going to have to go back to the recording just to take in some of the snippets of wisdom. So thank you so much. So we'll be moving on to our next session, which is on tackling space and climate change through inclusive space solutions. So I want to invite the moderator for that session, Melitza, if you could put your camera on. There you go. So I'll be handing over. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alma, for introduction. And indeed, it was a great panel, the first session. So hello, everybody. And good afternoon and good morning for some of you. And welcome to today's panel on tackling climate change through inclusive and sustainable space solutions as a part of the World Space Week celebration. My name is Milica Miloshev, as Alma already said, and I will be your moderator today. I'm very excited to moderate this panel, as this team, this topic, and this year's topic of World Space Week is particularly close to my heart, as I'm an environmentalist, climate activist, and of course, space enthusiast. Another reason why I'm excited is to moderate this panel is because we're joined by exceptional experts on this panel who will share their perspectives and knowledge on how space technologies can contribute to environmental sustainability and emphasizing the need of equitable access to space resources and benefits. With this, I would like to introduce our panelists for today. And today with us is Ms. Eunice Vangui Mawangi, Climate Action Data Scientist from Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. Ms. Eunice, please share a little bit of yourself with us.
Thank you very much, Milika, for a great introduction. As she has mentioned, my name is Eunice Wangui. I'm a geospatial climate action data scientist working at RCMRD, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. This is an intergovernmental organization that is based in Nairobi, Kenya, operating in 20 member states within Eastern and Southern Africa region. I'm responsible for the utilization of satellite data to manage some of the worst catastrophic weather-related disasters, leveraging satellite data. And within the mandate of RCMRD, we are engaged with advisory services to government institutions, to the communities affected by disasters, to be able to supply satellite data and build their capacity so that they can be able to leverage satellite data technology to manage environmental issues. So briefly, that is it about me. Thank you so much. I'm happy to have you.
Thank you very much, Eunice. And also we have Mr. John Reeves, Vice President and Managing Director of Global Affairs at Viasat. John.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Milika, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm John Reeves. I'm Vice President of Global Government Affairs at Viasat. Viasat is a global communications technology company that's involved in providing safety services. Little feedback there. Providing safety services for maritime and aviation commercially and for governments around the world, as well as providing broadband communications technologies not only for service delivery for customers ranging from residential customers, unconnected customers in very rural areas around the world, all the way through to VIP government aircraft and commercial airlines, et cetera. And then we also are a technology provider of those communications technologies to partners across the ecosystem. Thank you, Milika.
Thank you so much, John. As well, we have Ms. Natavan Hasanova, Strategy and Business Development Director at Azure Cosmos. Natavan, please.
Hello, nice to meet you. Happy World Space Week. I'm glad to be part of this panel. So I am Natavan Hasanova, leading Strategy and Business Development Department. Our organization operates as a space agency and also satellite operator based in Baku and Azerbaijan. We are providing telecommunication services and also Earth observation services. Meanwhile, of course, we are doing some space ecosystem activities, and World Space Week is one of them. And we today just started to celebrate it in Baku as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Natavan. And the last but not least, we have Mr. Matteo De Rey, Sustainability Portfolio Manager at Airbus Defense and Strategy. Matteo.
Hello, hi everyone. So my name is Mathieu. Yes, thanks for having me on this panel. I'm glad to be here as a big fan of the World Space Week for years. It allows me to be back to the school every year and try to inspire the kids and make them look up and to our beautiful skies. So Airbus, you probably know, with the aircrafts and the helicopters, we are 12,000 employees in the space activities. What we do is we make everything needed to bring the benefits of space down to Earth, like rockets or as a co-shareholder of Ariane Group, who satellites and other spacecraft, as well as the systems on the ground to control them. Not forgetting the space-based services like, for instance, disaster relief or imagery for navigation systems like those you have on Google Maps. At Airbus, we build spacecraft and telecommunication satellites, defense, and we have a large part of Earth observation and science, as well as exploration, like for the moon exploration, Mars, the International Space Station, and in the future we are growing. We have other topics. We also provide services to address a wide variety of customers, like the information provided to farmers, so that they can put the right quantity of inputs into their field. So you understand that Airbus has a key role in the space domain, and therefore a significant responsibility on environmental issues. Our motto is, we pioneer sustainable aerospace for a safe and united world. So in my role in space systems, I focus on developing activities that promote sustainability for both an Earth environment and space environment. So that we maximize the value we bring with our space technologies to help customers and users protect the planet and near Earth space, and at the same time minimizing our environmental footprint on both Earth environment and space environment.
Thank you, Mathieu, for introduction and about your work and also about Airbus. With this, I would like to start officially our conversation and discussion. And the first thing I would like to start with, to kick off, is with the role of satellite technologies and Earth observation data in monitoring and mitigating climate impacts. So, John, can you tell us how Viasat is utilizing satellite technologies to monitor climate change, and what role do you see these technologies are playing in climate impact mitigating efforts?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Melika. So first, I think it's important to recognize the value of space in assisting with the climate change problem, where you're moving away from the days where, for example, you had to have a person sitting in a watchtower in the middle of a forest, sleeping, in fact, in years past, in those locations so that they could monitor for fires in these forests. You're moving away from that type of a scenario where now you have overhead assets that are flying from commercial and government operators around the world that are giving you real-time view of where those fires, have a potential to start and where you need to go and mitigate and take action against those types of events. So I think it's a really exciting domain for contributing to the overall monitoring of climate change. And we contribute to that in a number of ways. Viasat is primarily involved in providing communications technologies that move data in real time so that users can take more immediate action when sensors have been alerted to there being something that's awry. And when you move beyond that, I think you've got the Earth observation piece, which is critically important, and sensing, I'll say more generally, that's really important. I think there are also things that we don't readily think of that we should when we think about how satellite is currently deployed, that's actually currently tackling climate change in a number of areas. So when you think about, there was actually a study done a couple of years ago that looked at the connected platforms. So think about aviation platforms and maritime platforms around the world, and the connectivity services that are delivered to them, and the efficiency gains that come from those platforms being connected, so that now when you take in that sensor data and you understand weather patterns better, you're able to effectively route traffic more efficiently. And what that means is that there's a massive savings when it comes to fuel expenditures. And then when it comes to actually the impact on decarbonization of the environment, the estimates are around 1.5 gigatons per year of carbon that is not present in the atmosphere because we've taken the steps to better enable these platforms for more efficient use. The final thing that I'll say on this, Melika, is that it's from a Viasat perspective, I think that there are several parts of the ecosystem that are really important to think about. Because we're an end-to-end type of technology provider, which means that we design our own satellite payloads, but we also provide ground segments and architectures for others to use. We have a system called Real-Time Earth, and effectively we have ground stations that are available for other companies to access and use globally, which reduces significantly the cost to getting new innovative technologies on orbit. And I think that's really important as you look at the evolution of the ecosystem and enabling others to really focus on these areas of the technology space, like sensing, that with advancements in those areas are going to help us better predict climate change, better understand how climate change is impacting us, and therefore be better prepared in response to those issues. So thanks very much for the question. Really appreciate it. This is obviously a complicated topic. Look forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you so much. Yes, you also mentioned that access for everybody for the data, and we're also gonna talk a little bit about this topic as well. So thank you once again for your response. I would like also to hear Eunice, and in your experience, how can satellite data be used effectively for the environmental monitoring in developing countries, especially where the resources are limited? And
thank you. Thank you, Milika, for that great question. And just building on from what John has said, it is increasingly becoming significant to enhance availability of data, especially in the African continent, where we have over 90% of the countries are developing countries with limited resources to be able to manufacture and launch their own satellites. So availability is very, very critical to ensure that we have data that is available when it's needed. And this is significant, especially when we are talking about weather devastating, weather events that are very catastrophic, like floods, drought, that have really impaired human livelihoods and also their assets. And this is just to say that timely data that is available in a timely manner that can respond to this disaster is something that is very, very critical in shaping how we are looking at Earth observation data, satellite data, is ensuring that this data is available in a timely format and also in a high precision format. This is to ensure that the data that is openly available needs also to have very good details, that if we are to rely on this data in times of floods, in times of cyclones, we need to have this data in a very fine resolution, spatial resolution, that can actually have impact. And developing countries are not worse off. And this is, of course, to acknowledge the effort that we have seen from the cooperation we are seeing, especially between Africa, Europe, and also with the America. And this is just to state that most of these countries have had to rely on the free open source data that is provided by the European Space Agencies, by the NASA, where they have made this data freely available. And again, that brings in the other key point that I want to emphasize on, that it's also very significant to enhance the affordability of satellite data, especially for developing countries, so that they can be better prepared to respond to emergencies and crises. Of course, this requires building a sustainable multilateral cooperation agreements between countries and also among data providers, so that this particular data that is so much needed in times of disasters can be availed freely and can be able to be used to inform some of these devastating disasters that African countries are facing. The other key area that I can mention in as far as satellite data, how we can use it to respond to the environmental monitoring, is accessibility. And making satellite data accessible, because it's one thing for the data to be available and it's another to have access to this data. Access is so much controlled by the systems and the frameworks that we have put in place. So it's becoming increasingly important for African governments and development partners to be able to build the capacity of African institutions to be able to process and generate insights from satellite data. This is just where we want to move. Of course, we know a lot of effort has been done in terms of just trying to customize satellite data solutions. But going ahead, there's need to have a lot of investment in building both the infrastructure capacity and also the human capacity so that this data is available, yes, because we have satellites orbiting the Earth, but also there's capacity in the African continent to derive meaningful insights from this data when it is needed. And that's where governments and other industry players need to concentrate their effort on. Thank you so much, Milika. Back to you.
Thank you, Eunice. Yes, great response and great key points you highlighted. And we will also talk a little bit about cooperation between the relevant stakeholders with this. And yes, accessibility is one of the crucial things when it comes to data that is provided from satellites on the African continent, but also everywhere else around the world. And I would like also to mention the importance, and today that is more and more provided, is the real-time data that's especially important for the weather disasters, and when it comes to that part of the climate issues we're facing. Natavan, I would like to ask you if you can provide us several examples of how Azure Cosmos leverages Earth observation data to support sustainable development and addressing climate-related issues and challenges we are facing today.
Thank you for this question. First of all, I would like to say that we started Earth observation services back in 2014. It was in cooperation with Airbus. We have acquired Spot 7 from Spot 7 constellation. And we started to provide lots of services to the local stakeholders, including Ministry of Natural Resources and the Ministry of Agriculture, etc. But for the last couple of years, we started to prepare climate change report based on satellite data that we receive. And we started to submit to the government, because global climate change is also seriously affect our country. The main problem now arising in our country against the background of climate change is related to water. So according even to the research of the World Resources Institute, we as a country ranks 18th among the countries likely to face serious drought in 2040. Of course, it was like a big alarm for us in our country, and we started to collect all those necessary information and prepare climate change report. So we started to do comprehensive research on climate change, and this year we announced this platform as open to the public in order to provide data about the effects of droughts, snow cover, glaciers, water reservoirs, decrease and increase in the Caspian Sea level, methane concentration, soil salinity, and other issues. And of course, here we are not only combining satellite data by collecting also, we are also collecting in situ data and comparing is with the previous data. And here we have help from artificial intelligence machine learning applications in order to see the big picture of the changes on Earth and in our country. So I would say that digital report of this climate change in our country based on the mainly satellite data. Our satellite data is a 1.5 meter resolution it has, and currently we are also not working with only these satellite data, but also open sources and other third parties data as well, because here sometimes for the precision you may need a very high level of resolution as well. So here as Azure Cosmos, I would like to give the main example of climate report that covers all topics. And after this report, we started also with the United Nations Global Compact to host several trainings and local workshops in order to create, sustainability culture and mindset in order everybody becomes aware of these changes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Natavan. Really great initiatives, and I'm always happy to hear that more and more companies and along the all industries are getting more into climate activities, and they're actually understanding the issue that we are facing. Thank you again for your response. Matthew, please tell us what innovations in Earth observation technology are currently being developed at Airbus and to enhance our ability to monitor climate change more accurately and precisely.
Thanks, Melissa, for this good question. By the way, I'm glad to say that I was part of the project. I was the project manager when Azar Cosmos started a few years ago with the Spot 6 and 7. Back to, yes, Earth observation. So space-based imagery is essential for understanding the climate, of course. Images of the Earth and data collected from space are involved in the 60% of the 55 essential climate variables from the global climate observation systems who provide observation data to IPCC experts, the International Panel for Climate Change from the United States. Only satellites can provide this kind of global coverage, consistent measuring, regular revisit over time, a long time series of several decades, with consistent instruments like measuring the atmosphere, temperature, greenhouse gases, ozone, the ocean with sea level, sea ice, ocean color, and terrestrial glaciers, permafrost, and land cover. At Airbus, we are also contributing to Earth observation technologies for decades, under the leadership most of the time of the national and European agencies. We've built more than 20 satellites or instruments that are already in orbit, and 18 others are under development today. I will give just one example on which we are working at the moment and which will be launched in 2027 for a duration of 7.5 years. This is Crystal, so a Copernicus polar ice and snow topography altimeter. Actually, these are two satellites. They will be the watchful guardian over the Earth's ice-covered regions, so the ice sheets, glaciers, and sea ices. So its mission is to provide critical data for maritime operations in polar regions and contribute significantly to climate change research by monitoring what we call the cryosphere. So Crystal builds upon the heritage of previous satellites, Cryosat-2, Sentinel-6, so this will be ensuring the continuity of radar altimetry, ice elevation, and topographic change records. So with these two instruments on radar and microwave, it will serve sea level rise prediction, safer maritime routes, wildfire conservation, climate change education. So these are the type of application that it will provide it. On our side, also on the commercial side, we also have our own fleet at Airbus of fleet of satellites, and we operate them like Spot 7, Pleiades, Terasar. We are now looking also on how we could precisely detect hotspot of CO2 or methane emissions to identify and avoid those emissions later.
Thank you. Thank you for talking about and for telling us more about the initiatives that Airbus is doing. I will stay with you for the next questions, and it's because it's a little bit it's related. So can you share again how Airbus is working toward developing more environmentally friendly space technology, and what will that mean for the future of space activities and space exploration?
So your question is about the regulatory activities, right?
So, can you share a little bit like how Airbus is working? So it's a little bit connected with the previous question. Working on developing more environmentally friendly space technologies, and what would that mean for the future of space exploration and space activities in general?
Okay. So what we do, yes, is first to look at the impact that we have in our house with while we produce our product and services. We have a program that we call Hi-Fi Plus, which is about reduction of our footprint on 5 dimensions between 2015 and 2030. So the targets that we have is reducing by 20% waste and energy used, 50% water, 63% CO2 emitted on our sites, and not increase the volatile organic compounds. So this is a very concrete thing that we do first with our sites. On the processes that we have also to build our product, we have when we do technological readiness reviews, when we do our checklist on the process of building the project, we have now a new checklist on environmental criteria. We also do eco-design practices with first of all diagnostic of the effective reductions or the effective impact. First with what we call life cycle assessment, analyzing during the full life cycle what are the impacts, and then measuring all along the design process to reduce those impacts. And in terms of technologies, then when we have the way to measure those impacts, we have been working on batteries that are less emitting. We are still working on bamboo fibers. It's a bit surprising to talk about that for satellite, but still we do, to replace carbon fibers into the composite of the structure of satellites. And we are also building the bricks for the future circularity in space with 3D printing in space. On Earth, it's quite easy. You have the gravity. In space, you need to have other technologies to make sure you build properly. This has been done in the International Space Station, and we have also developed a robotic arm to assemble pieces directly in space, and then avoid with these technologies, avoid mass launches, and hopefully in the future avoid satellites in space at the end of their expected lifetime to be either burned or deorbited, but rather reused for a circularity purpose.
Thank you. It's really, really great to hear, and especially with the bamboo part. As we all know, I guess most of us, what material, how bamboo material actually great is for many things, and in construction industry as well. We'll stay a little bit on this topic, and I would like to ask John if he can share his view on how does Viasat address the potential environmental consequences of satellite launches and operations.
Thanks, Milka. So I would start just by highlighting our perspective is that the raw materials, if you think about it in terms of raw materials in space, that facilitate our ability to do all of these amazing things, right? Some of which Matthew just talked about, right, in terms of connecting data to users who need it for monitoring climate change, et cetera. It's important to highlight that both spectrum and usable orbits for space systems are finite. And I think that if you look at it through that lens, which Viasat does, we look at that then and want to operate as efficiently as possible within those constraints, so that we can be responsible citizens in space, and so that space is a collaborative environment, right? I mean, there have been established regulatory frameworks that exist in geostationary orbit for a long time, and what that means is that you have to coordinate when it comes to things like frequency interference with neighbors in space. You need to make sure that everything is deconflicted on the terrestrial side in terms of service delivery. And so those are really important things to kind of have in mind when we think about how are we going to tackle issues like like carbonization that's resulting from launching satellites, for example. So what we take the approach of is to say, look, we're going to work within the constraints of understanding that the resources are finite, and we're going to create the most efficient systems possible to deliver the services that are required by our users around the world. And so what that means is inventing and innovating on previous technologies, but really inventing new technologies that make more efficient use of resources like spectrum, and making sure that we have flexible systems in place that that effectively allow you to minimize waste when it comes to the capacity that you're putting on a satellite, for example. So if you have flexible systems that sitting in geostationary orbit, you effectively see 1/3 of the Earth. So you're able to then direct your capacity to areas where you have users operating underneath you, and it allows you to more perfectly match supply and demand, which I think is really important because it cuts down on overall waste. It means that we don't have to launch many satellites in order to still serve our customers with a really high quality of service globally. And I think that cuts down massively on the number of launches that are required for us to operate and for our users to benefit. I think that it's, when you talk about environmental impact, I think there are a couple things that we need to be mindful of that are really important. And I know that I think we'll talk a little bit about policy in a little while, but I think when you look at the kind of the current landscape and the resources that are being put into certain orbits, specifically low Earth orbit, I think that pulls into question a number of environmentally related issues that we need to address that have been sorted in geostationary orbit in terms of regulation, as I mentioned, around understanding how you're going to work well with your neighbors. And I think that's an issue that we need to tackle so that we can make sure that we maintain a sustainable space ecosystem, particularly in low Earth orbit going into the future, because it's so usable for so many different use cases. So I think that's part. The final thing is, and this is a little bit of a different topic, but it relates specifically to launch overall and looking toward the future, is what kind of an impact do launches have on the stratosphere? And when you have deorbiting satellites and things like that, I know there have been studies recently that have tried to kind of do an initial assessment of some of the potential impacts there. I think we as a company believe that we really need to help facilitate more scientific research in all of these domains so that we really understand what we're working with, right? We've seen where we as humans, unfortunately, have misstepped previously when it comes to things like the Industrial Revolution and the impacts that's had on our waterways. And I think that's avoidable when it comes to the space domain if we work collaboratively with one another. So I'm looking forward to tackling that, I think, as a community together moving forward.
Thank you. Well, yes, I think definitely we can. I 100% agree that we can definitely avoid the impact that had before in history. Today with the growth of space industry, and yes, I'm also glad to know that there are more and more researchers of the impact every day. And that we'll definitely find some kind of a solutions to be as much as possible environmental friendly and sustainable friendly. Thank you, John, for your response. I would like to talk a little bit. We mentioned access in developing nations, and I would like to ask Eunice if you can share your experience, or like what would you recommend to ensure what strategies actually you would recommend to ensure that developing countries and nations have equitable access to the space-based data and technologies for climate change mitigation?
Thank you, Milika, for that great question. And the first strategy is that developing countries need to identify a unique entry point into the space economy. As it is, and from records and statistics, we have 61 satellites that have been launched by 17 African countries, only 61. We have over 9,000 satellites in space and only 17 from African countries, and only 61 from African countries coming from 17 countries. What is this to say? It's good on record and on paper, but is it driven by the demand? are we seeing a lot of usage of this satellite information that has been launched by African institutions? This is just to state that it's very important for developing countries to identify the niche market in the space economy so that it can be sustainable and responsive to the needs of the communities that depend on it. And this is again to acknowledge the fact that manufacturing and launching of satellites is indeed an expensive venture for developing countries. Therefore, it's more economical to concentrate effort in developing meaningful information services and collaborate with the satellite data providers to develop information services that are responding to the needs of the communities more, as opposed to just getting on this rush of launching satellites in space. Because recently, just in August, we saw that Senegal launched its first satellite, which was remarkable and great. But looking at the past records with which African countries have felt the pressure to launch satellites in space, we realize that the usage has not been there. This data is not available. It is not accessible. So you realize probably that's not the stronghold for developing countries to venture into this business, rather to concentrate more on building sustainable information services on the already existing spatial data from satellite. And this again leads me to the next aspect of governance and leadership. Again, when we are looking at sustainable strategies for developing countries to access space data, we need to talk about governance and leadership. Because we need to have the governance system in developing countries prioritize space solutions. But this prioritization can only come in when we have already addressed elements related to peace, security, and stability. So again, those are very much prerequisites before we start talking about having space policies, satellite data policies. Most of the countries currently in Africa, not most, just a section in Central Africa, especially in parts of Eastern Africa, in Western Africa, are currently in conflict. So it's very, very important to be able to address governance and leadership issues that can be able to set up a very good framework for the discussion of effective policies that can be able to support usage of space data. Then the other key area is the investment on infrastructure. You realize that with tapping into the space economy satellite data, it's increasingly important for developing countries to be able to have an investment in sustainable infrastructure. And this, because we are living in an age of cloud infrastructure, cloud computing, where we have the big players already providing free open source cloud computing infrastructure. But you realize in some of the least developed countries, internet availability is still a challenge. So it's very, very significant to begin by addressing some of these basic infrastructure challenges of computing power so that we can be able to harness this data and build on other aspects of space exploration. So again, it's very significant also to have as a key strategy investment on sustainable infrastructure in the countries that can be in developing countries that can be able to sustain this space solution. Then the other key strategy is collaboration and partnership, whereby now more than ever before, it's very significant to ensure that governments are collaborating with private sector. Again, this is to curb the shortage of resources to sustain effective space infrastructure and solution. So again, there's need to look at the whole component of collaborations between governments, private sector, and also with international development partners. I've talked about the already good political environment and collaboration that Africa has with the European, whereby we have Earth observation for Africa as an ongoing initiative, whereby we are seeing a lot of support coming in from European Space Agency, with African institutions, with the Africa Space Agencies, and other research institutions in Africa. This is the way to go to have a very effective and equitable access to space solutions. Then finally, I'm going to talk about creating a safe space for the youth. To be able to innovate and incubate solutions that are coming from space data. Again, this means a lot in terms of prioritizing our needs and also the capacities of young people to be able to tap into these resources. So engaging the youth becomes very critical because most developing countries have a very high population of young people. That is already a huge resource in the space economy, where these young people can be able to be trained and equipped with skills, or better still, creating an enabling environment so that young people can be able to customize solutions, test tools, develop customized applications that can be able to deal with some of these environmental challenges. And when we look at all that, again, we'll feel that developing countries are at a fair ground. Again, not focusing so much on the manufacturing, but more on the process, more on the value addition of this space economy through building a vibrant youth that has the skills and capacity to tap into these space-related solutions. Thank you so much, Malika. I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Eunice, and thank you for sharing your perspective. You mentioned the collaboration, the importance of collaboration. So I would like to ask Nathavan, how does Azure Cosmos collaborate with countries that might not have their own space capabilities to support, and how is supporting them in addressing climate challenges?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this question. I would like first to say that Azure Cosmos as an organization is very international oriented operator and agency meanwhile. If I put it in figures, we are collaborating more than 200 companies from 40 countries. And our, let's say, the revenues is being generated mainly outside of Azerbaijan, and in figures it's around 80–90%. So when it comes to climate change and how we support other countries, we have been involved in several state tenders and others happening in Central Asian countries regarding meeting their space needs through our satellite and through our technologies. But recently, we at the government level have taken global initiative. The Commonwealth Secretariat and the government of Azerbaijan have signed a landmark joint declaration aimed at enhancing climate action in small developing island states and other vulnerable member countries. So it includes Gabon, Togo, Papua New Guinea. Our GIS team has already started to implement projects on crop mapping, deforestation, and other related issues. This partnerships mainly aims to bolster climate resilience, improve disaster preparedness, and of course support sustainable development and enhance capacity building. This is one of the main examples in terms of international collaboration and how we help them to address climate challenges in their own countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathavan. So basically, I wanted to stay still with the collaboration between the space industry and climate advocates and governments, and both of you and Eunice kind of responded to the questions, but about the international partnership and what you have been doing, as well as Eunice shared some of the collaborations with the Europe, how and what they're doing. But I would like to ask Eunice if you can briefly, if you have some other examples of successful collaboration of your organization that was part of addressing climate change by using space solutions.
Thank you so much. With these collaborations, it has been very significant to identify strategic partners. And I will talk about the collaboration that RCMRD, the institution I work for, has with, again, the Copernicus land monitoring service that is, of course, based so much on the European Space Agency data, where through the program called GeoLDN, that is Group on Earth Observation, Land Degradation Neutrality. This is a global initiative that that derives its mandate from the UNCCD through the Conference of Parties Decision 15. The mandate was given to GEO to be able to support countries in leveraging satellite data for monitoring land degradation neutrality. So RCMRD was identified as a key help desk to support mainly developing countries tap into satellite data usage for reporting on land degradation. And this has been very significant because for a long time, satellite technology and climate change has been viewed as just an aspect for the international community for technocrats. But here we are coming in, downscaling those global approaches to a local level. This has meant a lot in terms of trying to get the buy-in from government institutions and other key players at the national level. And that is what the GeoLDN flagship project does, whereby we want to be able to cascade from global to local national level through provision of free open source solutions and data that is ready to use, not in a satellite raw image format. Rather, we have already worked with development agencies like Conservation International to customize solutions, and what the countries need is the final product, an indicator of land productivity, an indicator of land use. And this is being received very well because the information is easy to use and can be used across multiple sectors. And we are seeing the countries coming in strongly. Both the Francophone African countries and the Anglophone African countries are able to utilize satellite data information to be able to influence local policy. And this has been so significant because we've had to do a lot of capacity building, availing this data when it's needed. However, we've had also to acknowledge that there are those infrastructure-related challenges that need to be addressed. But nonetheless, that's just one approach that really shows that indeed you can have a very global idea that can be cascaded down to local level and gain a lot of acceptance and usability. Thank you so much, Milik.
Thank you, Eunice. We mentioned, John also mentioned in some of the previous questions, policies and frameworks, and I would like to get back to that as it's really important part of climate change solutions. Well, John, can you tell us how can policy frameworks be developed to support sustainable space activities and exploration while balancing those needs of environmental sustainability?
Yeah, thanks so much, Milka. And actually, Eunice, you spoke about this, I think, in a number of ways, which were really interesting. I think first, I would say that, you know, a good policy, I believe, is something that helps to incentivize the desired behaviors from the participants in the ecosystem, right? So when you think about governments and you think about companies, I think that a good policy would help to incentivize the right behavior. I always like to think about the outcome, right? What is the outcome that we truly desire? And I think that if what we're looking at is creating a truly sustainable space economy, which I think we're all in favor of, that also provides then the benefits that we've talked about, not only in terms of Earth observation and sensing for applications like monitoring the climate and being able to mitigate, but other types of capabilities that are truly essential in terms of connecting the unconnected, providing healthcare in rural regions, bringing economic inclusivity, all of those things, I think, are enabled by having sound and responsible space policy and regulation. I think that's something where I think, frankly, it's a critical time for us as a global community, where because there have been so many advancements across the ecosystem that are bringing innovation and new technologies to bear that we're all benefiting from. It's kind of my comment around the Industrial Revolution. We also, need to be really mindful of what steps we're making. And when you think about that in terms of, potentially environmental impacts, as we talked about a few minutes ago, but also if you have negative environmental impacts, then that obviously impacts your ability to have a sustainable space economy going forward. It also is a question when you think about equitable access, which Eunice touched on. We believe that space is in the space economy should be an inclusive one, and there's innovation and thought leadership happening all over the world in pockets that don't necessarily yet have space programs. That doesn't mean that there aren't engineers and scientists in communities that don't have space programs currently that shouldn't be participating in the space ecosystem. I think they absolutely should, and the infrastructure has advanced to the point where more and more people do have access to space because they don't need to design their own infrastructure, right? They don't need to design their own launch capabilities necessarily, as one example, to actually participate. So I think that we need to be looking at policy through the lens of how are we going to create an enduring space economy that's also an inclusive one. That's really important. I think just to kind of illustrate this point, if you think about I have conversations with our engineering teams all the time, right? When we have problems to solve around the world and we go and have a sit-down meeting and I say, okay, here's the problem. And the first question that I get back is, okay, what are the constraints, right? And so when you think about it from a constraints perspective, if you're optimizing for kind of pace and speed, right, you're not necessarily going to be optimizing then for efficiency. And if what we're talking about is creating an efficient mechanism to leverage, and maximize the use of the finite resources in terms of orbits and spectrum that exist, then I think that the policies need to reflect exactly that desired outcome. And I think that that will prevent us from over-consuming and being wasteful. I think that it will provide opportunities for people across the ecosystem to really develop technologies that are innovative and deliver the capabilities that we all need, but do that in a responsible and sustainable way. So I really appreciate, again, the opportunity to participate with you all in this. I think it's been really interesting to hear your thoughts and appreciate all you've done to pull together, Milka.
Thank you so much, John. And I fully agree with everything you said, and especially because I'm coming from a country that has no space program or anything space related. So inclusion is really, really important. I would like to move forward and ask Mathieu about how Airbus is navigating current space regulations to innovate responsibly in space technology development.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. So at Airbus, yes, we are committed to pioneering sustainable practices in space activities first. We believe that collective responsibility, we believe in that. And we are also advocating for stringent regulation when they are globally enforced to protect both Earth and space environment. We believe that by setting up higher sustainability standards, just like John said before, we believe that we can unlock new possibilities in sustainable space exploration and utilization, ensuring a responsible approach to our space endeavor. A couple of examples first on how we on our approach for regulation for the space environment, and then we'll see for the Earth. So we are a founding partner of Net Zero Initiative. So this is about sustainable space operation by 2030 by reducing further debris creation. We've been also collaborating with the French Space Agency, with the French, what we call the space operation laws, which is now into force between now and 2027. And there's the space debris mitigation guidelines. We have been collaborating with the European Space Agency on the elaboration of the Zero Debris Charter, that has been signed by plenty of actors this year in June. And now we are working on the technology booklet, which is listing all the technologies enabling this commitment in the future in terms of responsibility. So by elaborating those regulation framework, we triggered some innovation in the meantime. So there's the detumbler, a new asset that enables avoiding the satellite to go and spin at the end of life. So in case of failure. And so that it is ready for disposal for a future space debris removal service. Similarly, we've been adding grapples and sign on the satellites, on our future satellites for later disposal. So this is one example for space environment. In the future regulation also, for the impact on Earth, we have been working in the past years with the European Space Agency as well, with under the statement of responsible sector that we signed in November 2022. We are currently actively working in the working group on carbon footprint, on eco-design and circularity. And we are also welcoming the future and hoping for it to come, the European Space Law coming in 2025. Which has 3 pillars: space safety, cybersecurity, and also Earth sustainability. So we intend to collaborate with the European Commission when it will go out and review it, and also upfront by creating new databases and methodologies that we call product environmental footprint category rules that will feed this taxonomy for the green activities. So that it's for the space sector also enters into this Green Deal activities and then become applicable to the space sector. So this is all those what we can believe is a constraint is also creating room and market for innovation on technologies more environmentally friendly, that we can also adopt in the space sector or invent, and certainly needs for space services to feed other sectors as well. Not only looking at our own sector, by, for instance, the carbon emission monitoring could be a good way also for space sector to provide services.
Thank you, Mathieu. Well, exciting times are ahead. That's for sure, and I look forward to see the outcome. And unfortunately, we are kind of running out of time, and I would like to again to remind everybody, for some of you who don't know, that COP29 this year will be in Baku in Azerbaijan, later this year in about a month. And that's why I would like to ask Natavan what role of Azercosmos is playing in this ongoing dialogue and related to climate change.
Thank you. Yes, it's a very exciting time in Azerbaijan nowadays. We are getting prepared to COP29. The last year we have hosted one of the biggest space event, International Astronautical Congress, and now we are looking forward to have the much bigger event about climate change in Baku. Well, regarding space, for the last couple of years, space becoming more and more popular topic in COP events in general. This year, we aim to organize space industry dedicated events within COP29, and we have already selected the date. It's going to be 16th of November, and we are going to organize Space Leaders Summit and space-related sessions with lots of partners and with heads of space agencies all over the world. Being among the COP29 Presidency's high-level events, the Space Leaders Summit will explore how space solutions can help global ambition, action, and collaboration. And following on the agenda of the pledge document signed during the COP28 last year in Dubai, we propose to strengthen cooperation and practical actions in addressing climate change issues by signing COP29 pledge document with Space Agency. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite all our panelists and all our people who are listening to us now to pay a visit to Baku and to become the part of these space events, sessions, panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natavan, and it will be great. I mean, I'm personally very happy to that when I heard that the COP29 will be in Baku, as we had a really amazing conference last year at the ISC. Unfortunately, we will not have much time for Q&A session. It was great. Great panel. I really enjoyed, and unfortunately, we only have 1 hour to discuss this very important topic. I would only briefly to ask you for your final thoughts, sentence or two, if you want to, all of you, to share your final thoughts with us. Anyone, if you want to share something, if not, then I would like to thank you again for joining the panel, for talking with us about climate change and space technology. And as well, I would like to thank World Space Week Association for organizing, and to congratulate them on 25th anniversary, as well as to thank all the audience who joined online to watch. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of the World Space Week. This is just the beginning, and it's the first day. We had several more days again ahead of us with great panels and great sessions. Thank you once again, and goodbye. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Enjoy the World Space Week.
Bye. Happy World Space Week.
Okay, you too.
So thank you, Melissa, and thank you to all the panelists. So we're going to go on a brief break at the moment, whilst we prepare for our next session, which should be at 2 p.m. Central European Time. So we're going to have a brief break till then. Hi, Elida. Welcome back to our afternoon session. We're going to have a session on international space policy in action, which is part of an ongoing program from the African Space Leadership Institute. So to introduce the presentation by the UK Space Agency, I'm going to call Sir Etim Offiong from the African Space Leadership Institute to introduce the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma, and happy World Space Week. As Alma has introduced, my name is Etim Offiong. I am co-founder and CEO of the African Space Leadership Institute. As part of the commemoration of the World Space Week, we are about to listen to a lecture by Dr. Sarah Jane Gio titled International Space Policy in Action. This lecture is part of an ongoing course on maximizing international space cooperation, which we are organizing. The course actually started on Monday, just this week. Let me just say a bit about Dr. Gio. Dr. Gio is presently the Chief of Staff at the UK Space Agency, having previously held roles as the head of ESA policy, that's ESA is the European Space Agency, and the head of international relations. She has worked in the fields of satellite navigation, space law and regulation, space domain awareness, and on ESA strategy and policy. Prior to joining the UK Space Agency, she worked as a geologist in the diamond mining industry in Namibia, and later with the Natural History Museum, developing ESA's sample analog collection of terrestrial materials that could be used to simulate the geology of the moon, Mars, the moons of Mars, and C-type asteroids. Well, as you're all aware, the theme of the World Space Week this year is space and climate change. The objective is really to highlight the importance of international cooperation in harnessing space-based solutions in handling global challenges such as climate change. So in this lecture, Dr. Jill highlights career paths in space policy, exploring its intersection with critical fields like climate change and disaster management. She also highlights some lessons she has learned along the pathways. So once again, I thank you all for participating, and I wish you happy listening. Thank you.
So the way that I thought best of structuring this this lecture was to actually go through the meandering path of my career to really kind of understand how space policy works in the context of the obligations that get placed on a country as a result of sort of international agreements and things like that. So I'll be focusing quite a bit on international obligations placed on the UK in various ways. And as I say, this will mostly be through the frame of my own career experience. So we're going to start with a brief history of SJ. So how does an exploration geologist end up working in the space industry? So as already been said, I'm from Namibia. I grew up in Windhoek. I used to work in offshore diamond mining on a ship called the Otoivo. I worked with a sort of a mining crew of about 20 men. I was the only woman on board for the first year of my time out at sea, but overall there were about 80 men on board that ship, crewing the vessel overall. So it was with De Beers Marine in Namibia that I did that job, and I did that for probably about a decade before moving to the UK. What I'm going to do as we go through is you'll see these grey boxes come up, and these grey boxes are kind of my takeaways from different experiences that I've had, and how they kind of relate back to international relations in my view. So I'll kind of have these as we go through, and then a little bit of a summary at the end. So things I learned from my time offshore. Here I worked with a really multinational team. There was different socioeconomic backgrounds. People came from speaking different languages. We had different nationalities represented. And one of the most important things there was finding common ground, because in this situation, I was in a position of authority, and I was in my early 20s. And you can see from that picture, this is a big group of burly men. So kind of getting them to agree to things and take my opinion seriously was a challenge from the outset, but I feel like I got there in the end. But yeah, kind of finding common ground was one of the most important things, sort of teaching them about what I was doing, allowing them to kind of understand why I was asking them to do certain things, understanding how to do conflict resolution. So if there were problems that arose, really kind of understanding how those can be addressed. Listening was a really big one, and this is going to come up again and again. In order to sort of solve challenges and avoid conflicts and things like that, really kind of understanding the perspectives of the people involved was really important sort of for the mining sector and for my career as a geologist. And the other big thing here was about the big picture. As a geologist, obviously, I'm there to do a job, but everything I do has impacts on the company and has impacts on the crew. If I say we have to mine for a little bit longer in an area, it impacts the plant, and therefore it impacts a whole number of people within the crew. So kind of always being conscious of how my actions were impacting others, and thinking about that sort of bigger view was a really key takeaway for me from this experience. And from that, I moved on to Birkbeck University, where I did my PhD, which I'm not going to go into now, but I will just talk a little bit about my postdoc. So as Etim said as well, this was with the Natural History Museum. And the task that we were given was to create a sample analog collection for the European Space Agency. And what does that really mean? Basically, it turns out that rocks in space are very similar to rocks on Earth. There are some key differences, but if you want to be able to create a drill that you can use on Mars, you need to be able to test it on rocks that are really similar to what you might find on Mars. So kind of being able to build a collection of rocks and minerals that were as similar in terms of their physical and chemical properties was essentially the task that we were set. So with this, I managed to obviously gain a lot of experience in sample analogs. And analogs can be both the actual materials themselves, but it can also be locations. So here's a picture of a landscape in Iceland, which is often used by astronauts in training to simulate the environment of what it might be like on Mars. But I also got to go to quite a few conferences and things like that. So this started giving me a little bit of international exposure. I'll talk a little bit more about the European Space Agency in a second, but just to kind of quickly touch on a few of my learnings from this one. So one of the things I really learned here was delivering at pace. We had a very specific contract to fulfill. There were deliverables, there were timelines. We had resource constraints. So this is something you'll come up again and again, depending on where you work, is if you have limited time and limited resources, how do you make the most of what's in front of you and still achieve the objectives? So delivering at pace, working to tight deadlines, and really effective communication to make sure that you know who's doing what and when, so that you can achieve what you're trying to achieve. So then we go on to a little bit more information about the European Space Agency. So a question I get almost all the time is the European Space Agency part of the EU? And the answer to that is no. The European Space Agency predates the EU. So there are a number of agreements between the countries that form ESA, which predate the EU. A lot of ESA member states are now EU member states, but again, it is not an EU institution. The UK was one of the founding members of the European Space Agency. And the agency itself is based around a council with the Director General, who's assisted by staff. And it's also sort of framed around something called the ESA Convention. And that convention places obligations on all member states, of which there are 22 at the moment within ESA. So there are two types of programs within ESA. The first is the mandatory program. So that's primarily the space science program, but also some technology development programs. And that you have to pay into if you are a member of ESA. The second part is the optional programs. So those have specific implementing rules and declarations, which all member states have to adhere to if you subscribe to that program. So they have programs around things like Earth observation, human and robotic exploration, navigation. So you sort of choose the areas that you want to invest in based on your national ambitions and skills. So those are the optional programs, but essentially this places obligations on the UK and on all ESA members to abide by the implementing rules and declarations, and also by the ESA Convention. So this is an example of something called public international law. I'll touch very briefly on the different types of international law without going into too much detail there. But the thing is, with membership of ESA and things like the African Space Agency are similar, the idea here is pooling resources. So putting together your money, your people, sharing risks and achieving great things together, because particularly for the UK, it gives us access to missions which we would otherwise find unaffordable. So examples of that are things like the James Webb Space Telescope, where we were able to contribute an instrument. The James Webb Space Telescope endeavor on its own is nothing that any single nation could have afforded. So by sharing resources, money, people, time, and risk, you're able to achieve a lot more together. So I'm just going to go very, very, very briefly talk a little bit about international law. So there are two different types of international law. One is public and one is private. Public international law is things like the UN Charter, so any of the UN General Assembly resolutions which come out of the General Assembly, things like international space treaties, so I'll touch a little bit on the Outer Space Treaty, the ITU Convention and Radio Regulation, so you'll hear about those as well over the coming days. And then the other part of that is private international law, so those are treaties between countries and things like collaboration agreements. So I'll talk a little bit about the Artemis Accords as we go through, but there are a number of examples of private international law as well. And I mention this because, again, these are the things that place international obligations on the UK. And that kind of sets the frame for some of the things we're going to talk about. So I love the Treaty on the Principles Governing the Activities of States and the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies. So this is the UN treaty. We abbreviate it to the UN Outer Space Treaty because it's a little bit shorter. The title is quite long there. And you can see I've kind of highlighted some of the key principles within the treaty itself. So, exclusively for peaceful purposes, free for exploration, shall avoid harmful contamination. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. And this was published, or this was issued in 1967. At the moment, there's 115 countries that are party to the treaty, and another 22 who have signed but not yet ratified the treaty. So 1967, when this kind of came into being, the world was a very different place. So I thought it might be interesting just to sort of take a little side detour and talk a little bit about kind of how we got to the space treaty. So 1955, the US announced that they were going to launch their first satellite. So this was a really big deal. Obviously, it made international news. But then in 1957, it was actually the Soviet Union who launched their first satellite and beat the US in that race. And that was Sputnik 1. And a few months later, or I think it might have even been a few weeks later, Sputnik 2 was launched. And that first satellite sent radio signals back to Earth for up to 3 weeks, which was just incredible at the time. But Sputnik ended up fueling a space race and an arms race. In addition to increasing Cold War tensions, these two countries just kept working at different ways to attack each other, both overtly and covertly. So then we go to 1958. NASA is officially formed. So this is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So I think most of us have heard of NASA. But the other thing that was formed in 1958 was the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA, who you probably have also come across in the past. In 1958, we get the first pictures of Earth from space, which also start transforming the way people think about our planet. The first landings on the moon take place as well, and that was by the USSR. We also have animals being sent and returned safely from space. And this just kind of sets everything alight when it comes to what's possible. But it also was coupled with those increasing Cold War tensions. So in 1963, we had the treaty banning nuclear weapons testing in space. And you'll see within the treaty itself that ended up being not placing nuclear weapons in space as well. In 1963, the precursor to the treaty was established and kind of agreed amongst member states, and that was the Declaration of the Legal Principles for Activities in Outer Space. And this was followed again by, just incredible technological advances and events. So we had spacewalks for the first time. We had a mission to Mars. And in 1967, we also had the first tragedies, which took the lives of astronauts, both from America and from Russia. And then in 1967 as well, we had the Outer Space Treaty formally being put out there. And it is a multilateral treaty which really forms the basis of international space law. So if you are part of a country that is not party to the treaty, it's something that you'd want to think about quite hard, because it's essentially how we agree that we're going to act when it comes to space and the peaceful uses of outer space. So this brings me to another point, which is, how do you actually enforce the treaty? So obviously public international law like this places obligations on all parties, but how do you make sure that people in your country adhere to what's in the treaty? So the way that you ensure that those obligations that are placed on a state can be translated to the domestic sector is through national legislation, essentially. So in the UK, we started this in 1986 with the Outer Space Act. This has been licensing space activity now for 3 decades. It's still in force at the moment, and we still rely on it. This was essentially to regulate activities carried out by UK entities overseas. So this wasn't looking at, oh, we can launch from the UK. This is looking at us launching from different states. So it allows UK entities to launch and procure launch for a space object. And it also permits the operation of a satellite in orbit and other activities in outer space. So you get a license essentially under the Outer Space Act. That was followed in 2018 by the Space Industry Act. So the Space Industry Act was basically building on the Outer Space Act and saying, okay, well, what if activities are taking place within the UK? So your operators are based in the UK and then operating within the UK. So the Space Industry Act sets out a high-level framework for commercial spaceflight operations. It's designed to be very non-prescriptive and outcomes focused. So what does that actually mean in practice? So non-prescriptive means we're not telling you exactly how thick the metal needs to be on your launching rocket, or what type of fuel you have to use, or specific criteria that you have to meet in a prescriptive way. Like the aviation sector is very different in that way. There are lots of sort of very specific prescriptive requirements. When it comes to the way that we've chosen to do space law, a lot of it is centered around something called the safety case. And within that, an operator has to prove that the risks are as low as is reasonably practicable. That concept is known as ALARP. It's a little bit shorter to say, but it basically puts the onus on the operator to demonstrate safety. So you can use lots of different technologies to achieve safety. So that makes it a lot more sort of future-proof as well as a result. So it provides a very comprehensive regime for suborbital space activities. It also draws on existing space and aviation regulation. You'll see a lot of the principles in the treaty reflected in the Space Industry Act as well. And it sits alongside the Outer Space Act, which continues to apply to operators outside of the UK. And then we took that a step further. Apologies for the resolution of that picture. The space industry regulations were published in 2021. And that was in July. And at the same time as publishing those regulations, we established the independent regulator for space in the Civil Aviation Authority. So obviously they have a lot of expertise already within the aviation sector. So adding space was not a big reach there. And it provided them with the capability to license, monitor, and oversee launch, re-entry, spaceports, and range control activities in the UK. So back in the day, I formed part of a team which led the regulations through their final iterations. So that was preparing a lot of the guidance material. So within the regulations, that sort of sets out specifically what operators need to do, things, criteria they need to meet, that sort of thing. So we had to provide very detailed guidance on every part of the regulations to explain how how things would work in practice. But then the other side of that was the fact that these regulations would need to go through Parliament, which was pretty scary for me. I had never done anything like that. So, making sure that we were working with ministers to ensure that they actually understood the regulations and that when they took them through Parliament, they could defend them appropriately as well. So there was a lot of kind of work around that as well. And we had a lot of sort of changes that were required once we went out to consultation, where we took the draft regulations and put them out to the sector and the world to comment on. We ended up making quite a few changes. So that was part of the work that I led as well. But getting back to my little action learning sets there, the things I took away from this and what I'd recommend if you are thinking about national space law is really kind of making sure that you have a multidisciplinary team involved in the development of the legislation. So we had legal experts from a range of different fields. We had technical experts as well. So if you're looking at, mandating something within the regulations, does that add cost? Does that add weight to a launcher, which is going to make it uneconomic in the future? Does it introduce a new type of paint that's actually technically causes damage when you reach the vacuum of space? There's all sorts of things that you don't necessarily consider when you're only focusing on the legal elements. So having technical experts is really helpful. And then also just bringing in different types of regulators. So the Civil Aviation Authority was obviously a really key part of developing these regulations. The regulations were owned by the Department for Transport. But we also involved regulators like the Health and Safety Executive as well, because they just had so much experience in dealing with safety and really kind of understanding how that works in practice. And then also bringing in different policy professionals. So we had the Environment Agency coming in to talk to us about different environmental considerations. Again, Department for Transport, the UK Space Agency. There were a number of other government departments that played a role here. And the other one was international partners. So was what we were proposing, how did it sit with others? How did it compare to what other countries had done? And was it kind of an approach that others would look to and maybe consider equivalent licensing, for example? That's something that we're exploring with a number of countries. So that's just a brief sort of foray into how you take things like treaties and take those obligations and then translate them into something that you can place on your own industry. So that was a really interesting and informative experience. A lot of it was during COVID as well, which was a bit mad. So getting that team together was quite challenging, but also quite rewarding because we could convene in a way that I think we probably wouldn't have been able to do if we were just doing things in person. So it all worked out in the end. So that brings me to, if we go from the treaty to sort of how we do that nationally to the next step of that, which is the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Their main task is to review and foster international collaboration in the peaceful uses of outer space, as well as to consider legal issues arising from the exploration of outer space. So that's a bit of a mouthful, but that's what you'll find online about what the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space does. Committees discuss different aspects of what it means to act in space, and they convene as part of a plenary, which happens after the two subcommittees have taken place. And essentially, it's all about promoting cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. One of the key things here is that UNUSA and the UN Committee, UN COPUOS, they act by consensus. So that in itself is quite challenging. So at the moment, there's 102 members. It's one of the largest committees of the UN. It also, in addition to states, has a number of international organizations, which both include intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. They have observer status within the UN Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Space and the subcommittees. So you've got a lot of people in the room here. How do you get consensus? How do you agree anything? It's really difficult. But some of the things that I've learned from attending COPUOS and kind of being part of both the subcommittee meetings and the plenary is that a lot of the work happens outside of the meetings. So in the meeting itself, you'll see quite quickly which countries kind of agree with each other or are like-minded is the phrase that we use a lot. But you also get countries who will always disagree on certain elements that go against the principles that they hold. And so a lot of the work happens outside of the meeting where you have discussions with states who may not agree with you to try and find compromise. And language is really important in that because the compromise is always going to be around how you say something. And so that can be quite challenging. So patience is a real virtue here because kind of having that, the time to have that conversation again and again is important. And so a key thing there is really understanding your objectives before you go. So what are the things that you're trying to achieve as a country and how are you going to achieve those? Where are your red lines? Where are those areas where there's some flexibility for you to compromise, for you to agree to things that you might not normally automatically agree to? But having said that, you know, COPUOS is just a fantastic place to be able to exchange those views, to be able to talk to so many different countries about space and to kind of be part of a multilateral approach to how we do things, to how we act. It's quite an incredible experience. And if you do ever get the chance, don't say no, go for it. It's just, it's really awesome. And then, you know, one good thing leads to another. So as a result of kind of representing the UK in COPUOS, I also came across the European Space Policy Institute. We were members, I think, at the time as well. And so I ended up getting invited to the third interregional space policy dialogue between Asia Pacific and Europe. And this was specifically talking around the implementation of the long-term sustainability guidelines, which is something I'll go into a little bit more detail on. But the long-term sustainability guidelines, there's another example of something that was agreed by all COPUOS member states by consensus, but it took 10 years. It took 10 years to kind of get to that first set of agreed guidelines. And so how do you get from that to kind of the next step, which is the implementation? So this takes me into a nice segue into something on capacity building. But first, just a few kind of takeaways there. And that's take any and all opportunities to engage with new partners, listen and learn from others, and again, find common ground. I am still talking to a lot of the people in the room in that picture. And we've met in various different forums to discuss various things, and building those relationships and building trust is really important when it comes to space diplomacy and kind of international relations and action. But I wanted to just talk a little bit more about something called capacity building. You'll hear this phrase quite a lot. And it's essentially, how do you share knowledge and experience in a way that leaves the other partner richer and then able to kind of do things themselves? That's what it really comes down to. So it's, yeah, building capacity, essentially, building skills and expertise. So this is something that's quite important for the UK, whether we're sharing lessons learned on things like how we developed our regulations or our legislation, how we manage international programs. An exchange of knowledge shouldn't be a one-way street. We should be both sharing our experiences, but we should also be learning from others to kind of bring back knowledge that others have built up as well through their own experiences. And a way that we've kind of done this, and a good example of that is, again, work that we've done with the UN on the long-term sustainability guidelines. So it turns out that as a space agency, we could partner with UNESA and they would do things as part of projects together. So Obviously, it cost us money, it wasn't free, but they were an incredible delivery partner when it came to sort of some of the work that we did on the long-term sustainability guidelines. The first thing we did is we said, okay, capacity building, how do we get uptake? How do we get countries to actually try and implement the guidelines? We thought the first thing to do is actually make sure that the guidelines are accessible. So there are 6 official UN languages. So the first project that we did was actually getting the long-term sustainability guidelines published in all 6 official languages. So that already sort of opens up a huge number of countries to essentially being able to access the guidelines. And then the next thing is around implementation. So through a project that we did with UNUSA, they invited individual member states and organizations to complete case studies on the implementation and progress and lessons learned from the guidelines. And then we set up a website for the projects to be hosted. So essentially, case studies are a great way for capacity building and just sort of sharing information. So how did you implement something? What were the specific things that you had challenges with? And then another country might read that case study and go, oh, okay, so that's how we practically could take this thing written on a page and do something on the ground. So it was really quite powerful, sort of setting up those case studies. And then in the second phase of the work we did with UNUSA, they prepared a stakeholder study report, and that spoke to 37 states and 5 international intergovernmental organizations to talk again about the implementation of the guidelines. And they produced a report which was made available as an open access resource last year or the year before. And that was anonymized as well. So it's just kind of looking at those experiences and drawing out the lessons learned and having those be available to others. The other thing that we did with UNUSA was to deliver expert events. So this was like specific training sessions where different parts of the LTS guidelines were discussed, and also e-learning modules were created as well. And again, you can access those on the websites. There was another project as well, which was looking at the registration of space objects. So this is something that the UN requires, but a lot of countries aren't really sure how to do it in practice. So that expert event was really good for kind of sort of explaining, what that looks like in practice, how you do registration. So capacity building is kind of a big one for us. So if we go back to the thread of international obligations, where do things like capacity building fit in? Well, it's fundamental to the implementation of our international obligations, which stem from the Outer Space Treaty, particularly around things like the LTS guidelines. It's also important for wider UN initiatives. So I'm going to, again, focus on a specific example here of something I have experience around. And that's the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. So this is something that all states are trying to achieve. So the SDGs, you've probably come across them at some point in your life and in your career. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted by all United Nations members in 2015, and it created these 3 SDGs. And they're really about kind of creating the conditions for world peace and prosperity for people and the planet, while tackling climate change and working to preserve oceans and forests. We obviously took this pretty seriously, as did most countries, right? If you sign up to it, it means that you agree with the principles and you're going to make every effort to try and achieve the objectives set out in the SDGs. And so for us, we kind of thought, okay, well, how can space play a role in this? And so a year after the SDGs were kind of announced in 2016, we initiated something called our International Partnerships Program, with the aim of helping us meet our international obligations around the SDGs to improve the lives of others. And in this case, really sort of focusing in on satellite technology and UK kind of expertise for that. So I'm going to read the blurb of what the IPP kind of frames itself around. So it used the UK's space sector's research and innovation strengths to deliver a sustainable economic or societal benefit to emerging markets. It sought to address the need for better access to high quality information for addressing global sustainable development challenges, as a lack of timely, accurate, large-scale data and reliable communications infrastructure, especially in emerging markets, results in inaction or investments that do not deliver value for money where limited financial resources are available. So I think there's some like key things in there to draw out, and it's really kind of thinking about emerging markets and kind of really trying to be targeted in how you make interventions. So I'll come to this later again as well, but the worst thing you can do is think you know the answer. When you're working with another country, if you think you know what they need, you're already wrong. You know, you have to have that dialogue. You really have to sort of make sure that the investments that you're making and the solutions that you're offering are actually fit for purpose for the country in question and their national objectives and what it is they're trying to achieve. Because you can't wedge every country into a solution. So, you know, the IPP program was really focused on how data from satellites could help specifically address these sustainable development goals. So again, I'm going to have to apologize for the quality of this image as well. I will try and find a better resolution one soon on that one. But this is just a summary of the projects. And I think the stats speak for themselves there. This is an example of both where we funded commercial collaborative projects, but we were also meeting our international obligations around the sustainable development goals. So it's kind of looking at it from those two different perspectives. There was a lot of capacity building involved here as well. It wasn't just about providing the sort of money for a solution. So in the end, over the 6 years that we ran our pilot program, we managed to address 10 of the 17 SDGs by working with 47 countries on 43 distinct projects, the bulk of which were linked to disaster resilience and agriculture. But obviously we focused on quite a number of different areas as well. And in addition to working with countries to address the sustainable development goals through something like a funded program like the IPP or the International Partnerships Program, we're also quite engaged actively in areas like disaster response and recovery. So as part of my role when I was the head of international relations, I was also the board member to the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters. And I took us through the 6-month leadership period that we held last year. The leadership of the charter sort of rotates every 6 months. So we held it last year. So climate change is increasingly causing negative impacts on lives and livelihoods. Space and satellite data can make a real difference in mitigating the impacts of climate change, in particular when it comes to disaster response and recovery. So I'd like to introduce you guys to the International Charter if you're not aware of it, but also talk about UN SPIDER. So I'm gonna speak out the acronym once, and then I'm gonna go back to calling it UN SPIDER because I always get this one wrong. So it's the United Nations Platform for Space-Based Information for Disaster Management and Emergency Response, UN SPIDER. There are lots of other ways that the UK Space Agency and the UK in general is working around disaster response and recovery. I'm not going to go through all of those. I'm going to stick to the ones that I kind of know the most about, and that's the International Charter and UN SPIDER. So if we just start with kind of, you know, who's part of the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters. It's a worldwide collaboration through which satellite data are made available for the benefits of disaster management by combining Earth observation assets from 17 different space agencies, and you can see them on the map there. The Charter allows resources and expertise to be coordinated for a rapid response to major disaster situations, thereby helping civil protection authorities and the international humanitarian community. This unique initiative is able to mobilize agencies around the world and benefit from their know-how and their satellites through a single access point that operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and at no cost to the user. So that's a really key thing. Access to the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters is free of charge to the user. In the last year, I think it recorded 63 disasters where the charter was activated. On average, it's about 50 times a year. And it's hard to tell at the moment whether it's increasing or not, but we're on about 50 at the moment for this year. So between the members of the Charter, so those 17 space agencies you see there, and a number of cooperating bodies, there are 270 satellites that the Charter can call on to support emergency responses worldwide. That's a pretty big number. But also, this is just a wonderful example of international relations in action. So you'll see that China is a member, you'll see that Russia is a member, but you'll also see that the US and Canada and a number of European countries, the UAE, there's a lot of countries involved. And this is an example of where we can kind of leave geopolitics at the door and not really get into kind of wider diplomatic issues, because at the end of the day, we're there to save lives and livelihoods. And that's kind of the focus, is to make sure that emergency responders on the ground have the accurate information that they need in a timely way to make decisions that really kind of help people's lives and save property as well. So just very quickly, the types of disasters that are covered by the international charters. So there's natural events like earthquakes, fires, floods. In the UK, floods are a particularly big one for us. So the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency are now an authorised user, and they activate the charter quite regularly for flooding. But then also human-made events, so oil spills, industrial accidents, these are all covered by the charter. Things that the charter cannot be activated for are things like war or armed conflicts. So if a dam gets bombed, for example, that would fall under the War or Armed Conflict Activation Clause, but also for slow onset disasters like a drought. So if you can see a hurricane coming, you can activate the charter ahead of time so that it's ready. But if it's something like a drought, then it's a more difficult situation. So only authorized users can directly request access to the charter. And so authorized users are typically civil protection agencies, government relief organizations, and other authorities with a mandate related to disaster management. But you also have cooperating bodies who can activate the charters. So that's the United Nations and a group called Sentinel Asia, who activate the charter on behalf of a number of Asia-Pacific countries. So as of June, there are 94 authorized users in 83 countries, as well as the EU. And since 2012, we've promoted global access to the charter, which basically means that any disaster management authority can apply to become an authorized user. So it's pretty easy to access the charter, all things considered. But if you have a look here at Africa, there's only a handful of countries that use the disaster charter. And yeah, there's a lot of gray there, which means that they are not using the charter. But organizations like UN Spider, they've actually been quite active in getting other countries introduced to the charter, and they will also activate the charter on behalf of other countries. So if you just look at kind of the years between 2003 and 2022, UNUSO and UN Spider activated the charter 113 times. So that's about 15% of all of the activations of the charter that took place. So they play quite a vital role when it comes to making sure that people can benefit from the charter, even if they're not members. So just a little bit more about UN Spider. So you'll see the top left there, those blue boxes. Those are the kind of the key things that UN Spider focus on. So they have a knowledge portal where they share information. They have sessions where they foster cooperation and strengthen capacity in countries, but they also provide technical advisory support. So essentially they're tasked with ensuring that all countries have access to and develop the capacity to use all types of space-based information. So it's around Earth observation, but it's also around global navigation and SATCOMs, but with a specific focus on the full disaster management cycle, from early warning through to the disaster itself and the recovery which comes after. UN Spider has been really critical in actively promoting the international charter with the disaster management community, and it has carried out engagement with national disaster management agencies across the world, including in Africa, Latin America, and some Caribbean users as well. And more than 20 national disaster management agencies have submitted requests to become part of the Charter as authorized users as a result of the UN Spiders initiatives there. They are also the UN authorized user for the activation of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. So that's the bits in orange there on the left-hand side. So there's an on-demand mapping service, an early warning and monitoring service, and an exposure mapping service. So Copernicus is generally only reserved for EU member states, third countries, and cooperating states. But UN Spider is also able to access it. So I mentioned this as well because while you might not have access or might not have knowledge of the Charter, hopefully you have knowledge of UN Spider, and that can be a good route into the Charter if you have established links there already. So we just go to kind of, a little bit of learning from the last few slides. Things like the Sustainable Development Goals are a really good thing to galvanize around. It's something that we share across the globe. It's an objective that we've all kind of signed up to. And so as a point of focus for collaboration with other countries, it's a really good thing to sort of have front and center. Countries can benefit from wider international collaborations through existing bodies like UN Spider and the Charter. So what I'm trying to say there is essentially, you don't have to go country X or country Y, let's have an MOU together, let's work together on something. You might already be in touch with that country just through the fact that you're both Charter users or you're both, familiar with UN Spider. So looking at existing international bodies that you are part of can open up a whole network of countries that you are already like-minded partners with because you're part of these wider organizations. UN Copious is a great example of that as well. And the other thing here is collaboration doesn't have to cost money. Capacity building, space diplomacy, these are really valid and really good opportunities to build partnerships and learn from each other, and you don't have to actually spend any money. So I think, those are kind of my key takeaways from those organizations. And then I'm going to just touch a little bit on space diplomacy. So over the last decade, the UK Space Agency has initiated over 1,000 international science partnerships. That's a large number. I suppose it's over 10 years, but still, it's over 1,000 international science partnerships across more than 80 countries. And our researchers have featured in over 3,500 science publications. And the way that we kind of get there is through space diplomacy, and it's finding opportunities to safely and sustainably explore the universe through partnerships. So I'm just going to talk about a few kind of examples of partnerships and things that might be of interest to this group. So the first thing I'm going to touch on are the Artemis Accords. So they're an example of kind of space diplomacy in action. And basically, to enable our own industry in the UK and our research communities to get involved in the Artemis mission, we signed the Artemis Accords. We were one of the original signatories to that. So what are the Artemis Accords? They are a multilateral agreement between NASA and any state which wants to participate in the Artemis mission to put boots on the moon by 2026. Essentially, what the US are after with this is that individual countries commit to shared principles for cooperation in the exploration and uses of outer space. So what does that mean in practice? Essentially, if you look at the Artemis Accords, you can download them. It's a series of principles, and all you're doing is agreeing to the fact that you agree with NASA's interpretation of elements that essentially come out of the Outer Space Treaty. So there's things in there on emergency assistance, so emergency assistance for astronauts, for example, things on the registration of space objects, the release and sharing of scientific data, which comes from exploration of the moon, human heritage, space resources, debris and spacecraft disposal. These are all things that are kind of touched on already within the context of the Outer Space Treaty. So NASA are essentially asking you to agree that their interpretation is your interpretation. So it's quite an interesting experiment because it's multilateral, but it's outside of the UN. So that's something that some nations have found a bit tricky. But I think the idea is that the principles will eventually kind of be incorporated into a wider multilateral process within UN COPUOS. How that works in practice is anyone's guess. So as of June, there were 43 countries which have signed up to the Accords, and they come from kind of all over, including 3 in Africa, 8 in Asia, 21 in Europe. So all different parts of the world. And all of this is about getting us further down the road to agreeing a shared international vision to facilitate human activity on the moon and eventually onto Mars, because the Artemis program is really looking at that. It's kind of the moon as a gateway to Mars as a stepping stone. But NASA's not the only game in town. China and Russia's International Lunar Research Station, so the ILRS, is targeting similar timeframes and ambitions to NASA. So far, they have 12 countries and over 40 institutions from around the world have signed up to take part in developing the space. Their objectives are similar: to establish a comprehensive scientific experimental base on the lunar surface. And while there's no requirement for participants to sign up to agreed principles in the same way that Artemis is, the international consortium is expected to play a role in defining objectives, areas of collaboration, but most importantly, they'll also be involved in developing the legal documents which regulate relations. So there will be some kind of requirement around what it means to participate. But it's a pretty ambitious project, the ILRS. It's looking at having a facility built by 2035 in the lunar South Pole, with the second phase aiming to establish a network connecting the moon's South Pole, the equator, and the far side of the moon by 2050. So this is pretty ambitious, But if you are a country that wants to get involved in lunar exploration, these are kind of some really key international opportunities to do so. But just getting back to kind of the UK's international obligations and kind of what are the things that we do and how we position ourselves when it comes to international relations. I'm just going to talk a little bit about launch, because that's obviously something that's quite important to the UK. And I'll start by talking about the missile technology control regime. So this is an example of international cooperation, and some of the things that you sign up to or you agree to are about being part of a like-minded grouping of people or countries that feel the same way that you do about something. Some of it is around posturing, so you're demonstrating to people outside of the club as well that these are your views, and if you want to work with us, these are the things you have to agree to as well. And so the MTCR, or the Missile Technology Control Regime, is kind of one of those things. And for us, having or developing launcher capabilities, being part of the MTCR is quite important. So I'm just going to talk about it briefly here, and then a little bit about the Hague Code of Conduct. So the MTCR is a non-treaty arrangement of 29 states, which seek to prevent the proliferation of missile systems capable of delivering weapons of mass destruction through export controls on complete missiles, as well as the materials and components and technology used in missile systems. So you can imagine a lot of that cuts across launches, right? So, what is a space rocket if not a missile, essentially? And could it be capable of carrying weapons? Of course it could be. It could be capable of carrying anything. So again, this has a very strong implication for us. It looks at missiles with a range of over 300 kilometers. So again, clearly, launching rockets is in scope for that. And the guidelines in the annex form the basis of a case-by-case decision on exports by member states. So we kind of all decide together, and in the absence of an international treaty, which sort of stipulates norms around missile proliferation, it also acts as a coordinator for broader measures to tackle missile proliferation. So that's essentially countries agreeing on steps that they'll take and actions that they'll take around the development of missiles and their export. So essentially, you know, what we've done with this as well is used it to create export laws around movement of missiles and their components in and out of the UK. So that was quite a big one. But then another step that we've taken to join like-minded nations who are wanting to launch responsibly and transparently is to sign up to the Hague Code of Conduct against ballistic missile proliferation. So we just call it the Hague Code of Conduct because that's a little bit shorter. And essentially it's the result of efforts of the international community to regulate the area of ballistic missiles capable of carrying weapons of mass destruction. So it's similar to MTCR and it builds on that. But essentially there's three kind of main things that you have to do to adhere to this code of conduct. And that is provide pre-launch notifications of any intended space launches, and then provide an annual declaration of the launches which actually took place, because there's one thing to say, these are the launches I'm going to do. Then you have to say, these are the launches I actually did. And then as part of kind of confidence building measures, you are also asked to invite international observers to launch sites. So this is, again, just ways of being transparent in how you launch and what you launch. So we're almost getting to the end here, not long to go. The last thing I kind of wanted to talk about is one of the things that I think is probably one of the best examples of international cooperation, and that's the International Space Station. So it's a multi-nation construction project, which is still the largest single structure humans ever put into space, which is just mind-boggling. So I've got a series of pictures up there. The first is top left is 1998. That was the first segment of the ISS that launched. 1998, that's crazy. It feels like the ISS has kind of always been with us, but yeah, in 4 years' time, it'll be 20 years of the ISS. It's just mad. So that's the top left. Top right is about a month later. That was the first module that got launched as well. If we go to the bottom left, that's in 2000. We had the first crew to reside in the station. So that was 2 Russians and an American. And then if you look on the right there, that was the picture taken of the ISS to celebrate the 10-year anniversary in 2010. So, I mean, obviously, this is the largest space station that was ever built. It took 10 years to assemble, and it's maintained in low Earth orbit by a collaboration of 5 space agencies and their contractors. So your 5 space agencies here are NASA, Roscosmos, the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency. And it really is just a result of unprecedented scientific and engineering collaboration. It's just mad. And the space station, it's approximately the size of a football field. It's 4 times as large as the Russian space station, which was built a little while ago. So that's Mir, and 5 times as large as the US Skylab. It's 460 tons, so that's pretty heavy. And it's about 400 kilometers from the Earth's surface and traveling at speeds of roughly 30,000 kilometers an hour. But I think, you know, one of the key things here is here you have collaboration between 2 countries who were clearly at odds with each other. If we go back to the production of the 1967 Treaty on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, that was born from an animosity between Russia and the US or the Soviet Union. And, you know, to get to the stage where they co-own and cohabitate something like the International Space Station is just, it really is a wonderful example of how space has that ability to kind of transcend geopolitics and really kind of reflect the best of humanity. The most common form of collaboration is through scientific research. having research experiments flown by ESA, NASA, or JAXA, all of these kind of improve our understanding of how living and working in space impacts the human body. And if you think of astronauts and kind of what they do in their day-to-day lives on the space station, it is really research for humanity. It benefits all of us. All that research comes back to the world, really, to access and do things with. So it's quite something. There have been more than 3,000 experiments conducted aboard the ISS to date, and they've really helped to sort of provide insights and improve life back on Earth, and also allow us to explore further into the solar system because of what we learn. But yeah, just again, a great example of the power of space to sort of transcend politics. I think just reflecting as well, you know, one of the things that astronauts always talk about is the overview effect. You know, there are no borders from space. And it's really difficult because obviously as nations, we have our own ambitions. We have really strong sort of identities and things like that. But at the same time, this idea that, you know, when you're up there and you're looking down, that those national kind of borders mean less, and you see humanity as a single organism. It's quite cool. Yeah. Anyway, moving on, just to get to kind of the last bit of this talk, I wanted to just go through some of the takeaways from my perspective, and kind of what are the key ingredients as I see them for international collaboration. And again, this is kind of the world according to SJ. So you'll hear different things from different people over the course of this week. So it's up to you kind of what kind of sticks and what resonates with you. So for me, the key ingredients for kind of successful international collaboration is starting with your national context. So having a clear understanding of the challenges that need to be addressed, where there are market opportunities, for example, within the sector, what your national strengths are and capabilities. Without a sound understanding of your national capabilities and what objectives you're trying to achieve, knowing where the gaps are is really difficult. And then partnering or choosing partners to help you fill those gaps becomes more challenging as well. So a key thing is always to really start with your national context and sort of getting a keen understanding of what that is. As you've seen a few times today, listening and learning, that's a really important when it comes to potential partners value. We sometimes hear what we want to hear. So I cannot kind of say it enough. Bring in diverse voices from different organizations, different government departments, whatever, just really making sure that you've thought things through, and that you're really kind of listening and engaging with the partners, either the partners that you want to engage, but also what your sector is telling you, what businesses are saying, what educators are saying they need or they expect from you as well, and really just making sure that that's front and center. And again, remembering that collaboration is a two-way street. It's not just about taking money or, you know, capacity building efforts because they've been offered. It really needs to be about, you know, what can you gain in the context of your national context, and have you really understood what's on offer and what it means, and just going back to that whole thing of learning being a two-way street. The other thing here is common ground. So again, I've said this quite a few times. And for me, I think this is probably one of the most important parts of international collaboration, because even with partners where relations are strained in other areas, finding common ground is still possible and really important. And I think, you know, the International Charter is a great example of that. So finding common ground with countries where we disagree quite regularly on a number of issues, we're still able to find areas where we can agree on what's important. And that is a bit of an art form, finding common ground, but it unlocks a lot of opportunity when you find it. Some countries it's a lot easier, particularly neighbors and countries that have similar sort of cultures or language and things like that. But finding common ground is really important to sort of building momentum and building relationships. Also, joining international forums can really help with that. So things like the European Space Policy Institute, if they're having any events that might be of interest, if there are free courses you can sign up to, getting an opportunity to attend the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. These are all ways that you can find common ground with others. Another key ingredient is just thinking about the fact that collaboration doesn't always have to be about money, that there are financial and non-financial ways to collaborate. So examples like the Disaster Charter and UN Spider, all of these organizations offer free capacity building and training. Being a member of UN COPUOS is free, and it gives you access to a massive international community which is trying to understand the best ways to ensure the peaceful uses of outer space through dialogue and debate. So there are a lot of ways to build relationships that don't cost anything. And it can also be that even where it looks like something might cost money, so for example, collaborations that we've run recently, not all countries were able to match the amount of money that we put into projects, but they were able to offer what we call in-kind contributions. So that could be access to facilities, laboratories, people, resources. So it doesn't always have to be about matching money with money. It can be finding ways through partnerships which see an in-kind contribution. And that also opens up opportunities where things are quite constrained. Frameworks. So understanding your national ambitions will help to identify where it might make sense to align to international treaties, for example, like the Outer Space Treaty or things like the Missile Technology Control Regime, but also sort of ensuring that you have any legal frameworks from a national perspective that might be needed. So things like the Artemis Accords, for example, we've all signed up to those principles, and there are a number of workshops taking place. They started last year, where we're looking at the implementation and creating a framework around that, which kind of says, okay, this is what the principle says, what does it mean in practice? So really having a clear understanding of the frameworks that you're working within can really help to sort of set that international context. And allow for easier collaboration, because again, once you have your frameworks, you can find common ground in new ways. And for me, this is all a virtuous cycle, right? So, the more you do, the more you gain. And kind of, how do you define a virtuous cycle? It's a chain of events in which one desirable occurrence leads to another, which further promotes the first occurrence, and so on, resulting in a continuous process of improvement. So I think, there's a lot to be said for international relations and kind of the international community. Building relationships is a starting point, and collaboration is what comes from that. But relationships for relationships' sake as well is probably something I should have included in here as well. But all of these elements that I've put in this slide will help you to build relationships with different countries and different individuals, which will ultimately help when it comes to identifying opportunities to collaborate and also kind of understanding what the terms of that collaboration might look like. And I think that brings me to the end. So
Thank you. So our thanks go out to the UK Space Agency and to ASLI for that presentation. So we're moving on swiftly to our next presentation, which will be from Asteroid Day Foundation, and I'll allow them to do the introduction in the course of their presentation.
Welcome to this new session hosted by the Luxembourg Asteroid Foundation. I would like to thank you all for joining us. My name is Maud Maroki. I am the program manager of the Asteroid Foundation. We have the privilege of having Slava Turishev and Kyle Asierno with us today. Slava is an astrophysicist at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California Institution of Technology, and professor at the Physics and Astronomy Department at the University of California, Los Angeles. His primary research areas include gravitational and fundamental physics in space, research in relativistic astrophysics, astronomy, and planetary science. He's an expert in high precision spacecraft navigation, solar system dynamics, satellite and lunar laser ranging astronomy, and related technology efforts. Kyle is an international expert in commercial space and specialized in exploration. Over the past decade, he has developed broad knowledge extending into space science, biotech, engineering, law, policy, finance, management, and business development. As an international speaker, Kyle has presented at hundreds of conferences worldwide. He's a board member of numerous working groups, both commercial and technical, and regularly contributes to legal debate, presenting at the United Nations and at a national level in Europe and North America. Kyle is the board director of the World Space Week, the organization we are celebrating today. Thank you both for joining us. And today we will be discussing career in space, focusing on the skills and talent required to succeed in this evolving sector. We will explore how the next generation of professionals can contribute to the future of the space exploration. And we will start, to begin the discussion, we will watch a short video. Here. Oh, let me just share the sound as well.
Let's take a look at space. From the thrill of stargazing to the excitement of exploration, space has always captivated our imagination. Moon, Mars, stars, and galaxies. Space inspires us to explore the unknown and go beyond our limits and horizons. And guess what? Space will drive us further. It's no longer just a distant dream. Space is real, it's out there, we discover it, we explore it, and it's full of opportunities. We leverage space technologies and expertise for making the best of our planet. Space is here, down to Earth, every day. In your pocket, in your hand. Every time you connect to the internet, chat with friends, or use your GPS, you're tapping into the power of space. Space technologies observe and help protect our planet, ensure our security, drive our cars, track biodiversity, and assist us fight climate change. Space technologies transform our economies and societies, drive innovation, create new markets, develop cutting-edge products, and disruptive business models. Space is ready. Are you ready? Last summer in Luxembourg, several dozen young people were given the chance to become an astronaut for a day. They went on a flight into no or low gravity zones and got a glimpse of what it feels like to explore space. The journey was supported by the Luxembourg Space Agency as a powerful symbol for all the opportunities that space can offer to young people. From research to business, from academia to politics, from startups to industrial heavyweights, Luxembourg is supporting and funding space entrepreneurs and their ideas. We have scientists and engineers in our labs, experts working on new and super secure solutions. We have teachers to show and prove the limitless possibilities of space. Luxembourg is at the heart of the space revolution. Space is calling. Luxembourg is calling. This is your invitation. Come and join our journey. Let's explore together, break barriers, and reach new frontiers. Become a space professional. Luxembourg, there's space for you.
Well, from that video, I would like to know what inspired you to pursue a career in the space sector. Maybe Slava, you could start.
Well, it's very nice to be here. So I love the video. Video actually represents very well what actually brought me into space career. Look, I was born in a small mining town up in the mountains of Siberia, and so I still remember me being like 6 years old when my parents took me to those mountains, and at night you see stars. And the stars were so close. And of course, the question was, are we alone? And so what is out there beyond the atmosphere of our planet? That was the beginning. So then I have started building a lot of rockets myself. The largest rocket I built at age 14 was 2 meters, 5 centimeters. It had 2 stages. I had to build my own propellant. I had to develop different instruments that were flown on that vehicle. And there was a little passenger on that vehicle, a little mouse. So it was the beginning of me getting into the space industry. And the rocket flew successfully. It actually parachute deployed. Everything was wonderful. But then fast forward in about, I would say, 10 years after that, with me getting a PhD in astrophysics, I went to NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And since then, I've worked on almost 57 missions. My spacecraft have flown between everywhere in the solar system, starting from Mercury all the way to Pluto and beyond. So the largest distance covered by the Voyager 1, this spacecraft now is traveling outside the solar system at the distance of roughly 117 times larger than the distance between the Sun and the Earth. And we still communicate with this vehicle. And so this is the first step humanity actually makes into the universe. This is the most distant spacecraft. And with me looking at what we have accomplished for the last, I would say, 50 years, that is amazing. Because when I was a child, going into space was a dream only for professional cosmonauts or astronauts. Now space is reality. I know that I was building those rockets from materials available to me pretty much from everywhere where I can get access to those. Today, students can fly rockets to space. Recently, there was a flight made by a rocket flight made by students here in the University of Southern California, and that the rocket flew all the way to 107 kilometers in space. So basically, students can fly rockets. Not only that, students in university can now fly rockets and spacecraft in space. They routinely operate small sats. So space became very, very close to us for students, for academia, and the industry. Look what happened for the last, I would say, 25 years. Since we have we are witnessing the revolution in spacecraft development. Those spacecraft used to be weighing hundreds of kilograms. Now they're very little, they're small, and they're very capable. With the 6 U-CubeSats, we have flown together with a lander on Mars called InSight. InSight lander was flying together with 2 tiny spacecraft, Marco 1 and Marco 2. Those tiny spacecraft were able to communicate with Earth directly, providing information on the entry, descent, and landing of InSight. So it's getting very accessible. The cost of accessing to space, it's dropped significantly. Now students in universities can touch space, can work in space, can develop a lot of interesting applications. So this is something very exciting. So my interest looking in the universe and trying to understand what is out there, how universe actually was born, what was there before the Big Bang, and what is life in the universe. Now the same questions are driving generations of young researchers and young industrialists. This is amazing what is happening, and I'm truly impressed with the capabilities and abilities and opportunities that are open for the young generation of researchers. In that video, you have shown kids have been flying in parabolic flight. This is amazing. So this is how they touch space. So that's my story.
All right, thank you. Well, what about you, Kyle? What inspired you?
That's truly impressive, Slava, and I'm kind of similar. I also grew up in a small mining town, except in Canada, not too far from Siberia, just across the ocean.
I love this.
Yeah. I was inspired to get into space at an older age, actually. I was also born in a mining town, and we used a lot of resources in Canada. Most of the industry is based upon extraction of resources from the planet. And I was looking for an opportunity to make an impact by potentially gathering resources from off-planet. So I was looking for opportunities to extract resources, first starting with the moon. I joined a company called iSpace, where we developed one of the first commercial lunar landers to go to another planetary body. Unfortunately, that lander crashed. I don't think we've been as successful as Slava, but it was a good opportunity and for me inspiring to see that commercial companies can also play a role in exploration and potentially also in solving this problem of resource scarcity on Earth. Today, I continue to be inspired by what I see. I personally live in Luxembourg. I've had a chance to talk with some of those kids that flew on that flight and see how they were changed by it. And now I think that in addition to resources, science is also a big opportunity for us in space. And I'm now dedicating my time to exploring how microgravity can be used for drug discovery, which I think is going to be another important application as we learn more about how microgravity impacts drugs, but also as astronauts and other cosmonauts and taikonauts want to go further into the solar system.
Great, great. Thank you. Well, from what inspired you, staying back in time, I would love to know, well, looking back at your own career path, what one challenge you faced early on and how did you overcome it during maybe your studies or early on in your career?
Let me begin by saying that back then, access to space was given to professionals who had this luxury of thinking and working in the environment that were created by the governments to work on the space exploration. And so, but that was, I guess, one of the fundamental barriers for many of the youngsters to get into this into this area, because you need to be part of the program that would be run by government, and essentially that was the challenges we had to overcome. In my case, back in university, I got exposed to the cosmonaut training back in Soviet Union. It was very exciting to see the Buran, the Russian shuttle, being developed. But later on, you don't have those boundaries. Today, if you want to go to do something in space, you will be able to find a good team and or start your own company. And as Kyle mentioned, there is a lot of commercial opportunities for graduates of universities to start their own company and start develop different interesting offerings. For example, communication, imaging, multispectral imaging, providing information about the behavior of our planet, ecosystems, the food monitoring. There is a lot of interesting opportunities where you can be very well helping the environment and helping the society to survive the global warming, the sort of try to make sure that we are not wasting the environment on our planet. So there is a lot of opportunities now. And so the challenges that we used to have are no longer applicable. So it's wonderful. There may be different challenges. Now you have to choose your path. And so the challenge is making the decision, where would you like to go? But I would love to have those challenges. They're wonderful to have.
All right. What about you, Kyle? A challenge you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I think one of the early challenges, and maybe Slava faced something like this similarly, but the industry in Canada was relatively small, especially the lunar industry, which I wanted to go into. So I did not have an American green card or passport at that time, and most of the work on the moon was either being done by scientists or engineers or American people, and it was a big challenge because I don't have a technical degree and I didn't have the right passport. But as Slava said, there's been dramatic changes to the industry, and I was given the opportunity to go to the International Space University, which is located in Strasbourg, France. And one of the values of the International Space University is the importance of multidisciplinary studies. And what I see now, as Slava did mention, that some of those challenges aren't there anymore, is that space is not just a place for engineers anymore or scientists. It's a place that really needs people of all backgrounds, whether you are a lawyer or good at doing term sheets or have a great understanding of how to organize an office. There's tons of opportunities for everybody to get into this industry. And it's not also just the United States, which has a burgeoning space economy, commercial economy. Here in Luxembourg, we struggle to find people. There are tons of jobs available for all sorts of different people, which means that there's just more and more opportunities to find work in a place that you would like to live. Even if you have a different kind of passport or you come from a different part of the world, there's going to be a place for you in space.
Great, great, thank you. Well, I see you both were talking about the different, now there's more opportunities, but just also there's different, you can work in different organizations like the institution, NASA, ESA, university as research, but you have the private companies as well. How do you see the collaboration between the institution and the private companies? Because you are both, Kyle is more, we have a career in private companies, and you, Slava, more into NASA and the university. So how do you see the collaboration between those two part of the sector, of the same space sector?
This is amazing transformation that is happening as we speak. Essentially, being here in Southern California, I've witnessed the development of commercial space industry. Here in Mojave Desert, I saw first flights done by Scaled Composites. And so Scaled Composites are the company that actually led to construction of Virgin Galactic, the company run by Richard Branson. And in addition to that, there are plenty of other companies here. Of course, SpaceX started in Southern California. Now Blue Origin, also part of Blue Origin, is here. There are plenty of opportunities here in Southern California. But the whole thing started when NASA decided that it's too difficult to implement the program and the vision that the space agency wanted to achieve. And back then, in early 90s, in early 2000s, so when NASA lost independent access to space, when shuttle program was retired in 2011, so the decision was made to solve those supply challenges by engaging with private industry. And so this collaboration led to establishment very healthy relationship with multiple companies. And so this collaboration led to establishing companies like, as I mentioned, SpaceX, Blue Origin, helped to develop launch capabilities and delivery of astronauts to space station. In addition to that, you see a lot of new companies like Firefly, like Astrobotics, like a lot of different companies. And so this is very healthy relationship. And NASA is delegating some of the services or buying services from space industry now, especially as it's relevant to a low Earth orbit. So that allows NASA to sort of redistribute the funding available to address other problems like lunar exploration, like going to Mars, exploring solar system. So this is a very healthy collaboration that is we are witnessing that ongoing development of space industry, and because of that we will be able to explore more, to see more, and so this is a very healthy relationship.
Great. Well, Kyle, how do you see the role of startups and private companies shaping the future of space exploration?
Yeah, I think we're really standing on the shoulders of giants, as Slava, initially explained. We are now taking over some of the tasks of the larger space industries. So there's more and more
opportunities for private and startups to work on big projects for some of the agencies which have the larger budgets. I think that what I've seen, at least in the startup world, is that generally it attracts a type of person that really wants to make an impact. And they want to do so not following the traditional route. So I think that startups are able to potentially break some rules and not be afraid to fail. I feel like that sort of mentality has done two things. It's allowed a little bit more risk into the industry, which I think is necessary. The missions that Slava has been a part of, they're incredible. And unfortunately, I don't think that the commercial industry has seen that kind of success yet. But we also haven't spent the amount of money that has been spent, nor do we have the experience. So I think in the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to see a lot more startups be successful, even in doing exploration campaigns, thereby allowing scientists from, let's say, larger institutes to just do more science and achieve more results. I think that's one of the big roles that the startup world can play. But what we're also seeing is that, exploration isn't now just done under agencies. There are a number of companies, some of which Slava mentioned, who have their own vision of what they want to do in space, and they're going to develop their own technology, and they're going to do their own thing with their own private customers. So I think that that itself is very different, and it really comes back to the early days of exploration when it wasn't just led by the crown, but then it was explorers themselves who were going off by themselves to find new lands for their family, to find new sources of treasure or value in different parts of the world, but now that also could extend to space. So I think in the next 50 years, we're going to see some new pioneers extend their wishes to the moon and maybe even to Mars.
All right, thanks. Well, you had highlighted some skills and mindset, I would say. So Slava, what the skills, or do you agree with what the skills and the mindset Kyle told us before? For you, what skills and mindset do you believe are the most important ones for the young people?
It's a very good question about the skills. And what I see now, people with different skills are here present in space industry. Really, it's not about the skills anymore. It's about being interested in contributing to the civilization. And so space is becoming the basic or sort of the backbone of the infrastructure economy on Earth. So for us, for people who are interested to help to sustain the environment on this planet, people will find with their places in space industry with various skills. It's not really only STEM. It's not only mathematics and physics. People with very different backgrounds finding their places in space industry. So it's not about. Of course, you will have a better understanding what's going on in the space industry if you've been exposed to engineering skills. But as I mentioned, and Kyle highlighted that pretty much any background, any type of profession is now represented in space industry one way or another. So it's no longer only mathematics and physics.
All right. So do you agree, Kyle? Do you want to add anything on that same question?
No, 100% agree. I think the skills, as we talked about before, has expanded dramatically because there just needs a lot more types of people to contribute to this industry, which is also growing rapidly. So for those of you that are potentially interested in a career in space, I think that it is, and of course I'm biased, but it is one of the most exciting sectors. The jobs are very well paid for the most part, and it's extremely exciting. There's been fundamental breakthroughs on all sides of the equation on a daily basis. So I'm really privileged to have a career in this industry for over 10 years and in different parts of the industry, from spacecraft to robotics and now biotech. So it really allows you to explore all sorts of different topics while also, as Slava pointed out, trying to address some of the big issues that we have here on Earth.
All
And
right.
maybe just maybe a few things. It connects back in my personal career. It connects back to my being 6 years old. The wow moment when I see the universe. It's still the pioneering spirit that space industry now brings to our life. So basically, if you are doing something in space, you're doing this either for the first time or for the second time. It's really a place where you can make the difference. And if you see the tracks of your rover on the moon or on Mars, that's impressive. It's the first ever steps that humanity makes outside the planet. That's what this career brings you. So it's excitement and being a pioneer of exploring solar system in the universe.
All right. So my next question is for both of you. What excites you the most about the future of the space industry? So what is your next the next one, the next event you're waiting for?
In my case, I guess I'm waiting for people to get routine access to space. So now flying to a low Earth orbit, becoming, prerogative of, it's not a professional cosmonaut or astronaut. People can fly to space. And I'd like to see when the cost of accessing to space reduced drastically so that many of us will be able to fly there. So flying to space would be wonderful and see the planet from low Earth orbit and just fall in love with this planet again. I think that will be amazing when each of us will be able to see this tiny atmosphere that this planet has and how beautiful the planet is from space. We will all love the planet, will preserve it, and try to make sure that life on this planet will continue. I think this will be important impact for the whole civilization.
100% agree, and just want to add to that because what I think is needed in order for the entire space economy to grow is a permanent presence in low Earth orbit, but not just the presence of astronauts doing scientific experiments. I mean, actual commercial activities being conducted. This is why we're now very much focused on biotech and pharmaceutical industry, because I think that that's going to be the next big thing, which is going to not only attract more investment, but then require more people to be doing work in space, which is going to buy more services from all of these new companies which are being developed. That itself, just growing that market, allowing more people to make breakthroughs in space, really see the use of space, be totally inspired by looking down at the Earth. That's going to contribute, I think, to the next big step, which is going beyond low Earth orbit towards the moon, towards Mars, and deeper into the solar system. So I'm really excited about LEO and all the things that can be done there.
Great. I just wanted to go back before we still have a little bit of time, but Kyle, at the beginning you were talking about the opportunities in this sector. There's many opportunities. So maybe we could explain a little bit more that you were saying it's not just there's job for everyone, not just for engineer, as you said you don't have a technical background. So maybe could we explain a little bit more what we could do in the space sector? I know, well, for the Asteroid Foundation, I'm more on the communication and educational side, but maybe can you tell us a little bit more about you on the private sector? There's the business development. Could you maybe elaborate it a little bit more about the different opportunities that we could find?
Everything that a normal company requires, a space company now requires. So in my career, which is only 10 years, I've hired over 100 people. And those people have been through from all sectors, from executive assistants to operations, from business development to communications, marketing, consulting, PR, all the way to every single engineer which you can imagine, and now even different types of researchers, biotechnology researchers, so people who understand how to differentiate stem cells. That's something that was solely done on Earth, and now it's also being done in space. And that's just my industry. You know, you can imagine in other industries that are focused more on connectivity, quantum mechanics, which I see more and more about, and not to mention the ton of people which have made some of those missions that Slava has successfully conducted just an incredible amount of opportunities exist today and are going to continue to exist. I'll just mention one other thing for those finance people out there. The space economy is continuing to grow dramatically, which means that there's a huge demand for people who understand how to do business in space and how to finance space companies, how to bring those companies venture capital, and then eventually bring them public to bring money back to the shareholders. I think that is something where you can see the breadth of skills which is required is really from A to Z.
All right.
And maybe in addition, you will see very unusual professions in space. So you know that there was recently made a movie in space. So we will see more of those films will be made in space very soon. There will be more acting, more broadcasting, marketing. There will be a lot of interesting communication. It's those professions that usually are on Earth-based. You will see them in space as well because it is a global market. And so economy will be, the space economy actually motivates and stimulates this development. So pretty much every profession will be, and already most of them are represented in space.
Yeah, there was the one famous Japanese billionaire who did the Dear Moon contest and with
Maezawa, right?
Yeah, Maezawa-san. He, as you know, recruited artists, DJs, painters, photographers to really also emphasize and explore and encourage people in the humanities to write songs and poems about space. I still think that's unfortunately that mission was delayed or canceled for now, but their time will come.
I was in Baikonur when his crew was landing.
Oh,
And
cool.
so I saw first impression of this businessman who just came back from a space station on the planet. He was totally at awe with what he had seen. And it was an amazing transformation for him personally.
Great. Well, we are running out of time. Our next speaker will join us very soon. Maybe we could finish with both of you saying, I don't know, one sentence for the student and young professional listening to us who are thinking about choosing the space sector, but are not quite sure. What would you tell them? Well, the floor is yours. What would you tell them right now to join you on this journey?
For the first time in the humanity's history, we have the gate to space, to universe wide open. Make that first step. It's an exciting path opens for you. Do this.
I would absolutely agree and complement what Slava said by encouraging people to study, make sure that you have a solid understanding of where you want to contribute, and then do your best to get involved in organizations like the World Space Week, the Space Generation Advisory Council, your local rocket group in order to learn some skills, expand your network, and then eventually make the jump into our industry. There is a severe need for talent. There is a severe need to get more people in our industry. So we're waiting for you and looking forward to working with you one day soon.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Slava. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us today and sharing all those, your career and advice for the audience today. Thank you so much. And now we are waiting for Patrick Michel, our next speakers.
Excellent. Very nice to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm really happy to introduce our next guest. Dr. Patrick Michel is an international expert of asteroid born in the famous village Saint-Tropez, France. He's a director of research at the French Scientist Research National Center at the Lagrange Laboratory of the Côte d'Azur Observatory in Nice, and a global fellow at the University of Tokyo. With more than 240 publications in international peer-reviewed journal, he developed numerical simulation of impact process between asteroid between asteroids of the surface and interior in the low gravity environment. He's the principal investigator of the ESA Hera mission launched in October 2024, very soon, which contributes to the first asteroid deflection test with the NASA DART mission by investigating the binary asteroid target and the impact outcome of the DART spacecraft in the great details. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us today. But before we move on to the subject we decided to cover today, which is Hera mission, I would like to ask you a specific question on that I asked all speakers before. We discussed career in the space sector. So since you had such impactful career in the field, what inspired you to pursue in that sector, and what advice would you give to those looking to follow a similar path?
Yeah, thank you very much. So what inspires me is the possibility to discover new things. And it's effectively a feeling that cannot be described when you launch a spacecraft, for instance, and you go to an unknown world for which you have only very limited data from the Earth. And then you get the first images of this world in real. And that's absolutely fantastic. This is why very rapidly in my career, so I have an engineering background in space techniques, and I have a PhD in astrophysics. And I was interested in the formation of the solar system, the formation of the Earth, the origin of life, and also how to protect the Earth from anything. And asteroids are a great tool because they contain the memory of the original composition of the solar system. They played a role in the origin of life, and they are also, some of them represent a threat. So we have to be able to protect our life against an impact. So there are many reasons that motivated me to study them. And effectively, when we do a space mission to an asteroid, because we have only a very limited amount of data from the Earth, from the ground, then it's always an amazing feeling when you get the real image of the asteroid, which until now has nothing to do with what we expected. So this is the motivation, is really the fact that the great feeling to discover a new thing and contribute to the global understanding of our universe and our origin.
Okay, great, thank you. And what would be your advice for those who would like to follow this path as well?
Yeah, so that's very important. My advice, based on my experience actually, is that if you want to make great discoveries, or even not being so ambitious, just succeed in a project, you sometimes, and most often actually, have to accept the concept of long term. We live in a period where many people get excited because they have many likes on Instagram, which are very rapid to get, but that's not success. Succeeding something very important is accepting a lot of effort, most often on the long term. During this path, accepting also some failures, which by the way are not a problem if you are able to learn from them. And also accept that you cannot by yourself alone do everything and be surrounded by people with whom you like to work, who have the same passion, the same perseverance. And if you have all these together, you can tackle amazing challenges. And the mission we're going to talk about is exactly a great example, because it took 20 years to eventually get to the launch. And it could have taken less if we didn't have failures on the way. But these failures did not stop us. And naturally, we learn from them. So to the young people, I would say, don't be scared or don't be blocked by your fear. Accept that if you want to do something, you may fail temporarily. And if you learn from the failure, you can go even further. So it's a sense of a humility. We are not perfect. We cannot succeed everything in one shot. And we have to accept that that can be a long way, but eventually that can succeed.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. It was really nice. So moving on to that mission that you started talking about. So can you give us, we all discussed the Hera mission that will be launched very soon, I guess. Can you give us an overview of the mission and its primary objectives?
Yes, so the Hera mission at the European Space Agency takes place in the framework of what we call planetary defense, which is having capabilities to protect ourselves from an impact of an asteroid. And there are different steps that we need to do. We need to be able to predict an impact, and we also need to prevent an impact, to be able to prevent an impact. So to have mitigation strategies. So now we have many mitigation strategies that seem to work on paper, but in fact, we know, and I'm a theorist initially, that there is a difference between theory and practice. And so we need to validate in real a deflection technique if we want to make sure it works. And so Hera is actually a mission that goes together with another mission called the DART mission by NASA, which already performed with very high success a deflection of a small asteroid by making an impact of a spacecraft of about 580 kilograms at 6 kilometers per second, which is about 24,000 kilometers per hour, on a small asteroid of 150 meters. And that was a success. And we also know that the trajectory was deflected by this impact. Now, the problem is that we don't know exactly the final outcome of this test and its efficiency. So Hera is a sort of a detective that goes back to this site to investigate what happened. Did we leave a crater on this small asteroid? Did we totally reshape it? Both possibilities exist. How effective was the deflection? And what are the characteristics of this asteroid, including internally for the first time? So that we can validate the numerical simulations of impact that need to be able to reproduce what happened in order to be validated at the correct scale and be used for other scenarios. So Hera is really exactly the detective that go back and really investigate, tell us about everything, so that we remove all the unknown that we'll still have despite the success of the DART mission.
Okay, well, you cover more than one question that I have, so it's great. That's well. Going back in time, before you said it took you 20 years, the mission started 20 years. So can you give us, maybe tell us what happened during those 20 years?
Okay, so not in 20 years, but in a few minutes, I will tell you what happened.
Yeah, not in 20
So
years.
I will make some shortcuts. So effectively, 20 years ago, exactly 20 years ago, in 2004, the European Space Agency invited 6 experts, and I had the honor to be one of them, to form what we call the Near Earth Object Mission Advisory Panel. It was a panel that was tasked to give priorities to the agencies to be able to protect ourselves from the risk of an impact. And there were studies by industries about missions that could help us toward this goal. And one of the study was called Don Quixote, which was inspired by a professor in the University of Pisa in Italy called Andrea Milani. And the concept was to send 2 spacecraft, one making an impact, the other one observing the outcome of the impact, which eventually led to DART and Hera. So at ESA, it was studied until 2007 on paper, but there was no money or program devoted to this topic in Europe, and therefore it was put in a desk for future use, maybe. And because it was really a great idea and often cited in all the reports on planetary defense, we were still trying to see how to implement it. And it's during the Planetary Defense Conference in Bucharest in 2011. So Planetary Defense Conference is a conference that occurs every 2 years where all the experts gather together to discuss the advances in this field. And we discussed with some American colleagues to see how we could make a rebirth of Don Quixote, but this time maybe sharing the effort between 2 agencies, NASA and ESA. And this is what we did. But initially, the proposal was to have a mission in Europe called AIM for Asteroid Impact Mission, with a mission called in the US DART. And AIM was the orbiter that was supposed to arrive before DART on Didymos, investigate its properties, go at distance, let DART impact, and then come back to measure the outcome. And that's what we proposed at the the ESA Council at ministerial level. So ESA, the ministers of the countries contributing to ESA meet every 3 years. And this is where they discussed the money, basically. So at the Council of 2016, we proposed this AIM mission, but it was not approved because we lacked some part of the funding that was needed. So we almost decided to give up, but we were thinking it's stupid because DART is going. We knew at that time that DART would fly, and we need an orbiter to understand what happened. So we studied again a concept which was optimized from the AIM-1, and even better probably, and it was reproposed in 2019, so 3 years later, and this time approved. Now, the consequence was that by the delay of the approval, we could not launch with DART, be there at the same time, and therefore we launched in 2024 and arrive 4 years after the impact, which, by the way, has no consequence on what we want to measure. We want to measure the outcome of the impact, and this outcome doesn't change after 4 years. In space, nothing happened in 4 years. So we lose the instantaneity with DART, but we can make the measurement. So that's why it took 20 years. It didn't take 20 years to implement the mission and to develop it. It took 20 years because we had to find the funding. And in fact, I would say that given the fact that Hera was approved only in 2019, it was a very fast implementation. Only 4 years to launch. So the project team at the European Space Agency, the industries, OHB in Germany, and all the consortium, even the two other companies developing the CubeSat, maybe we'll talk about that, GomSpace, Luxembourg, Sweden, and TVAC in Italy, worked like hell to be able to construct a mission only in 5 years, which in the space business, for such a complex mission, is nothing. So that's why we have the 20 years.
Yeah, so going back to the link between the institution and the private organization such as GomSpace or TWORK, how was the work between the institution and the private sector as well?
Yeah, so Hera is a mission that includes one main spacecraft, 1.2 tons, so heavy.
Quite heavy.
Yes, quite heavy. But for the first time, we go in deep space and explore a small body with a main spacecraft which has on board 2 CubeSats, like shoebox satellites with their own solar panel and own propulsion that will be deployed close to the asteroid and make their own close proximity operations, which is fantastic because the first time that we have a multi-satellite mission to a small body. And therefore, effectively, that allowed us to have on board, companies that are used to do big spacecraft like OHB, but also companies that are used to do this kind of CubeSats, which for now have been done essentially for Earth observations, at least in these companies. And they have the opportunity to also get skills to develop this kind of satellites for deep space exploration. So the good thing is that, which is not usual, by the way, in the space mission in Europe, we are a sort of integrated team where the scientists discuss directly with those companies to give them their science requirements, to also explain why we do this. Very often there is a sort of frontier between the industry during their technological development and the scientists who have their science goals. And we don't know what the industry do, and they don't know why we do it. But this time we decided to even do some lunch seminars to the industry to explain the science we want to do. And I think that because of that, we understand better each other, better the requirements, and therefore we can implement faster also, because we have a fast communication between all the partners. And I think this is good because when you have a main spacecraft and 2 CubeSats, you can give to the CubeSats the most risky operations because they are effectively cheaper than the main spacecraft. So it allows us to have a combination of risky operations and safer ones, guaranteeing some measurements. And I think this is a new approach that we need to use more regularly, because it also allows us to involve industries that normally do not go in deep space. And they have the opportunity to come with us and train with this kind of CubeSats that we can try to land. This is what we will try to do with Hera. You can see behind me the main spacecraft and the 2 CubeSats. And one of them is planned to land on Dimorphos. That will be the first time we land on such a small asteroid, only 150 meters in diameter. It may bounce, we will measure how it will bounce, etc. So there are a lot of experiments that you can do with this CubeSat that you will not decide to do with the main spacecraft that you want to keep safe, so that it can make some measurements. So that's good, because that's really a great interaction between the private sector that developed the spacecraft and the institutions, like even ESA is an institution, and the science institutions that are involved in the mission.
All right, thank you. I know that the Hera mission is planned to be launched very soon, in few days. What are the next key steps? Yes, let's cross fingers. What are the next key steps for the mission, and what will be the team what will the team be focusing on for the following the launch?
Yeah, so the next milestones are, so first there is a phase of commissioning and the first calibration of the instrument by observing the Earth and the Moon. Won't be as impressive as what the JUICE mission did. But then in March 2025, there is a flyby of Mars, during which the instrument will point on Mars full field of view and observe it to calibrate them in flight. So the science team is currently preparing all the pipelines for the data to come back and the calibration in flight of the instrument during the cruise. So space is hard, so we are always busy. We have an amazing team, I must say. All super motivated. It's really amazing, and they will be very busy with this calibration of the instrument. The amazing thing is that pushed by a colleague from Japan, Seiji Sugita, who is involved in the board of Hera, we found a way, and that was approved by the operation team of ESA, which is also superb in Darmstadt. We found a way that when we observe Mars, in the field of view of Mars, the second moon of Mars, called Deimos, will come by. And therefore, we'll be able to observe Deimos and maybe a phase of it that we never saw. So although it's for calibration and also using the attraction of Mars to accelerate, we may do some science by having images of Deimos like we never saw it, which could be also a great opportunity for a synergy with two other missions. One is the HOPE mission by the United Arab Emirates, who observed also Deimos, and then the MMX mission by JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, that will be launched in 2026 to make a Phobos sample return. So Phobos is the other moon of Mars, but on the way back to Earth, we'll do some flybys of Deimos. So given what we will observe and what the HOPE mission observed, the flybys by MMX may be, so that all the data are complementary. So that's in March 2025. And then after that, we have a cruise phase that will lead us to October 2026. Okay. So 1 year and a half later, where we will start the approach phase of Didymos and Dimorphos, so that we can start the close proximity operations by the end of December 2026 for 6 months.
Okay. Oh.
So
yes,
busy with all these calibrations and also getting prepared to the approach of Didymos, noting that we will keep observing Didymos from the ground by the telescopes and try to better understand whether the shape of Dimorphos was changed by the impact, what is the rotation state, all the data that we would like to have. I mean, it would be good to have to best prepare the close proximity operations.
All right. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our session is coming to an end. So thank you so much, Patrick, for sharing all this valuable information with us about the mission. I know that you share a lot on your social media as well about the mission. So I invite everyone to follow you on Instagram and LinkedIn. Maybe you have other social media that you share a lot, but we do follow you there, and we know that you share a lot and valuable information. So we wish you all the best and a successful launch, for singers. And it was a pleasure to having you. And I would like as well to thanks everyone who has joined us today. And thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Asteroid Day Foundation. And we are going to be moving very swiftly along to the next panel, which is on using space data for climate, business, and innovation. So I'm going to hand over to the moderator, Ms. Hannah. So I'll let you do all the introductions because of the time.
Okay. Hello and welcome to the panel. As Alma already mentioned, using space data to combat climate change, opportunities for business and innovation. My name is Hanna Siemaszko and I'll be your moderator today. And I have a very big honor to introduce you to all our panelists today. So we have here on board Michael Ailes, General Manager of Weather and Earth Intelligence at Spire Global. We have Mike Gauthier, Climate Intelligence Senior Manager at Lockheed Martin Corporation. We have Andrei Nongierma, Chief Geospatial Information Management Section, UN Economic Commission for Africa. Kelly Kiedis-Ogbon, Vice President at Space Foundation, Space Commerce and Entrepreneurship. And Matteo Madi, Managing Director, Sirin Orbital Systems AG, the winner of World Space Week Leading Innovation in Space Award. So congratulations, Matteo, to you as well once again. Thank you so much for coming to the panel. Just a little bit of an introduction so you know how it will go. First of all, we will have presentations from all our panelists. After that, I will have a few questions and you can already start thinking about your questions because at the very end, the last 10 minutes, we want to devote to the questions from the audience, of course. And without further ado, we start with Michael Ailes and his presentation.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes,
Can you hear
can.
me?
It's not in presentation mode, but we can see it, yes.
I'll try to go there. Sometimes that messes it up. Does it work now?
Still, we can just see the screen rather than the presentation mode.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, now it's perfect.
I'm fine? Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning from the United States, like I am. I'm in Boulder, Colorado. I'm Weather and Climate GM at Spire. And I want to do a very quick introduction to Spire and how we think about how we improve life on Earth from space, right? And, Spire's global mission is basically we improve life on Earth from space. And the organization, now I can't change it. There we go. So our business unit thinks about our core mission in life is to help businesses navigate and thrive in a changing climate. And in two ways. One is as climate change causes more severe weather, more hazardous events, more droughts, more fires, more bigger hurricanes, all those kinds of things. We want to manage the impact, help them manage the impacts of climate change. And of course, we want to support all the green initiatives, helping ships get across the ocean more efficiently so they can save fuel, helping renewable energy, people manage their assets better, and all those kinds of things. And so just quickly, a little background on Spire. Spire is a publicly traded company. Went public about 3 years ago. We have a fully deployed constellation that of over 100 satellites. It covers the Earth about 100 times a day at all locations. We have our own network of ground stations, antenna systems. We've launched over 35 campaigns on 10 different launch vehicles. We're global. We have 400 employees, 9 offices across 3 continents, and about 750 customers at this point. So been around doing a lot of great stuff. And we do things across many components. Besides my business, which is weather and climate, we also track every ship on the ocean, basically. We track aviation with our satellite constellation. Besides weather and climate, we help other companies launch into space. So our space services business is helping other businesses launch into space. And then finally, more recently, we've launched a radio frequency intelligence and geolocation, so we can actually track ships and other things that do not want to be seen using our constellation, which is a really exciting new area for us. So very quickly, because we only have 5 minutes in the beginning here, but I just want to touch base and show you that we have this constellation of listening satellites, and we listen to the GPS, GNSS satellites. And as the beams go through the Earth, bounce off the Earth, we can measure soil moisture, sea ice, and ocean winds. As it goes through the atmosphere, we can actually measure the atmospheric profile of temperature and humidity. And if it goes through the ionosphere, we can actually measure some space, so TEC, basically total electron content. And we utilize that data then in many ways. And one of those ways on the weather side is to create much better forecasts for our clients. And so thinking of, we do very high res, short range forecasts out to 6 days. Right now we have solutions over CONUS in Europe. We do a global model that runs out to 15 days. And we're in the process, and we'll launch in the next, we're about a month out now from launching a 45-day forecast, utilizing all that great data that I showed and bring it into an AI model that goes out much longer in time. So helping people think through what's going to happen all the way out in subseasonal timeframes up to 45 days. So we think it from the climate perspective, how do we help businesses navigate and thrive in a climate change? One, we're helping create better public forecasts. We take all this data, calibrate it, show how it can be used in models, and then work with NOAA, ECMWF, UK MetSat, a bunch of different groups, and provide that data to them to create better public forecasts. And the data that I showed, the RO data, for example, is shown to create significantly better forecasts. So we're helping the public agencies create better forecasts. We do a lot of work in the supply chain and utilities industries. So helping big hurricanes, for example, big hurricane that just came in, Helene, in the United States, helping our customers in the utility space and others get prepared for it, help for preparedness, help for helping to restore afterwards, those kinds of things, helping big supply chains as they get more and more complex, thinking through that. And then finally, the financial markets. The financial markets are big risk. There's big risk there, but there's also, that's how we mitigate risk, is through the financial markets and renewable energy as it's becoming bigger and bigger part of the electricity grids and other things. Understanding and forecasting that's a really important part of what we do. So that's my quick snippet about Spire and what we do to help use space data to create value on Earth in the climate space.
Thank you very much, Michael. That really was a quick snippet. I'm very impressed that you're keeping the time. So as it is a very good example, let's move on to the other panelist. No pressure, Mike, but let's see what you have to present us on Lockheed Martin and space data and everything in between. Mike, you're on mute, unfortunately.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now you can hear me, right? Thanks. It's an honor to be here today. I too am in the United States. I'm in Florida, so good morning, afternoon, and good evening. So I'll talk to you a bit about Lockheed Martin and what we're doing in this space. So thank you very much. So the Lockheed Martin Weather and Earth Science, which is where our climate intelligence efforts reside, sit within commercial civil space within Lockheed Martin's space company. We have different segments within our line of business, within which we innovate right across the board to benefit humanity. So in addition to communications, right, human space exploration, lunar exploration, and deep space, we've got our weather and Earth science mission segment. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we move forward. But going back to the 1960s, Lockheed Martin has actually had a legacy of supporting weather and Earth science missions and providing data across the board. We've built and launched over 100 weather and Earth science satellites, starting with the first weather satellite, TIROS-1, and to include LEO weather observations and satellites, and geostationary with the most recent GOES-R series satellites. In addition to just building the satellites and integrating the sensors on it, we've also built substantive number of instruments that have launched on some of those and other satellites as well. So over 40 years experience building sensors, gathering Earth and solar observations. We have Earth-facing sensors and space-facing sensors, if you will, monitoring the solar environment, which as the lunar infrastructure and mankind and humankind moves deeper into space, the greater the importance on space weather will be. So again, over 30 space weather instruments built and flown throughout the past 40 years. So one of the more recent, we just launched the last GOES weather satellite. GOES-U launched the middle of this past summer. And more recently, we're just awarded the follow-on to the GOES-R series. So the GeoXO satellites will be launching in the 30s and beyond, and start providing weather data into the 2050s, actually. So where we're moving, though, into the future is in climate intelligence. So in addition to the legacy that we have, and that's our foundation, continuing to look for opportunities to launch satellites and launch sensors, we want to look for opportunities to actually exploit the data in a manner that that allows for the generation of derivative intelligence products that add value to user value chains. So making sense of the vast amount of data that's out there, and artificial intelligence is a big emerging tool in that area, as Mike had mentioned as well. Just a quick slide on GeoXO, again, the next generation of weather satellites at geostationary orbit covering the Americas. It'll extend our legacy anyways to contribute to weather and climate monitoring into the 2050s. So from a climate intelligence perspective, what we're aiming to do is really partner with it, clearly understand what their challenges are, ascertain the demand signals, and build tailored intelligence products that optimize their specific value chains. So again, making sense of the data, turning information in, leveraging artificial intelligence largely to do that. One of the examples of what we're doing in that space right now is a product that we call Flash Tracker, where we're transforming lightning information, right? So just lightning strikes that you get from various ground-based networks. We can transform that into actionable intelligence. And in this space, what we're doing is deriving the ignition potential, leveraging artificial intelligence tools of various lightning events as they occur. So what that allows is for advance notice of lightning-induced wildfires, and allowing first responders time to prioritize their assets and focus where they should be focusing their attention in an attempt to combat the spread and the growth of those wildfires. And just one slide on us as a company and our climate commitments relative to reducing our carbon footprint and renewable energy initiatives. I won't speak to that in the interest of time, and hope that I've kept on time. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's difficult to track time as we started a little bit later, but I think it's still very, very good. And now we're moving on to Andre Nongierma. Please, Andre, your presentation. Andre, are you there? I don't know. I can't see you're on mute, but we can't hear you.
Yes. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, all is good.
Okay. Good day to each and everyone who is connected. I'm shifting a little bit from the industry perspective to the non-profit side of our discussion of this afternoon. And I would like to just present what we are doing within the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, which is the regional arm of the United Nations in the African continent. ECA is one of the 3 Pan-African regional institutions, along with the African Development Bank and the African Union, which provides support to regional and national development priority, and we are carrying out activity to advance social and economic development in the African continent. And this entails providing technical assistance, advisory services, convening to foster dialogue among our member states, but also acting as a think tank to advise our member state on issues, other technological, institutional, or policy-related issue, so that we advance socio-economic development in the continent. There are a number of policy drivers that ground what we are doing, and I can divide them into aspects. Global development framework, and we all know the Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063, downscale to some of the framework related to climate change, disaster services and management. And on the other side, we have a global geospatial or space-related framework, and one of them is the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management and the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Framework. Those form the basis of what we are doing in terms of climate change and in terms also of appraising space-based technology to understand our changing landscape, and also to monitor and provide product, services, and information for decision making. And no matter where we are, what we see in the African continent, that there is a need for a global framework for space-based information and management, which is consistently coming up. If you look at the African space landscape, we can say that the continent is increasingly acquiring capacity to produce, process, and use Earth observation data. And the continent is also slowly but consistently developing and updating its own capacity in the engineering, application, development, launch, and the requisite infrastructural capability. But at the end of the day, we know that we still have a strong need to foster, to promote partnership and collaboration, taking advantage or leveraging on what is happening at the global level, so that we can also build our internal or homegrown capability in this area of space science and technology. There are several opportunities, and we have seen that more and more we have a strong political buy-in, awareness and engagement to develop space capability in the continent. And we have also some very good indigenous capability in terms of launching, operating, collecting the data, processing and analyzing the data. And we also have very good constructive partnership that support some of the national efforts. So the global landscape or environment of space is improving in Africa. We have more and more institutional coordination and arrangement through the Africa Space Agency, which has been established, and we have synergistic approach in terms of producing, analyzing, and making more data available for decision making. But we still have some barriers and challenges in the continent. The capacity is not yet to the level where it should be, and of course we are witnessing a kind of escalating digital divide we need to cope with and bridge the gap with some technologies transferred, that will enable the continent also to build its own technology and system. We still lack some adequate infrastructure at some point, and of course there is still need for a platform of integrated technology, including, for instance, internet, artificial intelligence, robotic, and all the infrastructural segment that are needed to build a strong space capability. Research and development is also still low because we don't have a full investment in this area, but we still need to improve our knowledge and innovation so that we can also build ownership and sustainability. Of course, one aspect maybe that complement what has been said before me is the governance side, where legislative and regulatory frameworks are still needed with adequate policy and governance mechanism that can foster at least the innovation and also create a conducive environment for business people, as we hear from the two previous speakers. And partenariat, we need a positive partnership with global and regional entities, including the industry, so that we continue to build our capacity. There are operational services happening in Africa, and one of the flagship program running currently in Africa is the GMS in Africa program, with the support from the European Union in a joint initiative with the African Union. And this program is developing core services that are now operational on the ground. We also have the Digital Earth Africa program, which intend to build from a structured time series of data, informations and product that are analysis ready, so that decision makers and users at the lowest level can access and use for day-to-day decision making. And those programs are now operational in terms of the services they have developed, and this is something we need to strengthen and continue to enhance so that the continent can also progress as the other regions are doing. My last or almost last slide is maybe to share with the community some of the quick ways we can put in to leverage space and science, space science and technology for climate action. I believe that this technology is very useful for us in terms of helping to build purpose-oriented data set that can be improved in terms of access, that can be customized, and that can be disseminated for the community of users. We also need a community through partnership based on climate action in pooling some of the resources we have, and also trying to maximize impact on monitoring and use of space-based information for decision making. And there are room to play around with international organizations and also with the private sector on how we enhance data services across the continent. So I conclude here in saying that space data can foster innovation on climate solutions and build our common humanity as a whole. But for that, we still need some policy, at least at the African continent level. We still need to strengthen our capacity and build new capacity that can meet our contemporary and future need of space resources. And we need a strong transfer of technology so that Africa can also develop its homegrown technology and system. And at the end of the day, all these things will have meaning if they can meet urgent development need. And one of these urgent development need is how we mitigate and attenuate the impact of climate change in a continent like Africa, which is more impacted than the other region in the world. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share these quick presentations. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Andre. And now we move on to Kelly.
Thank you, Hannah. It's a pleasure to be with you today and the fellow panelists. I'm Kelly Kiedis-Ogborn, also based out of the United States. I'm in Washington, D.C. And as I am pulling up my presentation, let me know if you can see it. Let me get into presentation mode. 1 second. Sometimes hard to navigate. All right, we good? Lovely. So yes. Similar to Andre, I'm going to offer a slightly different perspective than the industry perspective. I work for the Space Foundation, which is a 41-year-old organization based out of Colorado Springs. I'm in the Washington, D.C. office, and we as an entity serve the totality of the space ecosystem. So everything from K through 12 to emeritus. We are most known by our annual Space Symposium, which happens every April in Colorado Springs. And then we also do a lot of K through 12 education because we believe that space begins in the classroom. Where I fit within the value chain is I run a department called Space Commerce Institute. And so I am a space economy strategist. Essentially, what I look at is the economics and the markets and the technology trends that are shaping the future of space. And with this conversation in particular, what I hope to do is just add a couple of data points as to why Earth observation, satellites, and really the utilization for climate change is extremely important, not just from an economic perspective, but as capabilities increase, the utilization of what we can do with it and the impact that it has globally is really important. So I always like to start with this slide that we are not limited by opportunity. We are only limited by creativity and imagination. Really what this is meant to showcase is that we're very much at a crossroads in the space industry. We always like to joke that this is not your grandfather's space industry anymore, and that is certainly true. It is a lot more collaborative, it is a lot more global, and every day we are seeing new capabilities, new entrants, and new players that are coming to the table and really redefining the way that we do space. A lot of that is around the satellite equation, which I will get to in a second. But really what this is meant to set the stage, and I know that you will hear in depth from the panelists, just the wonderful work that they are doing with the technologies on hand. And we are really only scratching the surface of what's going to be possible in the future. So I'm really excited to see how specifically this industry and this utilization grows in the years to come. Just from an economic perspective, so it's been thrown around by a lot of the major financial houses that the global space economy is going to be valued anywhere between 1 to 4 trillion by the year 2040, and we're about halfway there. So if you look at the space economy in 2023, these numbers were pulled by the Space Foundation. We put out a global space economy number every year. For 2023, we valued it at $570 billion. The interesting piece to note about that, I will mainly get into on the next slide, but 78% of that is commercial revenue, and about 2/3 of that is driven by satellites. So we'll get into that in the next slide, but that's just to showcase how much of the pie the commercial industry is really driving when it comes to satellite technology. The other number that I want to divert your eyes to on the screen is you see that we have roughly cataloged that there's about 80 global space agencies. What's interesting about that number is that there's 92 countries that actively have a satellite in orbit. So what that tells us is that not just countries that have established and distinguished and budding space agencies or space offices, but space access and the utilization of space through satellites and satellite data has really tremendously grown. And so the capabilities, but also the coalition of the willing that want to become part of this market is really increasing, which signals to us that we're literally just scratching the surface of what's possible in the future. And then if you look at this slide, you can see that I have Earth observation bolded. What this is essentially meant to show is that of that 78% commercial revenue, it really comes down into things that enable space and things that are enabled by space. So on the enabled side, that's the left side of the screens, or enabling space rather. So that's things like satellite launch, satellite manufacturing, insurance premiums, ground stations, things that you would generally think are part of space. 2/3 of the revenue, though, is on what's enabled by space, and that's the commercial space products and services. And you can see that Earth observation is a really critical component of that. And it is one of the driving markets that we are seeing across the board because of what it can do for climate change and human trafficking efforts. It's a really, really critical sector that is only increasingly coming to bear. Another interesting data point just to throw into the conversation, there were 223 launches last year, and 90% of all spacecraft that was put into orbit were commercial satellites. So this just goes to show that the proliferation equation of satellites is continuing to increase, and what we are going to be able to do in the next 3 to 5 years is really, really tremendous. I will leave you with just this other interesting data point. So currently right now, there's about 8,000 to 9,000 active satellites in orbit. There are already over 20,000 plus satellites licensed for launch. And we estimate by the year 2030 that there's going to be about 53,000 satellites in orbit. So it's going to completely transform the landscape. And when we start to talk about opportunity and sustainability, satellites are really making it easier and cheaper to monitor environmental issues. And so when we think about this emerging sector and the growth of it, we need to understand that the economics, the utilization of space, the increase of capabilities, but also sustainability all comes together to form how businesses perform, policies perform, and really new entrants can come and play in the market. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And on to the last panelist today. Matteo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you very much, all the panelists and all the audience. Good day to all of you. So this is Matteo from Steven Orbital Systems, the company based in Zurich, Switzerland. I will be with you today to walk you through our innovative technology development for a space sector, which is also benefiting the clean tech and energy sector. So we have been actually privileged to win the campaign of leading innovation in space. And it was very interesting, of course, to understand which factors has been taken into account for assessing the competitors, in fact. So novelty of the technology was one aspect, cross-sector innovation, scalability, global impact, collaborative partnership, which you will be seeing in the following slides with which partners we are working, some of them, and sustainability with long-term vision. I will be also addressing that aspect. So when we look at all this, we understood that one of the technologies within our portfolio, which has been more in the focus of the judgment here, was the space-based solar power, which is an innovative, in fact, way of supplying clean energy to Earth, which is going to help the climate change and has a great impact on the clean tech sector. And this is enabled by our wireless power transfer technology that we are developing. In addition to that, we have been also, and we are working on developing a sustainable micropropulsion system, which serves in-orbit servicing and also other space tech businesses. Now I will be focusing, in fact, on the wireless power transfer as an innovative technology which came directly into attention of this campaign. So we started actually developing this wireless power transfer for lunar application. In the future, when we will be establishing bases on the moon for in situ resource utilization, ISRU, and also for other activities on the moon, we are not intending to carry cables for powering and electrification. The idea is to have it wirelessly done. So that was the kind of initial idea how we can do that, and we started developing the concept and prototypes for wireless power beaming on the moon. And after that, we moved to the direction of scaling up somehow this technology over the same scale, the same frequency, for in-orbit wireless power beaming that you will have in the future. data centers installed in Earth's orbit, and you have biological labs, you have a lot of manufacturing happening in Earth's orbit. You have flight formation, so you could do generation of power at some points, and then wirelessly beam this power using radio frequency beam to the point of consumption. That's another aspect that we focused on. So after all this, then we move to the direction of how we can use this wireless power transfer for the clean tech sector, actually. And that's the concept of a space-based solar power that we have been working on, thanks to the campaign of European Space Agency, Solaris, and other initiative with our Japanese partners mostly. So what we did, we in fact focused on the concept of having a constellation of smaller spacecraft rather than a giant monolithic satellite, which is the core basis of this idea of SPSP. And this constellation altogether, in fact, I will show you here a demonstration. Each of them is in fact collecting electricity, converting the DC to RF, and then with the expandable, in fact, phase area antenna, all these little satellites are beaming down the power to the points which is in need of this type of power. So the idea here is to have a kilowatt scale to megawatt scale of the wireless power beaming to those points that they are in the critical situation. For instance, there is a blackout, there is a war zone, you need an emergency supply of electricity to hospitals, or anyway, there are some use cases that you can sell electricity in this way. But of course, with 7 spacecrafts, you wouldn't be able to supply adequate amounts of power, also with the considering the size of the receiver that you need. But this system is just a demonstration that it can be scaled up even to reach gigawatt scale wireless power beaming from space. Well, in terms of our long-term perspective, what we can do with this technology, of course, we have divided in 3 phases. In the first phase, the same technology of wireless power transfer we can use for battery-free devices. You know that the battery waste is one of the most toxic kind of environmental problem that we have right now, and we can use the same concept to have battery-free devices for IoT sensors, for small devices, for computer peripheral devices, and also for drones in order to enable them to fly without time limitation. Right now, we have one of the major challenges there is the battery lifetime of the drones. And then in long term, we can use the same technology to solve the problem of energy storage limitation. Well, that is a concept actually directly applicable to Africa. We can generate electricity in Africa and then export it wirelessly rather than cabling undersea kilometers. We have also a problem of copper, in fact, limitation. So we can do this wirelessly. That's another aspect which is of interest. And in the very long term, we can also focus on space to ground. So that's the third stage, in fact. Now, one slide, which is the last one. What are the challenges, in fact, for space tech entrepreneurs? We are a young company, we are 5 years old. Well, it's the old story, more in the brains than in the pocket. So in fact, the major challenge here is to be able to raise enough financing for each of these innovative ideas that we have. So that's the main idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matteo. I'm just obviously conscious of time, which means that to our online audience, we might not be able to incorporate your live questions today, which we're very, very sorry about. But of course, please feel free to contact our panelists. I'm sure they will be able to answer all your questions and ready to help. If you cannot find the contact after this webinar, feel free to contact also World Space Week Association or me personally, and we'll be happy to forward your questions to them. And now on to the questions I actually prepared. So as you already mentioned, we have basically 3 or even 4 different facets here that we need to incorporate into one discussion. So what I was thinking of first is just to look at businesses that focus more on sustainability, on climate solutions. And let's imagine I have such a business and I would like to use space data. I would like to incorporate space data. What would you advise me? What would be your advice as such a business, Mike Gauthier?
I think for me, I think you need to start with the problem or the question that you're trying to answer, right? So really have to understand that before you start thinking what space data can I use, right? And then you have to really understand the different data sets that are available. I'm a really huge proponent of grounding solutions, right, in a manner that are consistent with, I say so, consistent with the physics of the problem, right? So if you're interested in a certain thing, you want to make sure that you're looking at and gathering the right variables that are relevant to that problem at hand. Because I think, AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning have a great opportunity to add value, but we want to be careful about just throwing a bunch of information and data into it and thinking it's going to spit something out that's actually valuable and relevant and repeatable, right? You might get something, but is it a real signal? So really understanding and taking the time to curate the data and understand what you're trying to answer and looking for those I think that's a big key first step to trying to do anything with the data sets that are available.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, this kind of boils down to, in general, dealing with data, right? Not only space data, but it's important to remember that as well, because we tend to, jump on board of AI too much, and sometimes it's all about actually getting the data right first. I would agree with you, absolutely. What about you, Mike Ailes? Do you agree with that? Would you also give another side to the coin?
Well, I think he answered the question almost the way I was going to answer it, honestly. I think it's a great way to think about it is, really having to decide what are you going to solve? What's, it could be small, it could be big. And there's a huge amount of data. I mean, I think one of the hardest problems right now in the space is so much data available, freely available from governments. And then the question is, can they actually do what you want them to do? And I think what you said about, artificial intelligence, if you just throwing garbage in, garbage out, right? So you really have to think through that part. And probably the only part I would expand upon is if you dig into a problem, you say it's wildfire or it's what other kind of problems we have, hurricanes or whatever. There may be a time when you've realized that you've got a lot of great data, you can do some things with it. And then you might start thinking about, well, there might be some private companies out there that have data that can help me. Or maybe I have to go build my own my own satellite or my own payload to put on a satellite that specifically meets my needs. So I think it's really exciting because there's so much data available, and you can start building prototypes, you can start working with customers, you can start working with, the solutions, and then just kept working, dig deeper and deeper and deeper into what data you need, what's available, and if it's not available, figure out how to make it available from space. So I think there's a lot of opportunities along that whole chain going forward.
That very much actually relates to what you were presenting, Kelly, today, right? That opportunity we're talking about, all those bold words that we had in your presentation, right? To say exactly there's so much going on that you can already use, but also you yourself can actually develop. And it's interesting also from the other side. So you talk a lot about sustainability. I like that slide where you had opportunity and sustainability, because I think we tend not to put them together on the same slide sometimes. So this was very interesting. But if you look at the space sector, not all of it, we have to say, is actually looking into sustainability as such. So what would you say for those folks who are joining today and are really space-oriented space businesses, but sustainability is not necessarily there yet?
So similar to what was said before about figuring out what you're solving for, I think it's also the same when it comes to the word sustainability, because it means different things to different people.
Oh, yes.
So for some, when they talk about a sustainable, like LEO environment or cislunar environment, sometimes it's sustainability in a business model. Sometimes it's sustainability around the environment, primarily because of a lot of the space debris and the space junk that exists. And then sometimes it's sustainability in the actual design of your vehicle, making sure that it can deorbit or, meet a lot of other requirements with maneuverability, propellants, a lot of other things. And so I think what Mike said was really clear, is that getting first on what it is you're actually doing and solving a problem, that also comes for sustainability, because using it as a buzzword actually doesn't give clarity to the other side in terms of what you actually mean when you're engaging in that issue. I think when it comes to sustainability, both from a design aspect and from a policy aspect, it is something that I am seeing is really going hand in hand just with the growth of the space economy in a lot of different ways. From a policy aspect, there's policies around how space vehicles need to be developed and designed. There's policies around how long they can actually stay in orbit. There's policies around trying to find, or emerging policies around, trying to find new propellants and new ways to have kind of more of a greener effect on the environment. So I think as a culture and as an industry that is becoming more part of the conversation, and we'll start to see it evolve as climate change and a lot of the entrepreneurs around kind of climate sciences are really sort of pushing the landscape that this needs to be something that we're collectively pursuing.
These are all very good points. So I obviously have to ask Matteo, what is sustainability for you at Syrian Orbital Systems?
Well, that's actually a very good point. As Kelly was right now mentioning, it's all depending on in which area you want to apply this sustainability. But for us, it is not really that we position ourselves like as a sustainable technology developer. What we do, in fact, here is to understand, in fact, what space tech and sustainability has to do with each other. So the point is, it's not just a marriage of the two here. There is a third party there, and that's the investor. So in fact, for us, we always have to look into what the investor, in fact, is more interested in to be able to sell the idea. Of course, at the end of the day, the idea that we are providing should have a sustainable business model. So that's where, in fact, where Kelly was mentioning that the sustainability sometimes is in the business. Actually, for us as an entrepreneur, this is the most focused aspect area. So sometimes we need to really go and understand where, in fact, this financing is coming and what is a priority for that client or that investor, and then to adopt our models. Of course, technologies and innovative ideas, I'm sure many people they have, but it's the question where this novelty can be applied and which problem we are solving. Is it really a resilient way of solving that problem? So we more focus on resiliency rather than sustainability. Resilience is a self kind of recovery system. If it's in the technology, it's in the business model. So, well, let's focus more on resilient system on our side. Then we end up also with a more sustainable solution as well.
Of course, this is a very good point. Absolutely. And of course, we have to also talk regulation in this case. I always wonder when we have a regulatory body on the panel, whether we should start with it or you finish with it, because that's kind of an important side that everybody has to talk about. And we talk about harmonization and we talk about all these policies that are really crucial for businesses, right? So, Andrea, I noticed you had this very nice quote that, no matter where we are, the global framework is needed, and especially for the space-based data and the businesses in that sphere. Can you tell us a little bit more when it comes to policies supporting climate action in the global south for you in Africa? What can be done? What are the first steps you think? Because you've in your presentation there was a lot, and I think people could not really process everything you mentioned. So let's say one key point that you could really give us right now.
Yes, harmonization and global policy are important because they can drive innovations and investment by creating a consistent framework. And harmonization can also enhance transparency and comparability of project and activity, and that will facilitate investment decision. For our colleagues in the industry, I know that policy that could support the increase of climate action must include incentiveness for business to reduce or prevent greenhouse gas emission from human activity. And of course, from the African perspective, we need policy in the market mechanism in relation to achieve some of the nationally determined contribution. In explaining, that many African countries have developed what we call National Action Plan on the attenuation or national appropriate mitigations action on climate change. And all these policies are important because they have helped many countries to begin domesticating their climate response in their national development processes and plan. And of course, this help them allocating the budgetary resources to try and combat the climate change impact. So it means at the end of the day that we need this kind of policy that foster governance and cross-cutting frameworks that might include, if I might say, identifying some of the emerging policy, like policy on the artificial intelligence, which are not yet fully available in many African countries, so that they can be translated into programmatic engagement we have with regional institutions, national institutions, consumer at the local level, and also partners at the global level. So we need global policy that will provide legal and regulatory framework and provide mechanism for the industry, the academia, the research to be able to work in a conducive environment. This is from what we are seeing, what could be put in place in the African context. Thank you.
It's very interesting. I was just thinking that we just said that it very much depends how we define sustainability. And I think, 3 of our speakers today mentioned that they are joining from the US. I'm joining from Europe, just like Matteo, and they're joining from Africa. So I think regulation for us is also very much different when it comes to definition and what we would like to see. I don't know if you would agree with that. Kelly, for you, if you were just to give our listeners a little bit of an idea of where you see a point that needs to be improved when it comes to regulation, what would be the first thing you would mention?
That's a big question.
I know, and we have only about 9 minutes to go. So.
I will speak quickly because I know that Mike and Michael will have a lot to say from the industry perspective. So
exactly.
from my perspective, I think part of the challenge with the regulatory authority is it's who has the regulatory authority within one part of the value chain. So I just jotted down who regulates what within the United States. The FAA regulates space flight. So it's launch, license, re-entry, safety inspections. And then NOAA does remote sensing operations. FCC does satellites. The Department of Commerce, NOAA, which is Department of Commerce, does remote sensing operations. FCC does satellites. Those are all very critical components when it comes to operating utilization of satellites. I think that there is a variance because you don't want to overly regulate a market to stifle innovation and how capabilities can grow. I do think, though, that at some point you need some sort of regulatory framework and guardrails. So at least companies, as they're moving forward in their development timeline, don't get themselves in an environment where they're going to kill their business model or kill their business line or capability because they're butting up against something. So some sort of North Star with still allowing the innovative R&D process to engage. I know that's easier said than done, but I think part of the environment we're going to get ourselves into, specifically when I talked about the amount of satellites that are coming online, is there's going to be more data than we know what to do with. And that is going to cause a lot of different conversations around the utilization and the use case and the downstream effects, which I'm sure Mike and Michael have a lot more to say about that. But there's not a perfect answer. There just needs to be a little bit more coordination.
These are all very good points. It obviously means that I have to now ask Mike and Michael what they think about it. So maybe Michael Aeltske, if you can give your opinion on the regulatory side.
Well, it's from a Spire perspective, we're a global company, and we put our satellites on launches all over the world. So we launch out of Australia, we launch out of Europe, we launch out of the United States, and so each one has their own regulatory frameworks, and so I really like the idea of let's have a framework, but we have to think globally too, because as we operate globally, and obviously satellites are global and all that, it becomes a really interesting and complex area. And, the main thing for a company that, even though Spire's been around, 12 years or so now, we're still huge expanse in front of us, right? And huge opportunities. And so supporting us in thinking through things and letting us be part of the discussion around what should the regulatory framework be is really important for us, because we're all doing new things, right? And so if we have a bunch of regulations that sort of think in the past or think of what the future should be, but we're not part of that conversation, then it gets really interesting. So I guess I would just say we need a active and open dialogue between the community, being government regulators, the private companies, and everybody else, to sort of think through what are the big issues, space debris and other things, all the way down to how can we launch, what rules and regulations do we have around launches, and those kind of things. So I'll just say it's very complex, but we all need to work together to figure it out.
I guess Mike Gauthier, you would agree with that, just like Michael else agreed with you before, so you just can now return the favor.
Yeah, I know, absolutely, and a different slant on regulatory. When I think one of the challenges that we have, because Lockheed Martin, yeah, they're a big company and they've been around for a while, but in the climate, right, what we're doing with climate and climate intelligence, we're acting like a startup. We're 2 years into this, right, and we're scrappy and we're trying to figure things out and make our space in the market. But one of the challenges, again, if I think regulatory, I think my mind goes towards the free and open data. Right. And there's a push towards making data sets free and open, which is great. That powers innovation, lowers the barrier of entry. But the challenge there is that for companies that need to make investments where traditionally you maybe looked for grants or contracts, CRADs, contract research and development opportunities with NOAA or NASA, they come with obligations to make the code or the data sets that are derived from it free and open, which really makes it difficult to have a discriminator from an IP perspective and have a product that you can then launch. And at the end of the day, you've got to make money, right? You've got to sell it for something. And if it's mandated to get money to innovate, you have to make it free. That forces companies to really prioritize their investments. And in a resource constrained environment, it becomes much harder to prioritize an innovation that might go somewhere, right? Without the the business case. So that's a different slant on the regulatory piece.
Of course, and I'm sure we can get a completely different slant from Matteo when it comes to regulation, but I will not push too much on you because, as you're a fresh startup, it's a challenge. I'm pretty sure, looking at it from my European perspective, I know what we have to deal with here. But I wanted to know more about, innovation, because this is the key word we keep mentioning today. Also, all the panelists talk about. So, how is it with space data? Does it fuel innovation? How do you look at it?
Well, let me address exactly this the regulatory issue that you are just saying, because it's important. We are developing technology. We are a tech developer. We are doing innovation. If it's regulated, we are having barriers into innovation. So that's the major problem here. We tech developers, we do not like to be regulated and have some barriers. We would like to develop, and then it's the end user, the market, nations, they may just decide what they want to do with this, or they don't want to use this or that. For us, for instance, right now, directly talking about the wireless power transfer and all that. So here, the question, even right now, all of our partners, they're just dealing with, in each country, one can use certain frequency for wireless power beaming. In the other country, you can't use it. So it's all, again, the issue at the end, what is regulated, what not, and then it really is a barrier for us. I hope I addressed your question, Hannah.
Yeah, of course you did. I mean, the problem is that obviously this would be a longer discussion, just like Kelly mentioned. Oh my God, he opened a Pandora box almost. So sorry for comparing that regulation to this, but of course this is something that all the businesses have to deal on a daily basis, and it is important, and it's great we mentioned that. So we ran a little bit over time, but at the same time, I think we did manage to discuss quite a few points. Once again, for those of you who had questions and wanted to address them to our panelists, please feel free to contact them directly or contact me or the World Space Week Association. If you have any questions, I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer them. And what remains is just to thank all of you today for listening to us, for watching us, and of course to our lovely panelists for answering all the questions and having amazing presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you to all the wonderful panelists. So because we're behind time, we're going to move on very swiftly to the next panel, and that is going to be redefining launches, creating positive climate impact. So that is going to be chaired by Mindy Howard, who is the founder of the Cosmic Girl Foundation. So I'm going to hand over to you, Mindy.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here today on our inaugural day of World Space Week. I'm the CEO and founder of the Cosmic Girls Foundation, and we are thrilled to be here. Today also marks the first day that our worldwide competition called the Six Girls, Six Continents competition begins. And that means that the girls worldwide between the ages of 14 and 19 can actually sign up to join our competition, which is all about getting girls upskilled in 3 main areas to become astronauts. And those skill sets are STEAM, key life skills like mental resilience and grit, along with astronaut training skills. So our mission is to attract and keep girls in the technical talent pipeline in the long run by offering them space education and astronaut training programs. So we're starting to get a good idea of the girls, of the issues that are facing young women via our Cosmic Forum. And a common theme for many of the girls that we're talking about in our forum is sustainability. The younger generation of today really have higher ideals that they really want to live by. And although they would very much like to live and work in space if they had the chance, they do not want that to be at the expense of our planet. I think they're deeply troubled by this dilemma, which is their desire to go to space, but they only want to do that if they can go to space responsibly or sustainably, if that's possible. So a little bit of a background for myself, before becoming a commercial astronaut trainer, I worked the majority of my life in the oil industry, starting out as an engineer in a variety of technical and leadership roles. And I ended up as a global manager of sustainability for Royal Dutch Shell, or Shell Oil to you Americans. I've seen a lot of similar issues with sustainability between the oil industry and space industries. For example, trying to answer the question, is it possible to be sustainable in an unsustainable business? Is it possible to not only eliminate negative impact of your operations, but create positive impact as a result of your operations? And taking that thinking and applying it to space flights, can we create positive climate impact for our own spaceflight emissions? That's what we are delving into today, which is our subject of the webinar. Now, to help answer that question, I reached out to Joost Kozijnsen, who's an expert of carbon markets here in the Netherlands with over 30 years experience. He's going to introduce himself in a second, but I'm grateful for him to be a thinking partner of ours as we're considering our own future flights for the Cosmic Girls and how we can create positive impact by our activities. So now I'd like Joost to introduce himself and talk about what it means to be net zero as well. Go ahead, Joost.
Perfect. I will try to share the slides. Do you see already my slides now?
No, we don't.
Let's see.
Let's see. Alma, is it possible for you to enable the slide sharing capability to Joost? There you go.
You see it now, I think,
Now we
right?
can see it. Yes, we can.
Do you see the slides and myself as well?
We do, actually. That's an interesting view. I've never seen that before.
Okay, hopefully it works. Maybe it's not good. Wait a minute, I have to change that a little bit. Sorry. Oh, how can I do that fast?
Oh, you can
You
be
can
in the foreground.
I think I will lose some details later on. Wait a minute. Shall I stop and start again?
Try that. See what
To be
happens.
sure. Sorry about this. Technology is part of your daily life, I know. And you also see that sometimes it's complicated to find. This is easier. And you just see the slide. Do you see my slide now?
No, we don't.
Come on.
Just gotta, oh, something's happening. Yep, now we see it.
You see it's complete now?
Complete, it is.
Okay,
Go
good. Let's. How can space exploration fight climate change? A bit about me. She said correctly, I work on climate change since 30 years. First for the Dutch government, then for a US NGO and the self-employed consulting attorney. The US NGO was Environment Defense Fund. And then since 5 years, I work for Enthesis. It's a unique company, I think. It's an ESG company, 1,400 people working on that, 23 countries. And we have some investors that want us to make impact on climate, but also on other environmental issues. We work on net zero and decarbonization, so I can only focus on the carbon part of the sustainability in this today. It means science-based targets to help meet the Paris Agreement, the carbon footprints, carbon project development, all that to help companies to lower the impact and turn it into something positive. We also combine it a lot with nature. What great would it be if you restore nature, improve nature while you are storing carbon? So often I combine this. And what I also work on is try to use the carbon market so that companies pay for these reductions so that we can invest it in projects. So that's the work what I'm doing with Enthesis. Let's focus a bit on the space exploration. Can it help combat climate change? Certainly it does. In 3 ways. First, understanding the climate problem by detecting from remote sensing changes in the atmosphere, changes in the ocean currents, weather patterns, clouds and vapor, sea level rise. What are they exactly doing? We really need space activities to know more about that. And then we also need to know where does it all come from? Track the global carbon footprint. More and more satellites, you see one's called the methane set, checking the methane emissions and see the leakages from oil and gas exploration, from cattle, from landfill gas. We need to know more where emissions come from so that we can curb them. And also aviation contrails, we need to know much more about that. That's the clouds behind aviation you sometimes see. It can be, it have a negative impact because it keeps warming, but it also can cooling. So we need to know more about this. And then the third one is when we are doing and implementing solutions, those also need to be monitored. Remote sensing helps there also a lot. Large scale monitoring solutions, forest protection, the carbon removals is really happening. What's happening on the ground with carbon and vegetation, the albedo effect, what colors can we see so that it will keep the heat from outside, the green-blue infrastructures you can see around cities, preventing aviation contrails, because if you can check the atmosphere and the possible presence of contrails, if we can avoid that, using remote sensing, that helps also a lot to avoid the emissions from aviation. And if we work on mangrove restoration, salt marshes, we want to see from above, is it really happening? Is it deepening? Will it remain there? So that's what I could say about the positive impact of aviation. But of course, that's also what people always feel. They want to see the world, they want to see the space, but it has also a negative impact on the environment and sustainability. So important is then to realize what is the climate impact of space activities. Then we talk about carbon footprint. You can calculate that as much as possible. You can, of course, sometimes measure it. Calculations is better. And we use a lot of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental on Climate Change, trying to define what is the actual impact of gas, of coal, of fuel. So we have an easy formulation at the moment. 1 liter of jet fuel leads to 25 kilograms of CO2. But we also know if you fly in a rocket or aviation, you have also non-CO2 impact. The nitrogen oxide, the soot, the water vapor behind the airplane, plus the fact that you have the emissions on high altitude will have a larger impact, have a larger global warming potential. So we assume you need at least to almost double the 25 kilograms to come to 47 kilograms. So more and more we know what is the impact of flying. But even innovative fuels like hydrogen or liquid oxygen combined with liquid methane still emit water vapor and CO2. And then we also don't know exactly what the impact in the higher stratosphere is. The second layer and the mesosphere, the third layer, it's still unclear what is the exactly global warming potential, because there it's more closer in the atmosphere, and it leads to more warming, we fear. We don't know all, that's why we call it the agosphere. And also it's important to realize the indirect emissions. If you fly an airplane, the plane has to be made, has to be produced. So, and the fuels have to be produced, and the infrastructures, the roads, the transportation. So, and that might be 10% or sometimes 20% of the lifetime of a building, of an airplane. So if you are flying, you need to realize indirect emissions is also part of that. And we call that scopes. Scope 1 is the direct emissions. If you fly, you burn fuel. But the scope 2 is you have maybe some power in the beginning when you are still at the space station. And scope 3 is the indirect emissions by the machinery, the infrastructure, etc., etc. So and usually if you work for a company and they want to know what is the impact of a liter of milk, whatever, you check all the scopes to have the global impact, and you also can realize what impact you can make on the ground to reduce emissions. So let's take some examples then. If you have one flight, transatlantic flight, if you have calculated that, it might lead to 300 to 500 tons of CO2. The question is, of course, what is a suborbital flight? We don't know that yet exactly. Depends on the escape, on the fuel they use. But let's assume conservative, you might come to 1,000 tons of CO2. If you compare that with a Falcon 9, for example, that led to 28,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. That's almost 1 year the emissions of a small factory.
Okay, you're going through a lot of stuff. I have some questions, and maybe I want to sort of get the audience's opinion for a couple of these things. So perhaps we could slow down a little bit, and I wanted to sort of find out from the audience about, also from a show of hands, and if people can use that, what sort of, or a thumbs up, what do you, in terms of the environmental impact, do you think that the space industry's environmental impact is large? Let's limit this to questions like, more towards emissions and not including things like space debris. I just want to sort of take a quick little poll in here. If you can use, I'm assuming people can use the thumbs up somewhere, or react, maybe where it says react. Thumbs up is large, and thumbs, let me just see. I'm wondering where we can, this reaction. Oh yeah, thumbs up is a large impact, and a thumbs, let's say thumbs up, large impact. Let me see if you can use your react buttons below, so we can get an idea of where people are in the room for a second. I don't see in the chat anything, and I'm not seeing any reaction. So this could mean that you don't think there's a big environmental impact, from what I'm seeing. So let's try it the other way. They are, wait, they're giving you thumbs up. I don't see the thumbs up. So that's helpful to know, based on everybody. Oh, they're over on YouTube. Got it. Okay, well, perhaps you can give me, you can tell me that, because I can't see that information. Okay, so then there's a lot. Okay, so people do think there is a large environmental impact. I want to sort of break it down for people, because I know that Jos is talking a bit about, some of these areas of, making comparisons. Jos, I don't see your slides anymore. Are they gone? Because I wanted to
stop them for a while. I can share them again. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. So I'm just sort of I'm curious, like, from the space community, like, if you want to have some questions for Jos later on, I'm hoping I can see the chat, or if somebody can copy and paste the questions in the chat for Jos later on, in terms of, what you think are environmental impact, or where the environmental impacts are going to be, where, where we need to sort of focus on, because I think Jos is going to break down for us in an example a bit later what's going to happen in terms of if we were to make a calculation, for example, for a suborbital flight. But first we're comparing space flights. From the last slide, I just saw you're comparing some space flights to airplane flights from suborbital and orbital. And it looks like there were some differences from the point of view on where the impacts are, whether they're, let's say, in the immediate atmosphere, if they're going further away from the Earth, and having damage there, that we seem to know a little bit less about because we're not regularly monitoring that. But I think it's important to realize, like, there's a lot of information that we're missing in order to just even kind of create a number like what is our carbon footprint, which we can easily do, for example, for a transatlantic flight. That kind of information is a lot more well known, and we can get that data. But just looking at this as suborbital flight, let's assume I'm interested, I know the two of us, when we were trying to put things together, it was not easy to find like a number for suborbital flights in terms of emissions.
I'm sharing again, right? I'm sharing again, right?
So yeah, so we're going to make some assumptions later on, but it's interesting to wonder, like, where are those numbers and how important those numbers are actually if we're going to be going through a process that you're suggesting. But I'm sorry, just continue. I find it interesting, but you were talking about sort of the indirect scope and the direct scope of these numbers, but also if you're talking about the impacts on Earth, we're talking about not just in our immediate environment, but further out the atmosphere. So please continue.
But just to check, I'm sharing my screens now, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. No, so there are still a lot of unknowns, and that is regarding to the whole climate science. And then the most innovative sector we're talking about now, there's also still a lot unknown. The non-CO2 impact is still not agreed upon. We still focus on the CO2. So that shows there's still not more to understand. And also in the higher altitude, we are not completely sure. So what we always advise, do it conservative, and that's the best way ahead. So we need to make an assumption. And also, much of the suborbital flights is very commercial. Might be with some secrecy here and there. So that makes it also difficult that it's not being verified. So that makes it, so we have to make some assumptions. The good thing is, even if the number is twice as high, I don't hope so, there are ways to offset those, and there are ways to make a plan to make reductions.
Okay.
So, and this is also part of the Space Girls' work. Also try to study and do research on your own emissions, your own footprint. It's very relevant. It starts with insight. And so while working on this, before you fly, get as much as possible in the details on that, would be my advice.
Okay.
And this is normally the path if we work for a client. If you know the baseline and we've seen those conservative numbers, then it's important to focus, to say what kind of areas are we focusing on to avoid emissions, to reduce emissions on the fuels, material transport. We would list some of the reduction measures. Potentially, that might be used recycled and bio-based material, or even carbon storing material. There's much out there which offers possibilities, or fuel shift. Then we will define challenges and opportunities. We have to take investment decisions for those reductions and look for sponsoring and then take action. But, and this is the key of today, it is really necessary to reduce the impact you have on the atmosphere by offsetting remaining emissions. But then, of course, with high quality carbon projects. And then
high quality carbon projects I guess you're going to tell us what that is soon, but I'm curious, like, are there low quality projects as well, or?
Yeah, there are many low quality out there. And of course, we've seen in The Guardian and other press negative examples. There have been some carbon cowboys, but more and more the sector is being standardized. And of course, when we develop our own projects or when we purchase certificates of projects, those are always high quality, by Hera standard or gold standard standard. They always have to be verified. But I show in next slide what are the high quality requirements. But let's assume that we first know what the impact is of our flights. Then we would then first decide to reduce as much as possible, but then let's offset the remaining emissions we do when we fly. But we don't only want to compensate to be climate neutral, but have positive impact. How great would it be? You start flying, you come back, and you come back, more have been reduced than your emissions. That's climate positive. So let's not have climate neutral as an ambition, but climate positive. So you finance, you invest in more reductions and removals than your emissions were. And that is possible by picking the good projects. So you come from climate damage to overall positive climate impact. The good thing is that many of those carbon projects we look for have co-benefits: nature, biodiversity, watershed, gender.
What do you mean by gender? What do you mean by gender?
Yeah, so many cook stove projects in Africa. The production of that involves many women. And also, if you have these efficient cook stoves, women have more time for school. So that's the kind of gender element that plays a role. So many projects in the developing countries have social co-benefits. And the more co-benefits you have, the more certainty you have that a project is really realized and be permanent. Because if it stops after 1 year, because the local community have no benefit, then you would not have a good offset project. We see that, for example, in mangrove restoration project that involves a lot of communities that co-work that have really a direct benefit because you protect the coast. You can, of course, also use for high-tech projects to offset, like the direct air capture. Companies like Microsoft and Facebook are investing in those. Those are between $1,000 to $2,000 per ton. Very heavy, very expensive, high-tech. That might not be the path I would advise you. But let's look at...
Hang on one second. I just had a quick... Can you go back to the slide before?
Yes.
Okay, so just for the audience to clarify the difference, we hear a lot about climate neutral. We want to make things climate neutral, but so just to simplify things, like climate neutral would be, like for like, if you're using 1,000 tons of CO2, you need to go and figure out a way to offset that. But so maybe, let's say planting trees, like maybe you need to plant, let's say 1,000 trees to offset whatever your damage is going to be. But you're talking about not just to make it climate neutral, but to make it positive instead of negative. So you're actually saying, instead of, what if we planted 10,000 trees instead of 1,000 trees, for example? Just to give an example, like that actually makes things better than it was before. So before you had just, you could say there's no damage to the environment, we don't do anything. But if we are going to do something, then we can make it neutral, which is, the first 1,000. But if we make it 10,000, it's actually improving things and making a real positive impact. So that's, as a concept, I think it's an important concept to sort of emphasize. And that can be not just with tree planting. We can do that with whatever these different particular projects that you're talking about with these great co-benefits. So.
Exactly. And that shows indeed the evolution of the involvement of the corporate world in general. It started years ago, you need to have a permit to do something, a license to operate. Then it came to climate neutral. But now young people want to know from companies, what is your positive impact? What do you add to society? Climate neutral, come on, that's a no-brainer. What's your positive impact? Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
And then the question is then, of course, okay, are we sure the project we invest in is high quality? Where does that depend from? Well, it depends from that you have to use the accepted frontier carbon market credit programs like Hera, Gold Standard, Pure Earth, and the others. They are using the standards, which are peer-reviewed. They have a transparent stakeholder process. Of course, they may be criticized now and then, but it's also pretty transparent. So they're all the time updating their standards while we know more. And if I showed earlier that even from the aviation impact, we are not sure what is the actual impact. So you can also assume that if you do a project, you learn more and you can be more conservative in your crediting mechanisms. But generally, you could say that so carbon credits can be used for projects that meet the high quality requirements of the standards based on the methodology. So the methodology describes how do you calculate the baseline of a farm, for example? How do you monitor the emissions? How do you monitor the removals? How can an auditor prove for samples that carbon has been stored? How can you ensure it will be permanent? And permanence depends, for example, is the person entitled to do a project? Are there enough co-benefits and incentive schemes that it will be permanent? So they're all kind of safeguards, part of the methodology, because the numbers and the calculations are provided by science. So all projects must be real, measurable, permanent, additional. It would not happen without this finance through carbon credits, should be unique and independently verified and contribute to sustainable development goals. So if you choose those projects, and they're various, could be planting trees, could be investing in renewable energy, could be mangrove restoration. And you also see that the price also vary based on the type of project. That's what you see to the right. Prices vary a lot, between $4 and $134 per ton of CO2. So you can choose where to compensate. If you would compensate through a renewable project, that's $5 per ton. But it's just renewable power. With mangrove restoration, it's more expensive because it has also the biodiversity and social impacts.
Okay, so just to say, if I were to, I don't like, why would I buy some milk for $4 when it actually costs 50 cents? So for me, just to make it clear, I have a choice of different options. The lower value the lower value offset is actually the cheaper one in general, right? And the higher quality ones are more expensive because it's affecting it's affecting the co-benefits that go along with it. So it's not just something simple, but it actually has lots of positive trickle-on effects in society and in the environment. Is that
Exactly. Yeah. And the more co-benefits you have, the more chance you have that the project will remain, will be more sustainable, and you have also a better story to tell to the outside world, that you really can show, I have a lot of positive impact, not only reducing emissions, but the society is a little bit better off after we have invested in the project.
Okay, so we just have a question from the audience that came in, which are, what are carbon credits?
Okay, so there are emissions out there, like in farming. A farmer is planting trees or planting coffee trees. It comes with emissions because you do things to the earth. You could do a project voluntarily with the coffee farm to say, I would like to plant some shade trees or use biofertilizer. Those are interventions you can finance in so that the farm has less emissions and more removals. And then you present that project to Hera, for example, and you show I'm going to invest to have those emission reductions and removals. And then Hera will check when I monitor the project ex post. I can verify that the trees were there, the biofertilizer is being used, and then Hera can compare that with the baseline, the emissions first. I get the certificates or carbon credits. The certificates show how much reductions have been realized. And the proof of those reductions can be used as carbon credits by a company that wants to compensate its emissions. So if you're traveling and you say, I'm flying, but I want to compensate, I have to buy carbon credits or certificates that prove reductions that have been realized somewhere else. And this is preferred by companies that can't get those last emissions reductions, residual emissions, you might think. And even if I'm flying, I cannot change the flight, right? So it's happening. But if it's happening, I want to compensate anyway. That has to be done with carbon credits or certificates. So that's the name of this, a certified reduction, a carbon credit. And it only shows it's tradable. You can buy it, you can sell it, you can register it and retire and use it. Thanks.
So for a company, we have another question about what strategies can businesses adopt to reduce their environmental footprint and contribute positively to the environment. There would be several different strategies in terms of the carbon credits they would be buying in order to show their impact. Is that how you would see that? Because, like, for example, if you had operations in a particular area, that maybe, if is affecting the climate negatively, you can select something to compensate the CO2, but you might want to also select something that improves the local community in the process. Is that?
That's exactly, yeah. And that's always the journey we do with clients. Okay, you have emissions, you would like to offset them. There are many choices you can make. Do you want to offset it in a region you are working on? Do you want to invest in a sector you are working on? If you have, for example, transportation emissions, maybe there's a transportation project there. Or if you say I'm flying, I'm doing traveling, it's a holiday, what I earn money with, I would like to invest in nature parks, for example. So you can pick because it can be more close to your emissions, or they are close to your stakeholders. You could also say as a company, I would like to ask my clients who buy my products, who they want me to invest as offsets. So there's a whole palette of project proposals you can take, and depending on your choice, the quality, the region, the technology, the co-benefits, and some say it's too much, you can choose too much, but yeah, you can also choose within clothes. So a ton is a ton, that is right, but there are so much co-benefits you can also invest in at the same time.
Okay, so we can talk more about that now and later on for the, what does it mean for, the space environment, the space industry, as well as individuals in the space industry who might be going on some space flights. So.
Exactly. I will shortly show this project as an example. We've investigating in doing mangrove restoration projects in Brazil, south of Brazil. And we do the projects based on a Hera and gold standard methodology. So we know exactly how to make the baseline, how to monitor, how to verify. And the project idea is to focus on 10,000 hectares of mangroves. And the ballpark number is 1 hectares of mangrove restoration can store 20 to 25 tons of CO2 per year. And that's good to realize. Then for the whole field of 10,000 hectares, after several years, you can remove 200,000 tons of carbon per year in biomass below and above ground. And then in the soil, you can also store carbon while doing this. So it's a 270,000 ton per hectare per year you can store for this whole field. And in 10 years, it's even bigger. And of course, these projects need to be permanent. And of course, the requirement will be, it can only happen in a good ecosystem place. With mangrove restoration, you cannot just plant trees. You have to restore the hydrology, the ecosystem. This project we are investigating in have a lot of co-benefits. It involves local communities. It involves also coastal protection. It leads also to less flooding, so less insurance costs. The biodiversity is protected. Fishery and crabs are also ensured, which people live from. It also creates more freshwater and ecotourism. So these kind of are co-benefits while removing carbon. So you offset for that, but on top of that, you provide a lot of co-benefits.
Okay, we have a question about who is entitled to do the offsetting. Can I just go and plant 1,000 trees and then say, look, I planted 1,000 trees, or do I need to, do I need to go through some official agency in order to do the offsetting?
Exactly. You need to prove that you're entitled, that you can do the project, or you're owner of the land, or you have a loan of the event, of the area. And also in the voluntary carbon market globally, Hera and Gold Standard will check with the government if that's approved, if he allows it. And more governments, also in the South, they develop rule frameworks for this. So it has to be legal. You cannot just go somewhere, plant a tree, and that's it. No, a part of the whole methodology and the requirements, you need to be entitlement. You need to check with the local communities if they like it or not, if they're hurt. So there are many safeguards. There are still some carbon cowboys that sell stuff, but this is not what it's supposed to be, and it's not according to the rules. So there are some requirements there, yes. Thanks.
Okay, but I can't go plant the trees. It's just that, if we're going to be transparent and showing, and holding up the certificate, like I've done this, and this is, it's there, it's basically, so it's transparent for everybody to see. And it's not that it's going to hurt to plant my own trees, but then
please
but
plant as much as possible. No, exactly. Yeah. Plant as much as possible. But the Hera and Gold Standard, they have registries. they will register all the projects and the certificates issued, so everybody can see how many certificates from which project and where they used or retired. So it's a very transparent project indeed. Yeah. Thanks.
Right. And also, so you were mentioning about the idea that, there's no one saying that, the trees that I plant won't be cut down later for something else. So you're saying when you do it with one of these projects, there is a system in place to ensure that those trees are not cut down or at risk and that sort of stuff. So that's part of the reason of why you would want to ensure that your intervention lasts, a long time.
You keep on monitoring, and that's exactly the point. What we also notice, if you start doing a project, it starts with a lot of upfront financing. So we have to do our best that the project continues 10 to 20 years, because then you slowly can earn money with the selling of the credits and do new projects. So yeah, you're right about that. It starts with a lot of upfront finance. So there are many reasons why you need to do your best that it's permanent, and also to do your best that locally there are co-benefits. As I said earlier, better fisheries or coastal zone management or biodiversity. If you don't have any interest besides carbon, then the project has less chance to be permanent. So that's part of the design making of projects.
Okay, great. So I'd like to move towards like specific examples in the space industry, if we can do this. Like, for example, Cosmic Girls suborbital flight coming up in the future. Is there a way that we can adapt a similar approach? Like, could you kind of lead us through that?
Well, exactly. From the start, you could say, okay, let's be conservative. We don't know the exact numbers of our flight yet, but if it's 1,000 tons of CO2, if you want to compensate it via a renewable project and you want to purchase those certificates, that's times $5, that would be $5,000. And if you want to do that with positive compensation, so a positive impact, you don't want to be climate neutral only, you want to spend double or at least something like that. That would be $10,000. If you think I would like to prefer a project which has more co-benefits, like a mangrove restoration, that it might be 1,000 times $26. Then you have 26,000 with many co-benefits and a story to tell. If you say, no, I want to go for positive compensation, then you have $52,000. So that's the idea. And the great journey is indeed try to select a project. If you say, well, the girls come from these and that countries or that regions, maybe you can do a project there. You could say, well, I would like this idea about doing the project with cook stoves lead to more education for girls in Africa. Then you would do that. So that's great. I think every company, every citizen might be able to pick the project, because offsetting is always something you need to defend or show how it works like. So that makes the journey interesting. You can really choose the type of project you want to invest in and offset because of the co-benefits that can be possible. Thanks.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, it's kind of like a little bit of a Chinese menu sort of situation where we can say, we can have expensive ones, carbon credits, we can have cheaper ones, we can go for the different, if we say we have 6 girls, 6 continents competition, every continent will get some benefits. We might want to go and invest in projects and all of the different kinds of things. And if we say we want to do, for example, things that improve gender, the gender, women's empowerment in certain places, we can also go and select those kind of things, and everything has a price. So it might be something that we'd like to talk about with our own community in terms of how we want to engage the community and finding out the sort of projects, that our community is interested in, make it like a stakeholder thing where everybody can get involved in giving their opinion. But I see here, it can. We can talk about, for example, it could range between 10,000 and 52,000 more than on top of the spaceflight cost that we need to keep in mind of, when we're buying space flights, that this is the sort of the order of magnitudes if we want to create the positive impact.
Exactly. And what we usually do with these kind of clients, you might think, is we offer a basket of some high-tech projects, so very social projects and nature projects, so that everything's in there. But indeed, it's an exciting journey. where girls come from, it might be great if you come back, you say, hey, I've been investing in a project that serves also the people in my region, for example. Yes, exactly.
Right. So I'd like to I think it's a good time now to open things up for discussion and hear more questions from the audience. So we're getting them through in the chat. Let me just ask a question that came from the audience, which says, what about the huge amount of water used when rockets are launching? Can it be reduced?
Yeah, you always need to recycle water. That's the same with the jeans. People always say it costs 1,000 liters to produce a jeans. Yeah, but they're also mostly recycled and reused. So that's what you need to do. Maybe it's not happening yet, but that's something you should investigate. That has to happen. Where there's a lack of sweet water, drinking water. So all the water is being used, please reuse it as much as possible.
I'm wondering, in terms, like, I don't know with people in the audience, how many people are working for some of the space operators out there, and if they see, if there are any sort of environmental regulations that, like I can imagine water at some point will be regulated as like emissions as well. But if there's pressures from the government coming in, from the area, like right now, there's nothing mandatory about making emissions, offsetting emissions, and how that must be done per flight. I've heard of some people talking about it, but I'm curious, like in the audience, do you think it's a good idea to make this mandatory, to say like, maybe for every thumbs up, thumbs up for every commercial space flight that should go through this process? I guess I'll stop there for a second, because I'll ask you a couple more questions on types of. Somebody's got to tell me, because I can't see the thumbs. Hang on a second. Results are coming in. That's 10 seconds later.
Yeah, the chat is
Someone said, in the meantime, it's not that harmful to the environment as hydrogen gas is mixed up. I don't know if mixed up, if it's like, because we were talking earlier about water vapor.
Yep.
So maybe that the point about water vapor and, hydrogen, oxygen, making, thumbs up are coming, but maybe we can go back to that water vapor comment, because everybody thinks, that the emissions are bad if it's CO2, but what about water vapor? That seems harmless, doesn't it, Joost?
Yeah, but it's not. It leads to cloud formation. And cloud formation, there's still a bit of uncertainty, because partly it leads to cooling, it partly leads to heating up. So it depends on the location of the vapors, depends on the place of the clouds. So it's not that water does not have any emissions. No, it's not zero. But again, we don't know exactly how much.
Yeah, so I'm wondering also about, so you could say, for space tourism, there's a lot of thumbs coming up, meaning it's time for space tourism and commercial flights to do offsetting. I'm wondering if this is the same for research flights out there. Do you think another poll, because I'm curious if people see a difference in terms of whether, well, if it's a research flight, then, there's other benefits that are coming, which could be sort of monitoring the Earth from space and other things that could be happening. Like, do you think these NASA flights, ESA flights should also have this compensation as a standardized approach? Thumbs up or not? If somebody could also tell me if the thumbs up in terms of the majority of people in the room or not the majority, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it would be a good idea. Of course, there in the European Union, many companies are under an obligatory system, cap and trade system. So they have to pay for their emissions. And when they buy permits, that money is being used for projects. As it goes back to innovation, that's mandatory. And yeah, why don't you have that with voluntary flights? So if it's mandatory, at least there's some projects in preparation. You can choose them. So why not? How costly is it? Yeah.
How costly is, I'm assuming, I'm not sure how costly is what?
Yeah, the compensation, we saw projects between $5 and $26 per ton of CO2. So it really depends.
Okay, so another question, do you think it's possible for the project mentioned with the mangrove project to keep up with offsetting emissions of space tourism becoming available?
I like the question because the reductions through mangrove restoration, the certificates, you only get ex post. So indeed, the asker is right. You should wait first to get the reductions and then fly. Of course, many projects are already under development. And the problem, what a question asker is thinking of, some are saying we in the future will have 100 times more of these space tourism flights. Do we have then enough? And that's a big dilemma for everything what we're doing. If we have more efficient cars, maybe we drive more, that's indeed a problem. So we need to also to be careful with consuming. But of course, the space girls, they have a special task in their space activities. So that's not tourism. Come on, So that's what singled it out. But it's a good question. The same goes with hydrogen and green power. If we think of all the power we need for the data centers, for the ChatGPT, can we keep up the pace? I also not sure. So be reluctant, and I'd rather have one flight to space girls where we all can monitor and use the knowledge and the data, instead of that everybody will fly. So it's a very good question.
Yeah. Can there be, I got another question via my phone. Can there be any fuel alternatives in which are more cheap and less harmful? I think
that's not my cup of tea.
I know that it's interesting because there's a company out there called Blue Shift that's doing some interesting stuff with respect to using biofuels. And so you might want to look into them as well. Very interesting company. And as an alternative, to fly your experiments, using that company as well, because that's what they're all about. It's a good question. Any other questions from the audience? Give it another minute or so. Anything? Ghost, do you have any comments thinking about this? Like, it's the first time you've been brought into the space realm. You usually work with companies and like oil companies and things. What is this for you? Do you see, this to be a growing trend in like, for example, with aviation? It started out of, a few years ago that people could offset their own emissions and people are getting more aware. Do you see the space flight or the space industry also going in that direction?
Well, we have to. If we look at how far we are with meeting up the Paris Agreement targets, we know there's still a big gap, and all the technology is not out there yet. So you just have to offset to bridge that gap. It can't be otherwise. Of course, it's very political as well, because some say, well, then you fly less or buy less clothes or drink less. That's also true. So it's complicated. And if you keep on flying, and we need to do this to know more, we've seen it in the beginning, then you just need to offset. So, and as I said, it's really political. Offsetting sounds like, well, you're polluting and you compensate it somewhere else. But if you really see that the projects have many co-benefits, and also realize that many southern countries in Africa, Latin America, they make plans. They say, please come invest in our country. We need more sustainable coffee farms. So help us out. we need more mangrove restoration because our coastal zone is under threat, you see? So there are many co-benefits, and I would say, yeah, then why not? Offsets have a good part, but we also say it should be part of the tasks you will accomplish. As I showed in my slide, focus also on your own reductions. What can you do and when? And then offsets, use it only for the hard to abate emissions or residual. That's the principle. And if that's being done, I would say, why not do it? Maybe offset first and reduce later.
Yeah. So question came in, is SpaceX using offsetting? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if you, I don't think so. I don't think so. I know that there have been some individuals who have done it individually on their flights, or thought about it. But do you know, because that's also an interesting question, like whose responsibility is it? Is it for the individual who's flying, for example, let's say a space tourism flight, whether it's orbital or suborbital, doesn't matter. Or is it, maybe I can just ask the audience this question. I would love via the chat to hear about this. You know, whose responsibility? Is it the company, the space company, space operator, or is it the individual's responsibility to do this for their individual flights? Give you a minute to type company or individual.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And a very tricky one again, of course.
Tricky one, yeah. Yes, there's a question in between that says, which company is doing who's doing well in terms of sustainability? That's a space company. Which space company is doing well?
I don't know. Don't know.
Yeah, I think personally there's some, you know, it's very early in the game and there's not a lot of regulations, and I think companies are just trying to, you know, get something to fly to take people. And, you know, this is something that's not the first thing that every company is thinking of. Like, they're just like, let's just get things that are safe and operable, and then we'll worry about this stuff. But I know that I mean, like, obviously the fuels that they're using, they are focused on that kind of environmental impact. So sure, that is something, but in terms of offsetting, it's a different story than, yeah. Can somebody give me an update on whether they think it's the individual's responsibility or the company's responsibility based on the chat? Both. We got a lot of both. And someone said, should offsetting become the law?
Yeah, it should be a law. As I said, so at least in the European Union, half of the companies, they have an obligation to reduce emissions. And the attention lately in the media is about the voluntary carbon market, voluntary offsetting, as if we, for our climate targets, rely on philanthropy, you know? And in the end, that's not sustainable. So eventually all emissions should be obligatory to reduce, and an offsetting is part of the law. That will have my preference, because then you can legalize it, you can have political decisions about it, you can have legislation. So that avoids greenwashing. You just agree you have to do this, and what kind of type of projects. On the company versus consumer, it's a very interesting question. The thing is, you have to make a choice. If you say it's up to the consumer, then the consumer can choose the most sustainable space company, for example. My preference would more be that companies should only put things on the carbon market, which is within the boundaries of the climate goals. So if you make fuel, or you make airplanes, or offer travels, the amount of travel should be within the maximum CO2 budget. And it has to be agreed upon, has to be allocated. So it might be good if we have, in the next 10 years, for example, an allocated room for emissions for the space activities. And then at least you know what is allowed, like a quota. And then you're also sure you need to offset for the allowed space flights. That would be my preference. If you leave it to the consumer, yeah, then it's up to how many consumers will do this. This is not, you can't meet your target. So my preference would be have a quota, so that companies do their best to stay within the quota and have a more sustainable and cleaner way. That would be my preference. Thanks.
Good. I think we're running out of time. I just wanted to summarize for a second in terms of getting sort of acquainted with the methodology. So the most important thing is to understand the emissions. So, we had difficulties getting that data. It's a good question to start to ask, why is it difficult to get that data? Why can't we get that data to figure this information out? Both the CO2 equivalent and other environmental stuff like soot, et cetera. But I think we as passengers need to think about the indirect impacts as well as the direct impacts of our future activities if we're planning on going to space, and the space industry. So thinking about, what are the sort of the co-benefits that we would like to also create. So if we're going to start to think about as an organization, this is what's important to us. Let's say, gender impact, positive gender impact, as well as environmental impact. We might start to think about the kinds of projects that, with these co-benefits that you taught, and maybe, select some high quality offerings where we can sort of both based on, the themes that we want to contribute to, as well as the locations we want to create that positive impact with. And then, calculating the impacts is really the Chinese menu thing, and thinking about how we can kind of optimize that with the projects that we have. And that's what we need people like you for, to help us figure all this stuff out in terms of, how to do that and how to actually go and buy these credits and actually offset our flights. But I'd like to thank everyone for their participation today, because I think it's been a lively webinar. We've got some valuable discussions going, and hopefully it's triggered some of you thinking about this in a different way, in terms of, what our environmental stewardship means for the space industry, and how perhaps we can look at things differently, and what we can do to help the environment to make things better than they were before, creating that positive impact that we're talking about, and not just, net zero. Let's make things even more positive than we can make them. I'd also like to thank the World Space Week for the opportunity to share this approach on this, what I would say, historic/herhistoric day, as we are also launching our competition. So thanks so much for the invite, Alma, and everybody at Eliada. Also, we love to be here.
Bye, Alma. Bye, Mindy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a really intriguing discourse. Like you said, I like the way you wrapped it all up at the end, Mindy. And I believe this is a resource that people will come back to. It's not just for World Space Week. It's definitely going to be in our archives that people can refer to it for the foreseeable future, actually. So thank you so much. And on that note, we're going to have a little break, and we'll be back in an hour with the next panel. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. We are back with the space trivia. Thanks for sticking with us throughout this entire day. And we'll be switching over to the space trivia now with Kaylee Looney and Susie Martinez. So I am going to hand it over to you to get things going. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Okay. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Let me do that. Okay.
Hey, nice Space Gala shirt.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. I'm a little reliant on you all to tell me whether or not that's visible for everyone.
I can see it.
Right. I'm also putting the participation link to the YouTube chat now.
Okay. Okay. And we can all see this on YouTube. Okay. Beautiful. All right.
We're rolling with it, okay?
Hi everyone, welcome to Space Trivia. We are so excited to be partnering with both Reinvented and World Space Week to bring
Hello, everyone.
Today.
We are back with the space trivia. Thanks for sticking with us throughout this entire day.
Hold on.
And we'll be switching over to the space trivia now with Kaylee Looney and Susie Martinez.
So Kaylee is getting reverb. Hello, everyone. It's so nice of you to join us on Space Trivia. This is being hosted in partnership with Reinvented Magazine and our World Space Week. Today is the start of World Space Week, and we are honored to be here to celebrate this 25th anniversary of World Space Week with the official World Space Week account on Instagram and on YouTube. So please join us for Space Trivia. The link to join our Space Trivia is actually in the YouTube comments. And we are going to get started as soon as Kaylee can figure out how to not do the sound from YouTube. So are we ready?
Yeah, no, that's on me. So for those of you who don't know, World Space Week's been hosting like back-to-back sessions all day. And there's actually another panel right after us featuring a ton of like really amazing women in STEM. So you should absolutely watch that. But I was watching it earlier, so as soon as I turned my volume on, of course, the YouTube came on too. But okay, so I hope everyone's ready for space trivia. We've put together 4 different categories for you all, and they're all kind of very wide variety, from everything from like space around the world to lunar exploration to women in STEM, and then just some of my favorite fun facts about space in general. There is a link to the Google form, so I hope you all have that. We're going to be tracking your responses via the Google form. And then we also want to make sure that you all know that we are going to send some space stickers to the winner. If we have more than one winner, we will do like a random drawing of everyone who ties at that top score. So if you want to be considered for that, please make sure that you give us your email and your name in that first section. And then we will be going section by section. Each section is 7 questions long. And then at the end of the section, we'll announce the answers before moving on to the next session. And then obviously, because this is virtual, very honor system based, we trust you, hope you trust us. But I'm really excited to get started. So I will move on. And if you don't have the Google form link, here is the QR code. I'll give you all like 2 seconds to scan that QR code, and then we will get started. And maybe while we do that, Susie, do you want to give like a little intro to who you are? Or do you want to do that already?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm Susie Martinez at AstroSue.
I'm a payload engineer in the commercial aerospace industry, but more importantly than that, I am a science communicator on Instagram, which is how I met our lovely host, Kaylee, here, and how I get to work with Reinvented and all of these amazing, amazing events that they put on. And I am truly honored anytime Kaylee asks me to do anything with her. It's such a pleasure. It's so much fun. And last year, we really got to do a bunch of stuff together, which was super cool. Also, this year, we've got to do a bunch of stuff. So I mean, it's like, what's better than working with your closest friends? Like, there's literally nothing better. So I have an Instagram account, as you can see on the bottom right, at Astrosuit, or bottom left. I don't know if it's like switched for our view or not, but my account is at Astrosuit. I do a lot of education. I do a lot of fashion. I do a lot of this and that and the other, more of like science, lifestyle, and what it's like for me to be a woman in STEM. So
yeah, I have a tendency to rope all of my friends into doing like crazy things with things like this.
Are they really your friends if they don't just, get roped into all of your crazy shenanigans? I think not. So I think that is. What about you? Tell us about you, Kaylee.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kaylee. You can follow me on Instagram at Kaylee Stems. The other corner on the pet.
Whichever corner it is.
So I spent about 7 years in the aerospace industry, working on everything from small sats to geosats to most recently commercial lunar landers, and now I'm running Reinvented, which is a nonprofit organization all about getting girls in STEM full time. I'm also the host of the Space Gala through Reinvented, and I get to do cool things like host space trivia, which is like a space nerd's dream, right?
And the space fashion show.
Oh yeah, and the Cosmic Couture Space Fashion Show, which was a ton of fun for the first time this year. But all right, I've given you all plenty of time to open this Google form, so I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. Our first category is, so we're going back to the moon. We have 7 questions, and Susie, why don't I let you kick this one off?
Yeah, of course. So question 1, what was the first attempted mission to reach the moon? And I have to admit, I looked at the answers and I actually didn't know this. So listen, I'm not a huge trivia person, not just space, just trivia in general. All of my knowledge up here is either engineering or song lyrics, and like that's the end of it. If you ask me your name, no idea, right? Space trivia, not one of the things that I have up here in my brain. So I am actually really excited to see who gets the answer to this, because I did not know.
Yeah, I learned so much, I think, trying to put together some of these, where I was like, I think this would be a really good question, and I think I know the answer, and then I'll Google it to make sure that it was the right answer, because this is space trivia, and I need to make sure that I'm getting the answers right for you all. And I was like, that is not what I thought.
Not what I thought, for sure. I think really like low-key deep space nerds would know this. I think Astro Alexandra would know this. She knows her stuff. She is a trivia person. If you're like, oh, I don't know the space thing, Astro Alexandra knows it. So I think that she would know this one. And I'm gonna text her after this and ask her if she knows. But I'm not gonna say here's the answer. I'm gonna say, do you know what the first lunar mission was? And she's gonna know. It'll be fine. She'll know exactly what it is.
Okay. I promise that they're not all that obscure or like tricky. So question 2.
Yeah, the rest of them make sense. The rest of them make sense. I was like, oh, right off the bat, first one, go Kaylee.
Gotta throw them a little. All right, question 2. What year did the first crewed mission land on the surface of the moon? This one, there's actually been a whole bunch of posts coming out about it because of World Space Week. So I feel like I've seen this year on socials like multiple times this week. So
yeah,
I'm not saying that there's no excuse to get it wrong, but
this is also kind of famous.
Yeah.
When men first landed on the moon, it's kind of like an important thing in history, I guess, Yeah. Whatever.
I guess I'm sticking with that theme. You wanna go ahead and give them question 3?
Yeah, absolutely. Question 3, what was the name of the Apollo 11 landing site? This one, not niche. However, you have to know it. Like, you're not going to guess the answer to this one, I wouldn't. But I know it because I'm working on lunar missions. So.
Yeah, I might have biased these questions a little bit towards lunar missions. I mean, it's a
the moon
in space right now. And I mean, all of my besties are working on lunar missions right now. So, I mean,
all the besties work on space, guys, and lunar missions for sure.
All right. Question 4. What company is credited as the first commercial company to land a spacecraft on the moon?
Ooh.
And this is actually done this year. So it was a very hot topic a little earlier this year.
I was gonna say, how do we quantify landing?
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that is a little bit controversial. However, by NASA's definition, it was successful. So I
Okay.
think we'll stick with that.
Also, just a note on this question, this is a US company.
Yeah.
Because there was another landing from a commercial company that happened right before or right around the same time and kind of had a similar landing scheme.
Wasn't commercial though.
It was. Yes, it is.
Mm.
It was commercial because the government, so the Indian government landed and deployed. So that was the government. And then the next one from another country was a commercial lander. And it landed in a similar way to this American company.
Okay. All right.
But I can't remember which mission came first.
Well,
I might have to Google it.
All right. Question 5. Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah, so what is the name of the ISRO first lunar lander mission to successfully land on the surface of the moon? I know this one. I know this one. I didn't have to look at the answer. This was really cool. Yeah, this was so cool when they landed, right? I don't know if you watched the landing. I'm sure you did. But did you notice that nearly the entire control room was women? I know. I was so excited. And I talked to a university or a Southern University of Alabama like 2 weeks ago, and one of the students asked me what my favorite like upcoming lunar mission was that I was so excited for, or one that has already happened. And I said this one because the entire control room was basically all women. The flight director was a woman, all the operators were women. So when they landed and the rovers deployed, everyone was so excited. And it was just this entire room of just woman in STEM joy. Like it was so cool. And they're sending another lander really soon, and I'm really excited for them.
Yeah. All right. Question 6. So besides the US, name 3 other countries that have attempted to land on the moon. And there are actually more than 3 answers to this.
Yeah.
A lot of people have tried to go to the moon. So you just need 3 of them.
Yeah, and most of them have been
3 have tried just this year.
Yeah. So I think that everyone, if you pay attention to like lunar missions and like space stuff, like this is an easy one. You know this one.
Yeah.
All right. Next one. Oh, last one in the moon section. Hold up. This is important. Name the NASA program whose mission is to explore the moon and establish a long-term human presence there. Well, I know this one because I work on it, but I also worked on it when I worked at NASA as well, just a little bit, only on the first one. All of my stuff is gone. I have nothing to claim on the next one, so. But I do have stuff to claim on later ones through the lander that I'm working on now, so.
Deal. All right. I will give you all like 2 minutes to get your final answers in for this section. And then once you're done filling out for this category, you can go ahead and hit the next button on your Google form. And we will move on to like category 2. But I promise we'll announce the answers in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, answers are going to be so good because people are watching this going, oh man, I know that. I've been at the restaurant with the trivia, and you're like, oh my gosh, I know this, and everyone is just chilling. The good teams, they're just like, this was easy.
Yeah, which is like
except for that first question.
Yeah, that one was a little tough or tricky. I've recently gotten into trivia, so I've discovered Geeks Who Drink. It's like really big in the space community, and I didn't know this. Like Houston has a whole scene for this, and like astronauts play it. But it's pretty much like trivia bars like all throughout the week. And so I have a group from like the company I've been working with. We go on Wednesdays, and they always get so excited when there's a space question because it's pretty much the only ones we ever know. And then my brain, which just like has music lyrics like almost exclusively living rent free in my mind, like I can help them with the songs, and then that's about it. That's the extent of my trivia abilities. But then there are some teams that get like every question right, and I'm like, wow, like there are just some true random geniuses out there in the world.
They just love facts, man. And Huntsville has like a huge trivia scene as well. And you know what's funny is I was actually talking to Gus about this yesterday, about how in places where there aren't like hubs of smart people, like in, you know, not like where there's a NASA center, there's usually trivia, right? So in places where there's NASA centers, trivia is like this huge thing. And in other places, it's not really a thing, apparently. I didn't know that. I thought trivia was just a thing all over, but yeah, I don't know. Apparently it's like NASA centers are hubs for trivia restaurants.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that.
I mean, I have a great time. It's fun.
Let's do this. It has officially been tuned. So Susie, what was the first attempted mission to reach the moon?
The first attempt was Luna 1.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm going to have to look that up when I leave. I'm actually going to make a video about that. I just decided I'm going to make a video about it.
Yeah. All right. Question 2. What year did the first crewed mission land on the surface of the moon? That was 1969. So it has been a very long time since we've gone back to the moon, and thus my excitement for all things moon related right now.
I'm so excited for the next couple of years to see what discoveries and stuff that we get to make, which is so cool. Okay, the Apollo landing site is Tranquility Base, and I actually think it's Tranquility Base 1, if I remember correctly, but Tranquility Base works as a final. But also we'll accept Tranquility Base 1. Not that we're going to see your answers, but just know we know.
I will see your answers. I'll share them with you. If there are any fun ones, I'll let you know. Okay, so what was the first commercial company credited with successfully landing on the moon? That was Intuitive Machines. It did land and then land a little sideways shortly thereafter, but they did get a ton of really good science and data from their descent, and were a huge success for the commercial lunar like exploration industry.
Yeah, and the other lander I was talking about, though, was iSpace. That is a commercial Japanese company. It is not a government entity. By the way, it's not JAXA.
LIM is the one that landed sideways, not iSpace.
Yes. So did iSpace land, though, or did they... Oh, that's where okay. I was confusing their landing orientations. Okay, you were right. Intuitive Machines, 100%. Okay, so the ISRO mission is Chandrayaan 3. Is that how you say it? Chandrayaan 3. That's how Alex said it in her video, and she had beautiful pronunciation. So that's what I'm going with. So the spelling's kind of tricky, but we'll know what you mean. 3, yes.
3 is important here because they had a 1 and they had a 2, and those were unsuccessful. 3 was a successful one.
Yes. So if you just put Chandrayaan, that does not count. It has to be number 3.
All right.
Okay.
So besides the U.S., name 3 other countries that have attempted to land on the moon. We would have accepted Russia, USSR, China, India, and Japan have all made attempts to land on the moon. Some successful, some less successful. But success was not a criteria here. So if you name any of those, you're getting, or any 3 of those, you're getting full points. All right, and then last but certainly not least, I know this is the one you're most excited about, Susie, so I'll let you it.
So the name of the NASA program that is working towards bringing back people and landers to the moon is the Artemis program, and I get to work on that at my commercial company, and it's really cool. And I also got to work on Artemis 1 when I was at NASA, so fun, cool stuff for space right now. It's awesome.
Okay, All right, category 2 is women in space history. This category is officially powered by Reinvented magazine and all things reinvented, because we are all about getting girls into STEM and space. And so there was no way I couldn't include this category in our trivia today. So this category covers kind of just the history of really amazing women who have impacted the space industry, not just as astronauts, but as people working as our hidden figures kind of behind the scenes in making space missions successful. And yeah, let's jump right into it. You want to kick things off?
Yeah, I'll go. Okay, so question 1, who is expected to be the first woman to walk on the moon as part of NASA's Artemis mission? She has already been selected for this Artemis mission for landing and walking and doing her first EVA on the moon, and I'm so excited, and I got to meet her, and it was really cool. She is so cool.
I'm also like I've always like felt controversy when it comes to like very deliberate selections for diversity in space, but this one is just so monumental that like it had to be deliberate, right? Like this next mission.
Oh, I agree.
A woman.
Yeah. We had all 8 of the Apollo missions. We had no representation. So they can send a woman to the moon this time, okay? They can do it. But yeah, I was on a training trip in Johnson, and I got to meet her while I was still working at NASA, and she was so awesome. She was so awesome. She had just been spending some time on the ISS because I was a flight controller for the ISS, and we got sent to Johnson for a training trip, as one does. She was just right there, and I was like, wow, I am a huge fan. And she was like, oh, thanks so much. And I was like, ah. It was awesome.
Women in STEM. We don't
Women in STEM, guys. Women in STEM.
Yep. All right. Question 2. Who was the first woman in space? This one is really a cool one because it is like very international. So I'll give you that little hint.
I was gonna say, make a note of first woman, not first US woman in space on this question for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna like go a little bit faster because we're almost halfway.
Oh my gosh, already? Okay, so question 3, which woman is credited with saving the Apollo 11 moon landing with the development of her flight software? If you've seen Hidden Figures, you know this answer. Love that movie, by the way. Incredible. It's one of my all-time favorite space movies of all time. But
she's also
you guys know this.
Yeah, she also has a very, very iconic photo. That if I tell you what the photo looks like, stop, you're gonna give it away. If I tell you what it looks like,
it doesn't have her name on it.
I guess that's true. But she's a very iconic photo that was recently replicated by another researcher at MIT, which was very cool.
I've seen that. Please send that to me. So I can see it.
What?
I haven't seen the replication of the photo.
It's kind of oldish now, but I'll send it to you. I'll send it.
Okay, yeah, send it to me. I haven't seen it. That's cool.
Okay. Question 4. What famous female mathematician calculated the trajectory for the Mercury Redstone 3 mission? And I'll give you a hint that this is definitely not the only mission she's calculated a trajectory for. She's like very famous for working with many an astronaut, being the only one that they trust with her the calculations. She's
She also had a ton of stuff named after her because she's awesome. And she deserved that. She really did. She really does.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Go to the next one. I'm okay skipping these a little bit quicker because they are all also written in your Google Forms.
So and we also have 2 more sections. So, okay, so which woman famously was a part of NASA's Mercury 13 program but didn't make it to space until 2021? This is obviously near and dear to my heart because I love her. Anyway, if you don't know what the Mercury 13 program is, though, look it up. Do yourself a favor. If you've seen For All Mankind, you kind of have an idea of what the Mercury 13 kind of was like, except in For All Mankind, they actually sent them to space. But not
she's the only one from that program that ended up making it into space, right?
Yeah, the rest of them kind of just went on to be like pilots, and just live their lives, you know?
Yeah. She also went on to be a pilot and did amazing
Yes.
stuff with it, despite not going to space. But the moment she went to space, there were many a tear shed by me personally.
The whole time, like the whole time. And like you guys, many of you know me, many of you don't know me. I cry a lot about literally everything, so this was absolutely no exception. It's fine. It's fine.
Amazing.
Whatever. Okay, go for it.
All right. Question 6. What percentage of the world's astronauts are women? This is a really good one, I think, because as soon as people see this number, it's like a general awareness of like actually how few women have gone to space, which is insane to me. And I'm super excited because on the next panel, there's like a ton of women astronauts or women who are about to be astronauts on the panel. And like the uptick, like
Camille's panel after this?
Hmm?
Is Camille's panel after this?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah. Wow, what a slay. They have to follow us, so I'm just saying. I hope they brought their A game.
Sure, we're like their opener, you know?
Yeah, kind of we are, honestly. Yeah, this number is actually depressing and very sad. But I mean, we're about to hit like 100 in space, right? Like that's pretty amazing.
We're about to go over that with the next couple of commercial flights, which I'm super
Someday it's not going to be a problem, but you know, it still is.
Yep. All right, and last question from this category. Who was the first African-American mathematician and aerospace engineer to work at NASA? Also featured in Hidden Figures, also also should definitely have more things named after her.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the last question. We'll give you all like 2-3 minutes, since I went through them pretty fast, to get your answers in. And then I will go back to question number 1 so we can get ready to give answers too. Okay.
These were all really good. I really liked all of these.
Yeah.
Like I love the moon questions, but like women in STEM, women in space, you know.
The thing about trivia, like being the person who's like the star for trivia, is I got to pretty much just say like, who are my absolute favorite people working in the STEM industry or have worked in the STEM industry, and then I get to make a question about them. So it's like this is nice having all of this knowledge and power.
Well, I applaud you on your selection because these were spot on.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I'll give you all like another 2 minutes and then we will go through questions.
Well, while we have 2 minutes, tell us about your shirt and the Space Gala.
Yeah. So one of the big things that I do with Reinvented, and it's kind of cool because we're in the Women in Space History category now, is we host this huge event at Kennedy Space Center called the Space Gala. It brings together 300 space lovers, mostly women, to the Rockets Garden. We light the entire garden up in pink lights, so rockets all pink. And we really just celebrate each other in the most amazing way possible. The fashion is insane. Susie, you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so a big part of the Space Gala for me, at least, is the fashion component, and I try and find inspiration amongst my peers at the Space Gala because everyone absolutely just turns out and it's amazing. I usually make or modify my dress, and this year is no exception. I'm not done with it yet, which is stressing me out, but that's okay. I know. I'm very stressed about it. It's okay. But yeah, the fashion is kind of unreal. It's so creative, and you know, melding engineering and STEM and fashion in a way that I honestly would never have thought of. Like Aisha always makes her own electronics for her dress, which is incredible, which actually kind of inspired Kaylee and I to want to do the fashion show that happened this year, because I was the co-host of the Space Gala last year, and we wanted to like integrate this fashion element, and we were able to by hosting this fashion show, which was so cool. And then we had some designers from literally all over the world come and do some insane tech and STEM inspired outfits, and they were all handmade. They were all custom. It was amazing. It was so cool.
Yeah. So anyway, before we jump into these answers, there are still some tickets available. You're welcome to come to the Space Gala. But okay, so Susie, who is expected to be the first woman to walk on the moon?
This is Christina Cook, and I'm so excited. She's so cool. And I'm so excited to see a woman on the moon. Oh, it's gonna be amazing.
Okay. And the first woman in space was Valentina Tereshkova. I hope everyone knew this one.
Yeah.
This was kind of an amazing monument for like women in general. And it took the US forever to catch up on like meeting this here in the US. And so Susie, who was the first US woman to go to space?
It was Sally Ride.
Amazing.
Sally, we love Sally.
Many years after the lovely Valentina.
1983 is when Sally was in space on the space shuttle for the first time, and I think Valentina was in space in 68.
Yep.
Yeah, 1968. Yeah, so it took us a while to catch up. Yeah, it was not our best moment. Not our best moment, guys. It's okay, but we got there.
All right. Go ahead with this one, Susie.
Oh, yeah, so credited with saving the Apollo 11 landing, that was Margaret Hamilton. And if you guys have seen that iconic photo of her holding the stack of code, and it's on the ground taller than her, and she's just like leaning on it like this, iconic, truly iconic.
Yeah, and for those of you who are wondering, Katie Bauman is an MIT researcher who recently replicated this photo with all of the code it took her to model imaging for black holes. So that was really, really cool to get that little throwback from her as well.
Oh,
I
that's
hope
so
you know
neat.
exactly what photo we're talking about. And Susie, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I have to find the replication. I haven't seen that one. I know what the original is though.
Okay. What famous female mathematician calculated the trajectory for the Mercury Redstone 3 mission, as well as John Glenn's first mission to space and a ton of the Apollo missions? That was Katherine Johnson, kind of the star of Hidden Figures, and one of the most amazing mathematicians in the history of mathematics in general. I hope you all knew that one.
Yeah, and John Glenn famously said that he was not getting on a rocket unless Katherine Johnson had checked the math, which I thought was like a really cool thing. Like that was awesome.
Absolutely, she was a badass.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You can. I'll give you.
Yeah. So, which woman was famously a part of the NASA Mercury 13 program? But that was Wally Funk. She did not make it to space until 2021 when she flew to space on Blue Origin's New Shepard with Jeff Bezos. She was on the inaugural flight. She was one of the first, like literally the first woman that Blue sent to space. And it was like iconic, like absolutely iconic. And I was crying literally the whole time, from launch to landing. I was literally just sobbing. It was so great. And she's talked a lot about her experience with New Shepard, but mostly about the overall overview effect that she experienced and how she'd been waiting for it for so long, and we finally got to send her. It was so great. It was so great.
Oh, one of the best moments I've ever been able to. And I watched the live stream. I had like sent the live stream to like my whole family to watch, so I like forced my dad to watch this. And I think like my mom was crying and I was crying and James wasn't crying, but you could see the little tear in his eye, I think.
Yeah, it was an iconic moment. It was such a win for her. It was a win for women in STEM. It was a win for the Mercury 13 program, honestly.
Absolutely. Okay. What percentage of the world's astronauts are women? That is 11%. It is such a small number. And this is like, it was great that Wally finally made it to space, and I'm so glad that she did. But that percentage is like exactly why she didn't get to go to space with Mercury 13. And why this next panel is super important, because they're going to tell you all about why women belong in space, and I'm hyped for that.
Yeah.
All right, and our last question in this category, take it away, Susie.
Yeah. Who was the first African-American mathematician and aerospace engineer at NASA? Also a woman, Mary Jackson, she was the first African-American man or woman to work at NASA as an engineer, which was iconic. And she was also a proponent in Hidden Figures. She was played by Janelle Monáe, and just icon, absolute icon, and a genius. She needs more things named after her, truly. And I think that Mary is still alive, actually. So there's still time for her to have things named after her. So she's awesome.
Good. Love that. All right. Category number 3 is space exploration around the globe. So this is World Space Week. Emphasis on world. Susie and I are both working here in the US. NASA is huge, but the US is certainly not the only country doing amazing things in space. And so this category is all about the really cool things going on everywhere else in the world. And actually, I learned a lot when putting this category together, because I've been like very narrow focused on like the CLIPS program and all things NASA, because NASA's doing cool stuff. And then when I started digging into it, I was like, oh my gosh, like there is actually a ton going on everywhere else. Like it was amazing. So let's go right into it. You want to start this one off?
Yeah. In 1961, who became the first human to travel to space? I know that World Space Week's heavily emphasized in global things. So I actually think that a lot of our global participants will probably do better than the US participants on this one, especially the whole number 3 category. But I believe in the US. I believe in us. I think we can do it.
I don't know. We'll see. But this one's really awesome. There's like a whole event themed around the day that this person went to space to celebrate that, because doesn't matter what country they're from, like this was a huge accomplishment for humankind.
Absolutely.
Finally get a human out into space and get a taste for the stars was just amazing. All right, question 2. What spaceport do the Ariane rockets launch from?
Actually knew this one. I'm a big fan of Ariane space.
I mean, they have the Susie rocket now, right?
They do have a Susie second stage.
Okay.
And it's spelled the same way. So I'm like, oh, they named it after me, obviously. Like, obviously they did. And they follow me on Instagram, and it's fun. They're fun. They're awesome.
Yeah. And they are amazing. And they're definitely obsessed with you. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they named the rocket after me, so like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh, Kaylee.
Okay. Question 3. Okay, so earlier this year, we were talking about this lander just a little bit ago in the first category. JAXA made an attempt to land a spacecraft on the moon, and it was predominantly successful. It did tip over a little bit, but it survived lunar night, which was kind of like a huge accomplishment. The spacecraft was SLIM. What does SLIM stand for? I thought this was really cute.
Oh, this is a good one. I actually knew this. I knew this because I made a video about the lander when the landing happened. But like if I hadn't made the video about it, I don't think I'd know what SLIM stands for.
Yeah. It's like very straightforward too. Like there
It
is
is.
like it's very ordinary. But this lander was anything but. It was incredibly impressive. And it has survived multiple lunar nights now, I believe.
Yeah, I think it survived
3
for
a lunar lander.
Yeah, it survived like 3 or 4 straight lunar nights, which is, if you guys don't know, a lunar night is 2 weeks of darkness. And then we have a lunar day, which is 2 weeks of light. So surviving the super, super cold temperatures, it's like negative 185 degrees Celsius. So it's really, really, really cold at the lunar night, depending on where you land. But where they landed, it was about as cold as it can get. And they survived I think it was 4 lunar nights. I really do.
That's insane. Yeah.
It was crazy. Every time they're like, oh, it's alive again. We're like, wow, that was good job, guys.
Yeah, it was.
I want to know how they rad harden their stuff. That's what I want to know.
Right? Right? Insane. But for most lunar landers, they plan their entire mission around not surviving lunar night. So that leaves them a very small launch window, such that they have to land pretty much at the day 1 of lunar day. So at the start of that 2 week, so that they can do as much science as possible. and then they expect to pretty much power everything off and not power back on after lunar night. And so this was, I think, one of the first vehicles that survived lunar night, and let alone that many times, and was able to still communicate and do science at the same time, which is just amazing and so impressive.
You need a seriously robust system to be able to survive lunar night, and for their first time, like that was incredible, like truly incredible. Okay, what was the name of India's first satellite? Oh, I'm gonna have to say this. Okay. I didn't know this actually. So that's interesting.
So I mean, I know that India's been doing a ton of cool stuff when it came to space, and I've been following their lunar missions for a while, taking a lot of lessons learned from their unsuccessful missions, and then all the lessons learned from their successful mission. But they do things other than lunar landers, and
there you go. The more you know.
The Chandrayaan program is.
Wait, I wonder what year. I'm gonna look up what year that was sent afterwards. Are you gonna look it up?
I don't know. My gosh, it says in 1975.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's crazy. That's literally crazy.
Yeah, love that.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
All right.
Go India.
Woo. All right, question 5. What year was the European Space Agency founded? And ESA's doing like a ton of amazing stuff. They are like known for doing amazing stuff, especially in the science world and all of the different science missions that they work on and collaborate with the US on as well is really cool.
Yeah, I work with the European Space Agency a lot with payloads, especially through like the CLIPS program and stuff. So I always love like talking to their engineers and seeing like what kind of science they have cooking up now. And it's just every time I'm like, wow, that's a great idea, and they get to send it on the CLIPS program, which is super cool. So
yeah, absolutely. Plus they have a really cool mission operations center. I've seen photos of it. And
I want to go. I've never been to any of the ESA centers. We could have gone to the one in Paris last fall when we were in Paris for SpaceCon. We could have gone. Like I have someone that works there, and we could have gone. But
all right, next time.
Yeah, next time for sure. Okay. Name 3 countries. Oh, are you gonna do it?
You got it.
Did I do the last one? No, you did the last one. Okay. Name 3 countries that have successfully landed on Mars. So I did know this because I love Mars. But I mean, I'm a moon girl through and through, but Mars is also very cool. So
yeah, Mars is very cool. I think I have another Mars question in the next category too, because I'm also obsessed with Mars. And I knew the answer to this question, but then I of course went down the rabbit hole and was like, well, what were the names of the rovers and what did they do? And I learned so much about each of them, and kind of the history of all of them. And it was the Mars rovers from the US are kind of what inspired me to get into space to begin with, because I grew up with first robotics and all that. So I was like, what's cooler than robots on Earth? Well, robots in space, obviously. Yeah. So I was like, well, I'm all in on that. And so I knew a lot about the Mars rover series from the US. And I knew very little about the other countries other than that they were there. So
yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not going to say an answer, but one of the countries has collected a lot of really cool science in the last couple of years since they landed, because it was a more recent landing than some of the other ones. So I follow that one pretty closely, which is pretty cool. But
also realizing I definitely said one of the 3 countries.
You did, but I think that one was kind of the obvious one, so it's okay.
That's fair.
We've kind of built a whole
for you all
thing about it,
Okay, and last but not least, what is the name of the company that launches rockets from New Zealand?
This is a good question. Oh, this is a good one.
I low-key love this company. They've been doing a lot with NASA lately too. I know one of our friends, Joan, has been traveling out.
I was gonna say Joan literally went to New Zealand for a month last year and did an entire launch campaign with them from the NASA side. It was so cool. But more importantly, she went to see the Hobbit holes. better in New Zealand. Yeah, because they filmed Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, and so she stayed in one of the hovel holes, which was like, it was so cool. It was awesome.
I'm so jealous. And she like upgraded to first class on her flights there and back too. I was like, you're just literally living the space dream.
I mean, if your flight is like what from the US to New Zealand is like, it's like flying to Australia. It's like a 16-hour flight or longer. It is ridiculous. I would also want to be in first class. I'm just saying.
Valid. All right, we'll give you all like 1 minute to get through this one because we still have one category left. And I want to make sure that we get through all of the things.
Yeah, I think we're doing good. We're doing good on time.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Taking 15 minutes for each section, so
yeah,
that's perfect. That's perfect timing.
Yeah, should be good. Okay. What's your favorite thing going on in the space world right now, Susie?
I mean, all the attention on the moon has just got me feeling some type of way because I love the moon and I work on the moon. So everyone being like super excited about like NASA Artemis program and all the commercial landings and all of the all of the rocket launches. Like this morning there was a Vulcan launch, like ULA Vulcan. I know, like it's just every single day. Say what?
Photos are gorgeous from that launch.
Oh my gosh, did you see John Krause's photos?
Yes.
Of the sunrise? I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know how he does it. He does it every time. And also John Krause is going to be a special guest at the Space Gala, so I'm super pumped to finally meet him. So if you guys are interested in coming to the Space Gala, get your tickets because I'll be there. John Krause will be there. Camille, who's in the next panel, will be there. Kaylee, of course, will be there. We're just loaded up with all the best space people in the industry. So if you don't want to miss out, you got to get your tickets.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is not what you asked me. The moon is what I'm excited about right now. Circling back to the moon is what I'm most excited about in terms of like space and space travel right now because it's the next stepping stone. We can't get further without the moon, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. Like it's really awesome.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It has officially been 2 minutes, so let's get to it. Susie, who is the first human who traveled to space?
It was Yuri Gagarin.
Yeah.
Which, if you are familiar with Yuri's Night, you know that's a party. There's one in LA. There's one in like at IAC. They're all over the place. So if you've never been to one, you should check it out. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right. Question 2: what spaceport do Ariane rockets launch from? That is French Guiana. We love Ariane here. So
yeah, I'm a big Ariane fangirl. Like I have a jacket. They sent me a jacket. I have a bomber jacket that has their logo on the back. It is literally so cool. Okay, sorry, we're wasting time. Next question.
I'll let you do this.
What does SLIM stand for? SLIM stands for Smart Lander for Investigating the Moon, which is incredibly to the point, and I love that about JAXA. They always name their stuff incredibly pointedly, and it's awesome. So yeah, I knew that because I had made a video on my Instagram about it, but if I had not made that video, I would have no idea what SLIM stands for. But it's kind of obvious, you know?
Yeah. All right. Question 4: what is the name of India's first satellite? That is Aryabhata. They launched, like we said, in 1975, operated for about 5 years, which is kind of insane for a satellite too, especially like their first satellite. So super, super awesome stuff coming from ISRO.
What we're finding out is that ISRO has just really robust things like their lander, their satellites, even back in the 70s. Like that's pretty awesome.
All right, go ahead. You want to take this one?
Yeah. So ironically, the year the European Space Agency was founded was also 1975 when the Indian Space Agency sent their first satellite to the moon. And yeah, that's actually much later than I thought it was going to be. But I guess we were kind of focused on the US getting to the moon first. And then once that slowed down a little bit, because Apollo ended in the 70s. So that makes sense. And then we just brought in our fun little international partners. It's awesome.
Yeah.
We love ESA. I'm such an ESA fangirl.
Okay, what 3 countries have successfully landed on Mars? So I gave you the first one, the US. Russia and China have also landed on Mars.
Yes.
Lots
I'm
of
really happy with the Chinese lander or the Chinese rover. They have collected some insane science and they just landed like in 2020. Like it was very recent. Yeah.
I think there's only windows to go to Mars like every couple of years, right?
3 years.
Yeah. Just
every 3 years. Yeah.
Okay, and last but certainly not least, Susie, you want to go and take this one?
Yeah, so what is the company that launches rockets from New Zealand? It is Rocket Lab. They have this incredible architecture where when they're doing small sounding rockets, they start it on a Monday and they launch it on a Friday, which is really, really cool. They also are doing some crazy, insane rocket stuff with 3D printing. And I used to be a 3D printing engineer, so I've been interested in following along with Rocket Lab for like the last 7 years. So my whole like professional career, I've been like, maybe I'll move to New Zealand and work at Rocket Lab.
Yeah, maybe. I'll move.
Maybe.
All right. Now our final category, and this is going to be a bit of a speed round because we have 10 minutes as well. So this is
stop talking.
This is completely focused on general space knowledge. There's no theme. It is super random. And so let's hop into it. Go ahead, Susie, kick it off.
All right. How far away in kilometers is the sun from the Earth? This is far. I didn't know this, so.
Yeah, and I mean it's World Space Week, so I tried to accommodate for literally everyone that's not the United States because nobody other than the US.
I think that like space people also in the US still use kilometers because it's generic. You know, I think that the metric system is superior anyway. So.
Yeah, same. Okay. So,
glad we're on the same page.
Question 2, what planet has the most moons? They have an obscene amount of moons. Like, why are they not sharing with everyone else? Like, I would like at least 2 more moons.
I'm looking at this answer. Are you sure that's right?
I'm like 90% sure.
Okay, well, let's move on and you look that up because I definitely thought it was a different planet.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that one.
Wow. I feel like we don't give enough credit to this planet. For sure. I didn't know.
It is
okay.
Yeah,
it is the one.
Biggest, like the next highest number is like 50 off.
Wow.
This planet.
Wow. Okay. All right. Cool beans.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy. Doing the research on this, it was like everything indicated like so far. Like scientists are still potentially discovering moons.
Still discovering their moons.
Right.
That's crazy. Okay.
All right. Question 3.
After the sun, what star is the next closest to Earth?
Yeah, closest is a very weird term to use here because it's like literally 4.2 light years away.
Yeah, I didn't know this actually, so that's interesting. All right, next. We're gonna run out of time.
All right, so this is my favorite one. I was like, this is my favorite like space term generally. And so I was like, how do I get this into trivia? So any object that might enter a black hole is expected to experience an effect, which takes approximately less than a second, like 0.3 seconds. And what is this effect called?
This is the first time I've ever heard this word. Yes. I know. I don't mean to disappoint you, but this is like the first time I've ever heard this word. Wow. Okay. I'm going to look this up after we're done here because this is the first time I've ever heard of this. Also, I watched Contact for the first time last night. And so like, it's funny that you're having a conversation about a black hole. Anyway.
Yeah.
Camille made me feel bad about not having ever seen it, but it's fine. Okay. What color are sunsets on Mars? Wow. I actually thought it was a different color, but that one makes a lot of sense. So
yeah, there are like photos of this too, which is really cool.
Oh, maybe I'm just not looked at them or just like not realize what it was. Maybe I'm gonna look that up too. Man, I have a whole list of things to look up after we're done here for sure.
We're all learning about space together.
We are. See, I told you, space trivia. It's not up here. It's just music and work, and that's it.
Love. Okay. Question 6. What planet rotates on its side? This one
I did know this. This one, people know this one. People know this. All right. And finally, last question about how many layers make up Pluto's atmosphere. That is definitely a real planet.
Yeah, it is absolutely a real planet. I don't care what NASA, ESA, or anyone else says.
Or Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
I'm sorry, man. I'm Team Pluto is a real planet.
I am also Team Pluto, and put in the comments whether you're Team Pluto, please. We want to know how many people are on our side about our dear Team Pluto, our little baby Pluto.
If you're not Team Pluto, get out. No, I'm kidding.
No, she doesn't mean it.
We still mostly love you. My heart only died a little bit. Pluto is definitely
a little, just a little. All right. So for the answers for these, make sure you're getting them in. We're not going to wait 2 minutes. We're going to wait 1 minute. At 56. We are going to be giving the answers for these because we are running out of time. Kaylee, these questions were awesome. They were perfect. I really thank you for inviting me to do this and put in all of this effort. And I love you.
Okay, it is officially 56. That was a really fast minute, Susie.
It was because you just love hearing me talk. That's what it is. Okay. So how far away is the sun in kilometers? It is 149 million kilometers. We'll forgive you if you didn't get that. It's a very specific number. So
yeah, super fair. Okay, what planet has the most moons? That is Saturn. Saturn's current moon count is about 146 total confirmed moons. Like literally everything like confirmed so far, which is insane.
So like, how many does Jupiter have? Is it like 100? Okay, because I have always been like, Jupiter has all the moons. Jupiter has all the moons, and like that's like a common thing.
But apparently not as many as Saturn. Whose moon count is still rising, which is crazy.
I'm shook. I am shook right now. I just need you to know that of all these answers, that is the one that I'm the most surprised by.
No, we just have one. Like, rude.
We suck. Okay, after the sun, I mean, we're all right. We have humans, I guess. What star is the next closest to the Earth? And that is Proxima Centauri. It is 4.2 light years away. It is a red dwarf planet, or it's red dwarf star, I guess. Not really a planet. But yeah, super cool. I didn't know that either. I feel like I'm learning. There's so much space to know, and that's not engineering. And I feel like all of my space knowledge is focused towards engineering.
Okay, so what happens when you enter a black hole? This is spaghettification. It's literally where you get stretched out and compressed at the same time within 0.3 seconds because of the gravity of the black hole is so obscenely large. It is my favorite space term. I learned it when I was a kid and just was like, this is amazing. Like whoever the scientist was who came up with this term had the best time with the name, but it is spaghettification.
I've literally never heard that word until when I was reading it on the answers. Like I've never heard that. I'm gonna look it up. I love it. It's a great word. I love it. I just have never heard of it. Okay, color of sunsets on Mars is pale blue. This is due to the way that the light scatters off the dust particles in the Martian atmosphere. I thought it was green, but I think blue makes more sense.
Yeah. All right, let's see. What planet rotates on its side? That is Uranus. Very, very famous for this.
I always remember that from Schoolhouse Rock. Uranus is built on a funny tilt. That's the line from Interplanet Janet. So you know the song Interplanet Janet, right?
No.
Okay, hold on. We have 1 minute left. Let's answer the last question, and then I'm going to send you a video. I'm going to text you a video. I can't believe you don't know what Interplanet Janet. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So how many layers makes up the Pluto's atmosphere? That is 20 layers. I did not know this either. Man, I need to really brush up on my general space knowledge. So if you didn't get these answers, don't feel bad. I'm the host and I didn't even know them. So you know, different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah, but we hope that you did indeed learn something about space trivia today. Make sure that you go ahead and submit at the bottom of your form once like you finish filling it out, or you should have already finished filling it out. And then we will go through and figure out who our winner is, or who has the highest scores. And then we will work with World Space Week to make sure that that announcement goes out, as well as make sure you get your space stickers.
Yeah, and stick around for the next panel of all these amazing women in STEM, our friends, Camille and Emily, and all of these other incredible people. So make sure you stick around.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of World Space Week.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. I really enjoyed the energy. It was quite humbling for me. I got so many wrong, apart from the black hole. And I just don't understand why I know that. But anyways, thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Of all of them. Crazy. But thank you so much. So we'll be moving on to the next panel. And I'll be handing over to Meredith Garfalo, who is going to be moderating that panel. So thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you, Alma.
Okay, just give us a minute whilst we get that up and running. Okay, thank you, Lida. You can go ahead.
It's so exciting that it's finally here again. And this year we have a very special treat for you. Just in case we haven't met, my name is Meredith Garfalo, and I am an award-winning meteorologist and space and science correspondent. I'm based in Cleveland, Ohio, but I have been all over the country working at local and national TV stations, not just bringing the weather, but now starting to bring more in the way of space and STEM communications, which has been so fun. I'm doing it a little more freelance now, but I'm dedicating a lot of my career to connecting with the space community, and especially women in the space community, to talk about the next generation of how we can get young girls and women, especially in STEM careers, to get excited and to jump in to the space industry, because as we know, space is for everybody. So this panel is so exciting. It's called Visionary Women, Transforming Space Through Science and Innovation. And we are going to be celebrating the achievements of these amazing women that you see here in the space industry, and really talk about the importance of inspiring and supporting the next generation of women, as well as girls all across the space industry. This inspirational panel is going to celebrate the achievements of each one of these remarkable women. And we're also going to inspire and provide practical advice for the next generation of female space leaders and innovators. So, hi ladies, we're going to go around. I'll let you do a little bit of an introduction. So we'll start with Camille.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Camille Bergen. You might know me online as the Galactic Gal. I'm an aerospace engineer turned space content creator, and my mission is to educate everyone about the amazing work that we are doing in the space industry and why it is so important for improving life on Earth and helping humanity explore the stars.
Awesome, glad to have you. Emily.
Hi, sorry, trying to navigate my phone on the go here. But hi, everyone. My name is Emily Calandrelli. Online, I'm known as the Space Gal. I'm an MIT aerospace engineer turned Emmy-nominated science TV show host. Most people now know me for my Netflix show, Emily's Wonder Lab, but I'm an author of 9 children's science books, and I'm flying to space with Blue Origin sometime soon. So that's the next thing on the docket there, and I'm launching a science YouTube series called Emily's Science Lab on YouTube in a couple of weeks. So some fun things in the works, but everything that I do, I try to make science and space feel more accessible to more people, because as you said, Meredith, space and science are for everyone.
I love that. And speaking of a woman who flew in space, how about Dr. Proctor? You're up next.
Hey everyone, I'm Dr. Siam Proctor. I'm a visionary artist, I'm a geoscientist, and I'm an astronaut. I am the first artist to be selected to go to space and become an astronaut. I flew in 2021 with SpaceX Inspiration 4. It was a 3-day mission where not only did I become the first woman commercial astronaut spaceship pilot, but I'm to date the only African-American woman to pilot a spaceship. And I got to paint in space, which was very exciting to do as an artist and a poet. And I've been teaching geology and geoscience classes at the community college for 26 years now. And so a lot of different hats that I wear.
Awesome. We're happy to have you here as well. Shauna, you're up next.
SP is following SP. So I'm the other Dr. SP on this panel. I am a physician. I am a newly named commercial astronaut with the IIAS Commercial Research Astronaut Corps. I also lead their space medicine group, through which we've done a number of world firsts. So we were the first to send a continuous glucose monitor to space on a suborbital flight. We were the first to champion women's health very high. The first to demonstrate the successful insertion and removal of an IUD in micrographic environment as of last month. And we also champion a lot of technological innovation and neuroscience research at our space medicine group. I teach our space medicine course, and I've just stepped up as the executive director of our Flight Opportunities program, which delineates the curriculum and qualification criteria for any future flyers under our organization. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, speaking of another scientist, we've got Emma in the house.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Emma Loudon. I am an astrophysicist, strategist, speaker, and the latest addition to my hyphens is children's book author. I'm writing a book called Mia and the Martians based on my journey into space, which will be coming out later this year. I study exoplanets at Yale, and I'm in my 5th year of my PhD studying the systems beyond our own solar system, but all with the goal of trying to use what we learn about other systems to feel more connected to our own home planet and spread practical hope with space.
I love that. Well, so glad to have, we'll call you the Fab Five on the show. And we're going to actually go over to Emily to start, because as we were talking about, sometimes our jobs and our careers keep us on the go, especially Emily being a mom. And so before we get into the entire panel, since Emily is actually catching a flight in just minutes, I'm going to let her share a little bit about her inspirational story, her mission, breaking barriers, and also some advice, not just to young women and young girls and kids everywhere, but to moms especially.
Yeah, that's, oh my gosh. So I guess if I were to focus on one thing, it would be the fact that I didn't see myself in STEM or in space when I was a kid. My dad grew up in poverty in West Virginia, and his only dream for us, for his kids, was really financial security. And so the biggest dream that I dreamt for myself when I was a kid was a job that made good money, where my family wouldn't have to worry about food or a roof over our heads. And that was my dream. And so when I was a high school senior, I looked up all the majors that you could major in college, and I looked at their starting salaries. And that is how I decided to go into engineering. And it wasn't because I knew any scientists or engineers growing up. I didn't. It wasn't because I went to a rocket launch. I never did. It wasn't because we went to space camp. I never did. It was literally because of the money. And then when I got there, I fell in love with it. I found the adventure and the awe and the discovery, and I just became enamored with all of it. And so for me, with a lot of the work that I do, I want to try to reach a kid like myself who wasn't introduced to it from a younger age, but could still be very valuable in that field nonetheless. Like, even if your foundation is lower, your ceiling can be higher. And I that's the type of message that I hope that kids like myself, maybe people who don't come from the most privileged backgrounds, will be able to see, because there is space for everyone. There's opportunity for everyone here to succeed. And it's something that I am very passionate about. So if I were to focus on one of the key messages, it would be that of kids of underprivileged backgrounds. And then with people who want to have families, and maybe somebody who wants to be a mom, there are ways to do that. And I think that adds so much, just like anything else. Like, if you have a different passion, if you're artistic, if you're creative, like these other things that you care about, they just add to, they don't subtract away from your value in this industry. And one of the things that I'm passionate about is family and motherhood. And so I feel like that aspect of me is a value add to the work that I do in science and storytelling. And so all of these interests, I feel like people should embrace their multitudes, their multi-hyphenate nature, because it just adds to the value in the space industry and beyond.
You know, real quick, Emily, one of the things I'd interviewed you for space.com, and you talked about just how when, for example, you and I were going to school, it was amazing how little women were involved, and just how it's grown, but we still have a very long way to go. And it starts with women like the ones you see here on this panel.
Yeah, right. I think the biggest part of it is community, because when you feel othered, regardless of what it's because of, if it's your gender or your race or you know, your sexual orientation or whatever it is, when you feel like you're the odd person out in a room, it's so important to find that community so that you have people to be like, this just happened. I don't know how to feel about it. Has this happened to any of you? Like that type of outlet is so crucial to be able to survive the ebbs and flows and the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations of any field. And so building that community whenever and wherever you can is like so key. And so for me, my female friendships, the people who are in this world, who are in the space world, like that I can turn to when I have those types of issues, like they are my saving grace. They're my like my board that I go to. They're my peers, my heroes, and that community I think is so crucial to be able to survive and thrive in this type of.
When it comes to, lifting each other up. I mean, you and I met in Denver back in 2017, and, we were both going our different ways, and now, just rising in our careers, but each on a different path. And I think the fact that we can still talk and support each other, and how so many women on this panel, you guys all know each other, even if it's virtual, and supporting, I think the whole fact of women supporting women these days, it's essential.
Yeah, and a lot of like information sharing, because that's one of the key parts here, is that for so many of us, like, we don't know how much people are getting paid. We don't know how people are making their businesses work. Like, having that information sharing is so key. And yeah, I think the idea that like a rising tide lifts all boats is so crucial. And just to know that my friend Kelly always says this, that, competition happens at the bottom and collaboration happens at the top. And I think when you realize that there is, there's so much space for all of us to do this, even though we're overlapping in so many ways. Like, look how many men there are around. Like, there's so much space for us. And when we can help each other, we sort of expand that space for all of us.
I love it. Emily, feel free to stay on and jump in where you can, but we know you also have to jump on a flight. So we were so happy, the Space Gal, to join us on this panel today. But we're going to jump right in to hear a little bit about everybody's inspirational journeys, and talk a little bit about, where we've all come from, and just how we've developed into ourselves today. So why don't we start out with Siam? Share just a little bit about your inspirational journey.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I have been chasing space my entire life. My dad, I was born on Guam because my dad was working at the NASA tracking station during the Apollo mission. So I grew up with memorabilia to him on his office wall. Now it's on mine. But what's interesting is that, my dad was a hidden figure. Both of my parents were born in a time of segregation. My dad was born in 1940. My mom was born in 1933. Their entire childhood into adult, half of their lives was in segregation in the United States. And so neither of my parents had college degrees, but my dad was amazingly optimistic, even having come out of that system, that education was the way to break down barriers and to create opportunity. So he encouraged me and my siblings to become as educated as we could be, whether that's formal or informal education. We have a love of lifelong learning. And so I went off and I became Dr. Proctor, a geoscience professor for the last 25 years, teaching geology and sustainability classes at the community college. But what's interesting is I had always tried to also become an astronaut as like on a side thing. And I got my pilot's license, scuba diving. I was an explorer as a kid, always running around, trying to learn new things. And in 2009, I applied for the NASA astronaut selection process, and I got down to the yes/no phone call. It was a heartbreaking no at the end. But one of those things is when we face disappointment, how we take on disappointment and setbacks is just as important as how we celebrate wins and finding a path forward, particularly when you suffer from imposter syndrome and you're wondering, do I belong here? Should I be here? And when you don't see other people who look like you, who speak like you, who have a background that's similar to you, let me tell you, that imposter syndrome is real. And so after that, I thought, well, and instead of being all disappointed that I'm not a NASA astronaut, I should celebrate the fact that I was almost a NASA astronaut. I got down to the less than 1% out of thousands of applicants. And that was my way of finding a path forward. And I decided that if I can't help advance human spaceflight up there in space, that I would do it down here as an analog astronaut. So I started living in Moon and Mars simulations. And so I was doing that for pretty much the last decade. And we went into COVID in 2020. And what I found from living in Moon and Mars simulations is you really get to know yourself and the things that you need, and creativity. how you express yourself creatively really matters. And during COVID, I wanted to spread cheer around the world, and I became a postcard artist, not knowing that 9 months later it would win me a seat to space. So I started doing art and poetry. And then in 2021, that they announced the first all-civilian mission to orbit, and that you could win a seat to space. And so I applied to the prosperity seat, which required creating a 2-minute video expressing why they should take you to space as an entrepreneur. And I said, well, I found my authentic voice as an artist and a poet. And so I wrote a poem called Space to Inspire. And it's all about why we should create a Jedi space, a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. And the next thing you know, I was training to become the mission pilot of a Dragon, a SpaceX Dragon spaceship. And I got to spend 3 days in orbit, which was mind-blowing. I got to paint in space, but most importantly, as a geoscientist, I discovered Earthlight for myself. And as a result, I've been working ever since to bring Earthlight down to Earth and to share the message of never give up hope. I went to space at 51. You know, when we talk about when you said back in our day, Meredith, I was like, in your day? Wait a minute. I'm like, how much older than all of the people on this panel? But yeah, and sharing that message of hope and letting people know that don't give up on your dreams. You might zig and zag through life, but always have hope and always move forward with your learning. And remember to always let your earth light shine. That's my message to anybody who's listening.
I love it. Oh my gosh. I know the inspiration that, Inspiration 4, I mean, you go to the name right there for that mission. And, Shauna, you've got a mission that's coming up. And I imagine your story is similar, but you also have your own background that brought you to where you are today.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense for me to follow Emily and Slan, because so many of the elements of their stories ring true. And behind the scenes, there's barely half a degree of separation between all of us. It's we've been supporting each other for years. Emma and I have been at the same Dark Sky festivals and on the same panels. Slan and I helped fundraise for her flight, and for before the space flight was announced, just seeing the power of what San was doing as a scientist, as an artist. I nominated her for the Explorers Club 50 Explorers Changing the World. And, in the first year that was recognized. And so there's a lot of support, to Emily's point, about women supporting women. And, voting Kelly is something I do a lot as well, because, we're building up the astronautics program as well. So, you get to a point in your life, to your question, Meredith, about, how you ended up where you are. You start reflecting on your childhood and the elements that brought you here. And more so now than ever since my announcement, I do think about that, because, my parents were immigrated from India to Canada in the 80s. They packed up everything they had in 2 suitcases, and simply because they wanted to create a better life for themselves and the children that they didn't have yet, they left everything behind. And this was in the days of very limited connectivity. If you wanted to phone home, you would have to make a long distance phone call back home, and every second counted would be something you'd be billed for. And so, that spirit of adventure started with, let's do this. Let's leave everything we've known behind in beautiful tropical Mumbai, India, and let's move to the middle of nowhere, rural Manitoba, in the dead of winter, minus 35 degrees Celsius, which is also very cold in Fahrenheit. And, let's build a life for ourselves. And everything that my parents did since was, very strategic, very oriented at saying, what will give our children a leg up in their future careers. And, coming from a Southeast Asian background, parents tend to have a lot of high ambitions for their kids. But this started with everything from being outdoorsy from the outset. My parents discovered camping early in life, as young as 2, we would be tenting, and as a family, we would be privy to these beautiful night skies. And I would just remember looking at those stellar displays of galactic beauty and thinking, I want to be out there. I want to be amongst the stars. And then continuing that with being a Girl Guide. And when I was as young as 14, taking 6-year-olds on weekend-long camping trips and being responsible for their discovery of nature, doing outdoor ed, just being learning to be resilient and resourceful, and not worrying about the fact that you were the only one who looks like you, the only girl. It didn't matter, because you just were so excited about the potential that lay ahead for you. And the other side of that is representation does matter. For me, my astronaut journey also began in childhood. I grew up during the 90s watching Dr. Roberta Bondar, Canada's first female astronaut, fly to space. And I thought, oh my gosh, Canadian women can do that. Okay, so I just need to do what she did, and go be a neuroscientist and an astronaut, and then do this path. And for the longest time, I was a neuroscientist and a physician, and as of the summer, I get to be an astronaut. And then together with Kelly, we are building a path that will really forge the way forward for cementing research, commercial astronautics as a venue for catalyzing access to research in space, and really capitalizing on space and microgravity as the next great research laboratory. So, it's been an incredible ride, but to the points of Cyan and Emily, it really is this culture of lifting each other up, free-flowing information, asking, if you're not sure, and, soliciting each other's opinions on tough problems. And then finally, for me, approaching every single challenge and relationship with the hypothesis that no problem is insurmountable. It just requires working the problem and doing it with really good people.
That's great. I mean, I just love how some of the stories include, I wanted to go to space or looked up at space when I was a child, and then others that it wasn't until later in your career that you got bitten by the space bug. And, Camille, I got to meet you at a space conference, and I remember hearing your story, which is so inspiring in a different way, just going from being part of that STEM world and now just what you're doing as a social media influencer.
Yeah. So I don't like the word influencer.
Okay. All right. I will take
No,
that back.
everyone, I'm using this as an opportunity to educate. No, science communicator, just because feel like it just has such a negative connotation now. And all of these amazing women, we're all we're talking about space and we're getting people involved. And that's just such a different way to use social media, right? And I think that that's such an important reason for social media to exist, but I'll get there in a second. So my background also is very much like Emily's, grew up in rural Appalachia, and, didn't see STEM around me, didn't see anybody in STEM careers. I didn't see anybody that looked like me. And so my dad would always say to me growing up, hey, Camille, you'd make a great engineer. And every single time I would just look him in the eyes and say, no, Dad, that's for boys. And I legitimately thought that. And obviously, now I don't think that, but at the time I did, because I didn't see anybody that looked like me. And, growing up in rural North Carolina, I was in the gifted programs, but that was not cool. And I think this goes for, anywhere you're at, but being in a rural environment, I think amplifies the problem when you're not exposed to anybody around you that can help bring you out of that bubble and say, hey, no, actually, this is something that you can do. It's not out of reach for you at all. But, I grew up in this culture of, a lot of people stayed in that small town. A lot of people went to the college there. It's a great college. My parents went there, which is why why I lived there. But, I wanted something actually space is bigger than all of us, right? I wanted that. But I never thought that I could do that. And the only reason actually that I even knew about space is because we lived in Florida for about 1.5 years when I was 4. And thankfully, I wasn't too young to remember it, but I barely remember it. But, we lived on the other side of the peninsula, right where that hurricane is hitting right now, unfortunately. But you could see the trail of the space shuttle. We went up and stood on a parking deck to get the highest vantage point. And I was like, oh my gosh, we're building this giant rocket? What's a rocket, right? We're building this giant rocket and we're launching people to space. And oh, there's also like science and research and all of this stuff on there. Obviously, I didn't know that at the time. I was probably just more enamored with, oh my God, they're going to space. But I looked up at my parents and I was like, I want to be an astronaut. Like, that's so cool. But then we moved back to North Carolina. And then I was like, oh no, people are making fun of me. People are teasing me. I'm also an only child. So having that social support at school is like even more important, I think. And so I kind of hid it, I kind of pushed it down. Like, you would never see like my studio behind me now. Like, I would never show anybody like space stuff. Like, now I have a tattoo on my arm about space. Like, I would never do that. So I actually went into music. And so, all the conversations we're having about being multi-hyphenate, I think is so important, because I actually went to high school at a music conservatory and lived there away from home. I was 15 and I was studying to be a professional trumpet player. And like, I love, the integration of art and STEM and all of that stuff now. But at the time I was like, nope, this is it. Like, I'm on this path, right? That's also male dominated. So I've just been in male dominated my careers my whole life. But I actually had a female mentor. She happened to be the dean of the high school, weird high school structure. We had deans because it was a university. And she also taught calculus, and she helped me get more math and science outside of the traditional curriculum that we were taught there, because it was an art school. And I just fell in love with it. I love, I'm so nerdy, but I love calculus. And then, I went on to love differential equations and all that stuff. And so when I went into college, I was like, okay, it's really important for me to find a place where I can do math, or some sort of math and music. I didn't know what sort of math that I wanted to do. And it wasn't until we went to tour schools and I was like, I don't really like the math department. Like, I don't vibe with that environment for whatever reason. And my dad was like, can you please just listen to me? You're going to make a great engineer. We're going over to this engineering college and you're going to check it out. And I was like, oh, okay, Dad, whatever, right? I was like 15 or 16 at the time, 16 probably. But I walk into the school and I see all of these women and I'm like, I mean, there aren't that many, right? But there are way more than I've ever seen in a STEM field. And I'm like, whoa, I can do this. Like, I see there's another, at the time I was blonde. So, oh, there's another blonde girl. Like, I could do that. That's so cool. And so anyways, I'm just going on a huge ramble at this point, but, I went to the University of Tennessee and they had an amazing women in STEM program. And it wasn't we're going to force you to be in STEM to get our numbers up, like some of the other colleges I toured, and unfortunately that was their motto. But it was, we're going to give you the support system that you need to succeed in this. We're going to match you with mentors and we're going to help you with research opportunities. And you're going to live with all these women in engineering your first year. We're going to give you that. And then if you don't like it, we'll help you find somewhere else. Right. And that was just so important to me. So all that being said, I then ended up working in engineering, but I only lasted about a year in engineering full time because I quickly realized it was not what college was like. And so I switched over to business development. And so that's where I got, the high level strategic thinking. How do we raise money? How do we do this strategically? How do we build partnerships and work with the government and stuff like that at both big aerospace companies and small startups? And then about 6 months ago, I guess 7 now, in February of 2024, I decided, okay, now's the time. We're going to do communications, marketing, content creation for space full time and help people understand what we're doing in space, because I got to see all that we're doing in space and see the value of it. And I think that we have, such an opportunity right now to communicate that to the next generation and to other people that are interested in it.
I love that. You know what? I am so glad you corrected me about social media influencers, because I think, now, honestly, and we can all agree, we see that out there a lot.
Yeah.
But it gives a bad connotation. And a lot of us, we've got degrees, we've got experience and, science, STEM, space communicators. I mean, I think as a generation and for generations to come, and just for a group of women that are out there communicating and using social media as tools to get these powerful messages across. I had to point that out there. So Camille, thank you so much.
No, I love it so much. Like I heard this a couple years ago and I use it all the time now, but there has never been a point in time until now where you can go online, like literally just open it up on your little thumbs, right? And find somebody talking about what they do in a field that you're interested in that looks like you. And that is just so important. And I just got chills talking about that, but that's, it's So social media is good. We can use it for good.
Amen to that. Emma, we got to hear your inspirational story. I mean, we are like 4 for 4 right now.
This has been so amazing to listen to, and it's so fun to be on this call and hear this theme of community brought up over and over, because it feels like even on this call, it is the family of women supporting women in space, and that community is growing, and that makes me just so excited for the future. My journey in space started with a love of space when I was very little, but no idea that I could possibly work in it. Neither of my parents are in STEM at all, but my dad always had a fascination with photography and telescopes, and he really loved going out and looking at the night sky. And I was lucky enough to grow up in a place in Utah where I could go outside at night and see the Milky Way above me. When I was little, my parents really restricted what I could do on the computer. And one of the only websites that I was allowed on was NASA's website. And so when I was little, one of my first memories is playing the games on NASA's website, which are phenomenal, by the way, and learning about the rover's spirit and opportunity. And it was those 2 little rovers wrapped in their like bubble wrap looking landing gear that bouncing down onto Mars that really sparked my interest in space. But I had no concept of what a job in space would look like, or that was something that I could aspire to. So for years, my mom at the start of every school year would ask me what I wanted to be, and she would write it down and put it in the scrapbook. And all my whole childhood, basically, it was either dancer, acrobat, or teacher. I took some dance classes, did not like being told what to do, so that ended quickly. But I still love to teach, and acrobat also didn't work out. But it never occurred to me that I could possibly work in space. Later on in middle school, high school, I ended up in math and science classes, which I absolutely adored, and was grateful to find a community of only a few of us, but we got really close, other girls in my classes, and we would sit in the front row of our math class. We actually have little friendship bracelets that say front row girl. And we would go and learn all we could about this amazing field. But even in spite of that, like love for math and science, I still didn't really think, oh, I could apply this and work in space. It wasn't until my 8th grade, we did this round of like physics, chemistry, ecology, and biology, 4 quarters of 4 different science classes. And I loved the physics section. That like 6-week period was my favorite of all of junior high. And I talked to my amazing teacher who said, Emma, that you can combine this love that you have for space with this like exciting passion for physics. There's this field called astrophysics. So I, being the bookworm that I am, started to read all the books that I possibly could in the library about space and about astrophysics in particular, and started to think about, oh my gosh, what would it be to work in this field? Like, what would that look like? And how could I do it? I stumbled across a program called the Summer Science Program on the bottom of a website. I don't even remember what website it was now, and randomly applied. And I ended up spending 5.5 weeks in the desert of New Mexico, tracking an asteroid and writing the code to be able to learn how to figure out where that asteroid was coming from and if it would intercept the Earth or not. And those 5.5 weeks were my first real introduction into what it means to do research. I got to be challenged and to take a science project from from the photons coming through the telescope to the orbital elements that you submit to the Minor Planet Center. And it showed me that I really loved doing this research. It also was the first time that I really felt extreme imposter syndrome and extreme anxiety, and found myself in the midst of this really intense experience saying, oh my gosh, how do I keep going? And it was the community of people around me, and also the fact that we were in the desert of New Mexico. So at night, we were coming back from the telescope. If you paused and you looked up and you could see the night sky above you and say, oh yeah, like it feels so overwhelming right now, but we can pause, we can breathe, we can keep going. And that kind of was my theme through college too. I majored in astrophysics, loved it, but also experienced extreme anxiety and panic attacks in college. And the way that I dealt with that was grounding myself in the night sky. And that's why I believe so deeply in using space to spread what I call practical hope, where it's that reminder to pause and to breathe, and then be able to get up and keep going the next day, finding what grounds us. In college, I participated in the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program, which is an amazing program for gender minorities in aerospace, and something I could go on and on about. But the key part of that was the power of community, and having other people who I can go to and say, like Emily was saying, oh my gosh, this happened to me. This was so weird. Like, how do we handle these situations? How much should I be asking for in this negotiation for a job? Or just sharing things that happen that are exciting. Having a community you can go to and say, oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this, and having other women around you who will lift you up. So journey is still continuing now in studying astrophysics as a PhD student, and I'm so excited to see where we go next and what hyphens we continue to add.
You know, I think the common theme of this group, and we are just, getting things going, is just how unique everyone's story is. And we all came from somewhere different backgrounds, different growing up, different majors, all in the STEM, the STEAM field even. And together, we're showing that space is for everyone and space is for all. And that even if it's just, it's something we all can look up every single night and see. It's there. It's powerful. And I think that's going to transition into this next, I got to call it a lightning round question. Well, meteorologist lightning. Okay. I have to throw a weather term in there, of course, but I'm going to go around each of you, and I want you to say, what was the most influential part of a mentor in your life and who that mentor was? So let's start with Shauna.
I needed a plan, or if I didn't get into medical school, I would be doing that I would be equally passionate about, happy doing, and in my path towards space as well. And so I was always keeping an eye out for opportunity for scholarships, for programs that would get me closer to goals. And throughout my undergraduate degree, I kept hearing about this place called the International Space University. And I'm like, what is this? Is this like Starfleet Academy? And so I applied to the master's program once I found out they had one. I also applied to medical school, and to my shock, I got into both. And that's kind of my first lesson when I realized that, there's no harm in asking when you're faced with hard decisions. It was the best but hard decision. It was a good, tough decision to have to make. And then I realized, look, what if I just go to the faculty of medicine and say, look, I know I'm accepted to med school in this year. You're well within your purview to say no, but this really will help me further my goals in medicine as well. And they believed in that opportunity. And there weren't a lot of yeses when the students asked for deferrals. So, having that environment of permissiveness and of believing in students was really, really key. And so then when I went to the master's program, I realized for the first time, oh my gosh, people make careers out of space medicine. And it wasn't until I got to the 3-month internship portion of the program that really came into place. So I was agonizing over the decision, didn't know where I wanted to do my internship. And then one of the faculty leads knew I had this passion for space medicine, had this passion for medicine. And he said, what about the European Astronaut Center? Do you want to apply there? And I did. And I got accepted to, I worked with their crew medical support office. And I ended up creating, as part of my thesis, a quick reference guide for hazards aboard the autonomous transfer vehicle, a brand new, at that time, transfer vehicle to the ISS backed by ESA. That was the first time I realized I could make my career. So just having faculty at ISU really catalyzed the way forward. So that moment sticks out. And then the other mentor I had at ISU was Dr. Chaki Mukai, the JAXA astronaut, who, her resume is miles long. She accomplished, she's accomplished JAXA astronaut. She's also just compassionate and you could ever meet. And, we would have these one-on-one sessions, and it was just beyond humanity you saw there. And it was just a constant reminder that, no matter how far you get, there's always going to be people who stop and help you along the way. And, they have to invest that. They made. I think the last example I'll end with is later on, when I was in 4th year medical school, I was lucky enough to be sponsored by the Canadian Embassy as one of 2 Canadian medical students to go to NASA Johnson Space Center on an aerospace medicine elective. They flew us to the CSA, they briefed us on what to expect, and they said, oh, by the way, while there, we'll get the Canadian astronauts to liaise with you. And I thought, okay, that's very nice of you to say, but they're astronauts. They clearly have better things to do. And the first day I got into my office, I was really frazzled. I'd misplaced my passport as foreign national. I needed that to get onto federal base at JSC. So, that was top of mind. So the phone in my office rang. I picked it up and I said, you have to hold on. I lost my passport. And then it was just one of those almost movie-like moments where a few seconds pass and then you realize who the other person on the other end of the phone was and what they said. And in my case, it was at the time Lieutenant Colonel Chris Hadfield, who was asking, if myself and the other student wanted to meet up for coffee. And it's not like the man wasn't busy. He was training to be the commander of the International Space Station at the time. And the fact that he made time to liaise with myself, and David Saint-Jacques did as well, Jeremy Hansen, who's now going to the moon, did. They're busy people, but they really made that time to invest in some possibly quasi-anonymous medical student. And so that lesson really sticks with me to this day, is that we all have a duty to pay it forward, because no matter what aspects of our career we're at, someone somewhere is watching us and wants to be like us. And I wouldn't be where I am if, all these amazing people hadn't invested their time in me. And so I really take that to heart. And I do a lot of mentorship amongst the Zenith Pathways Fellowships, SEDS, Awesome 13. It's a very long list today. But, these people who didn't have to really took their time to invest in me.
Sure. Cyan, how about for you? Who is one mentor that just sticks out and just really helped you become the incredible mentor that I know you are? I see it through your book and everything like that.
Oh, that's easy. It was my dad. He encouraged me ever since I can remember, and really fueled a love of books and learning. And I just remember as a kid, I would go into his office and, he was self-taught in math, and just he would be there working on problems and equations, and he'd be like, come on over here and let me show you this. And I'd be like, oh my God, Dad, but now I look back at all of those memories with such fondness, and he wasn't afraid to break down barriers. Like I was, an explorer. I wanted to go into the Air Force and fly. And there weren't, fighter pilot females at that time. And my dad didn't tell me that. Instead, he brought me to the model shop and said, pick out the model airplanes you want to buy. And here's the Civil Air Patrol, so you can see what life would be like under those types of conditions. And in Star Trek, he introduced me to Star Trek and Lieutenant Uhura and The Next Generation, and just fueled me with this love of sci-fi and, Isaac Asimov. And he really just gave me the confidence that I could go out there and I could make my dreams into reality. And unfortunately, when I was in high school, he got sick and died when I was 19. And so he never got to see me become Dr. Proctor and eventually go to space and achieve all of these amazing things. But he really set the foundation of who I am and gave me the courage to be able to go out there and get it.
I love that. And I'm sure he was just smiling from a star at you when you were up there in space. Camille, how about for you? Who is that one mentor that sticks out and just taught you what it's like to have a mentor, but also to be a mentor?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned earlier that I only lasted a year in full-time engineering before I was like, get me out of here. It's actually the mentor that helped me get out of that. So my senior year of college, I had 3 different internships working across various aerospace projects. And the last one, I was working on Orion, the crew capsule that's taking us back to the moon. I was working at Lockheed Martin, and I was working on that during my first full-time job. And I was like, man, like I really like this, but I also hate it. And I was like, you know what, just stick it out. Like, this was during my internship. But my senior year, I was like, actually, I think I'm just going to quit and become a wedding planner. I'm not kidding you. And I was great at school. I loved school, and I had a semester left. And so I was like, okay, maybe you should slow down a little bit. But then I got into my job, and I was like, no, it's still bad. Like everyone told me to wait and that it would get better, and it's not. And now I've like learned about this like nebulous thing called business development. And that sounds awesome, because then I can be in space, but do and like kind of bridge the gap between the technical and the business. But everyone's telling me I have to wait like 10, 15 years. I am the most impatient person ever. That was never going to happen. And so I went to this mentor, his name is Mark, and he's in business development. And I was like, Mark, like I'm feeling so like discouraged. I don't feel like I belong here. This is not what I signed up for at 18. Like, this is not what engineering school was like. I guess I'm just gonna leave the industry and like find something else to do. Maybe I'll be a wedding planner, right? And he's like, don't do that. Like, don't, I mean, you can be a wedding planner if you want, Camille, but don't, because like you love space, right? And no hate on wedding planners. Like, I would still love to do that, but I got to do events in marketing in space, right? And so finding that connection was all because of him, because he's like, listen, like, let me help you find a way in that doesn't take 10 to 15 years. And so what he started to do was he started to like just forward me emails that were sent to upper level Lockheed Martin business development leadership. And it was a table of like all the open job opportunities that they had. And at Lockheed Martin, especially at the time, like all of the business development jobs were, again, 10, 15 years, like very high level. And I was like, why is he sending me this? Like, does he know I'm like freaking 22 years old or whatever? Like, what is he doing? And I finally like started to piece it together through actually another mentor, where she's like, yeah, I just like reached out. They were looking for support and like we're trying to hire an upper level leader. But those take a long time to hire, right? So I reached out and said, hey, actually, like, can I help you while you're looking for that help? Like, I know nothing, but I can do the work, right? And it worked. And so he started to like, I started to piece it all together, and I ended up emailing like one of the hiring managers, and I was like, hey, I know you're hiring for this vice president role. I'm 22. But can I like learn? Can I like, I really want to get into this, that kind of stuff. And they all took a chance on me. And, you know, that conversation where he's like, no, don't leave yet. Like, we will find a place for you in this industry, has stayed with me as I have mentored other students, other early career professionals throughout a bunch of different methods and mediums and whatever, right? Just say, hey, like, it's okay. There's so many other things you can do than traditional aerospace engineering. And especially now with the growing, booming commercial space economy, we need everyone. So we need event planners, right? And I became like, there's not that many event planners in the space industry, and I love event planning, so it works out really well. And so now I can market that as a skill that I have as a, you know, a consultant, a freelancer. And I wouldn't, if I hadn't had that conversation and that mentor, I don't know if I'd be here today.
I love that. And I think that also shows that, you know, you can be in one trajectory, but then next thing you know, you're going in a different direction. And sometimes it's that one mentor that changed your life. And it's okay sometimes to have a second career, third career, to totally change what you're doing, and to move into something where you're doing what your degree is in, but now you're doing something in a completely different industry. So I love that. Emma, how about you? That mentor that just, you know, it got you where you're at right now today, or it continues to inspire you?
Well, it is hard to pick because I've been lucky to have an amazing suite of people who have really encouraged me on my journey. Two quick answers. The first is Dr. Netta Bakal. She is a cosmologist at Princeton who is also the undergraduate advisor for all the undergrads who majored in astrophysics. She has been in the field for many, many years and was friends with Vera Rubin, who discovered dark matter, and has just like seen it all, been through it all. And yet she is this incredible woman, icon in the field, would take the time to sit down with every undergraduate, talk to us about what our goals were, what our plans were, how we wanted to do research, where we wanted to do research, where we wanted to go after college. I will never forget the intentionality with which she asked us and deeply cared about us, and then still reaches out today to ask, how are you doing? What's going on? How can I support you? That really was such a model of the kind of mentor that I strive to be to all the people who I have the amazing privilege to meet. And then the other two that I quickly want to mention because they've had such an impact are people who I met through the Brooke Owens Fellowship. That program, again, it opens up a community, and there's so many amazing fellowships like it too. Shauna mentioned the Zenith one in Canada, and there's a whole suite of them now, a family, which is amazing. And my mentor in that program was Carissa Christensen. I had the chance to work at Bryce Tech, and she, again, CEO of the company, sat down with all the interns and said, okay, I'm here to support you. What do you want? And gave really practical advice in a way that I'd never seen someone do before. And showed how mentors can give kind of like inspirational, big picture, reflect on yourself kind of advice, but they can also say, oh, you like need to know how to do this thing, go to this website, use these settings, do that. And show the very tactical and practical way to help people. So those are two people who have been part of my journey and I'm deeply grateful for.
You know, it's so powerful because sometimes you just have that mentor, and you know, you have, I'm sure we've all had bad mentors too, you know, people that came in our lives and we were hoping could inspire us but didn't. But I think through those relationships sometimes we learn how to be a good mentor. And I mean, all of you right now are in this group, so inspiring, and it's just so powerful to see that those mentors have turned you guys into the people that you are. Yeah, I'm going to ask a couple more questions on this panel. And we've had such great conversation. And of course, everyone who's watching, make sure to follow. You'll have the link above of everybody's LinkedIn, ways to follow us online and to reach out. But let's talk about breaking barriers, because as we know, we're moving forward into a time when, you know, there's been a lot of issues and there's been a lot of people that are moving forward, and some that are first in something, but some that are just standing up and taking a stand and being like, look, this is what I'm passionate about. I want to make a difference. Cyan, I'd love to get your thoughts kind of about, you know, some of those barriers that you've seen and just how you're pushing forward to break them, and maybe some advice for others on how you can, you know, stand down to be your own, and also that the industry can become more inclusive.
You know, assimilate, don't step out of line, don't, you know, don't ruffle feathers, don't rock the boat, because you become the angry Black woman, you become, you know, the combative female, you become, you know, all of these labels. And so you really kind of, I grew up in a society that really tried to box me in and limit me and tell me who I could be and what I could do. And that's one of the reasons why I credit, you know, particularly my dad, because he was like, I don't care what, you know, but, you know, I think it's because having parents that grew up in segregation, I mean, you can't get any more boxed in than that, with, you know, the idea that you could, you know, run into the wrong person and end up not having a life anymore as a result of that. And the fact that they were able to maintain optimism and the American dream through all of that, and then instill that into me and my siblings. And I think for my dad, it really was what my motto ended up being, you know, space to inspire, how you can use your unique space, the space that makes you, you, how you can use your beautiful, unique space to inspire yourself and those around you and beyond. And I truly believe that a lot of life's journey is about finding your authentic voice and your space to inspire in whatever lane that might be, and then taking ownership of it and being proud to be in that lane, and not letting other people try to derail you or tell you that your message or the things that you're trying to do, when it's positive and inspiring and motivating, is the wrong thing to do.
I think that's great. Emma, how about you? I mean, you're talking about you're still in school. I'm sure, you know, as one of the younger members of the panel, what's your advice when it comes to strategies to break these barriers?
I think the biggest thing is to kind of get around the myth that girls aren't interested in space. And girls aren't interested in science, and to remember that it's never been about like all of us being qualified enough or prepared enough or ready enough. It's about the messages that are persistent from age 5 and beyond about how we don't belong and we're not good enough. And helping the world kind of reframe that, step away from that privilege, and be able to lift up all the girls who are excited and who are interested and who just need to be able to have, like Sian was saying, somebody who they can look at and say, oh my gosh, like I see myself in this. I see that space where I can belong. And that's why I love all the work that so many women are doing on social media. Like Camille's just been incredible in breaking barriers in that and saying like, look, this is my story. Like it's important to tell these stories so that the next generation can look around and be able to see themselves in space. And I think the barriers are not about trying to convince more girls to like take science classes or math classes or do research. It's about how do we show these stories so that when they are interested and they do take the classes, they're not then pressured to leave, and they don't feel like they're being told you're not good enough or you're not capable, because there is space for everyone in this industry.
I think that's the resounding theme here, which is great because we all believe it. We're all living that every day. And you know, you were mentioning social media, educational programs, public outreach. I mean, Camille, how can these sorts of things really motivate that next generation of girls and women even in STEM?
Yeah, I mean, as I have been saying this whole time, I feel like a broken record at this point, but it's so important. Like social media can and has had very negative effects on the world, but at the same time, it can and has and absolutely does have real meaningful impact. Not only, you know, this representation, right? I know we all keep saying that, but you can't necessarily be what you can't see. You have to know that that exists out there. You have to see somebody, not all the time, obviously, but a lot of people that you have to see, especially women and other minorities, that somebody else is doing that, right? Like there is a place for you in whatever you want to be doing. But I think it goes beyond that too. I think it goes beyond that into being vulnerable. And I think that that is a huge part of breaking down barriers, is being vulnerable, and all the, you know, all the things we were talking about with like information sharing and storytelling and things like that. But I'll give you like one quick example here that back to actually my Lockheed days, when I was like 22 or 23, and I had like just started Galactic Gal. So I guess I was like 23 or 24. And I just started Galactic Gal, and they asked me to write like a blog post or whatever for their internal like Lockheed website. And I was like, me? Like, why me? Like, I'm just posting about space on social media, like, you know, whatever. And and I was like, I do not belong. So I started having imposter syndromes, right? I was like, I do not belong on the like homepage of Lockheed Martin, like all these amazing people, it's a 100,000 person company, whatever. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to write about that. I'm going to write about imposter syndrome. And it became, I don't know to this day, but at the time, it was the most viewed blog post ever across all of Lockheed Martin's, like, you know, 100,000 employees worldwide, blah, 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 right? And people like vice presidents or like executive vice presidents in the business, like started to reach out to me directly on like Skype. And I'm like, oh God, what did I do? And they're like, no one has ever talked about it, right? No one, especially in that generation, no one has talked about imposter syndrome until recent years. We don't talk about mental health, right? And they're like, I had never heard somebody talk about it like this, or at least this openly. And like, thank you for doing that. And then so many other like younger people started reaching out. And I think it's that type of vulnerability where I'm like, listen, I'm just sitting here telling y'all how I don't think I should be writing this blog post, and how I don't even know how I got this job. Like, even though I did really great in school, like I deserve to have the job on paper, I still feel like I don't deserve it. And then everyone was like, oh my gosh, me too. And I think that's the type of thing, the type of vulnerability, the type of openness we need a lot more of in order to break down a lot more barriers.
I think that's great. And Shauna, we're talking about how these educational programs, social media, public outreach is inspiring the next generation of women, and, you know, just how kind of personally what you think is your words of advice for using these platforms to really, no pun intended, or I guess so, because, you know, we're in space, but lift off, you know, with your life or with your dream.
Yeah, I want to seize on some themes that Cyan and Emma had talked about earlier, which I think is really critical to talk about. So that's the imposter syndrome. And, you know, I give so many keynotes, and I've just started asking about it and leaning into it and just asking the entire room to raise their hand if they've never felt the imposter syndrome. And, you know, the standing offer is, if someone raises their hand one of these days, they get to come up on stage and they get to finish the keynote, because to date, no one has raised their hand. So, you know, whether, you know, you're achieving your dreams and living your best life, whether you're just starting out, just know that it's so common. And that we've all encountered it. And that's, you know, you see that the first day of medical school, we're all secretly wondering, you know, when the dean's office is going to realize their mistake and kick us back out. You see that, you know, at the astronautics ground school, you know, it's prevalent amongst high achievers, because you always want to do your best to the potential of what you know you can be, and you don't want to let anyone down. And so the way that I've started to broach it, and the way I advise to broach it, is twofold. So the first one's kind of nerdy and medical, but that's simply to dissect the feeling. So that's, you know, do I, you know, in medical school, do I feel like I'm not smart enough? If the answer is yes, then the pathway is, okay, well, is there merit to that feeling? And if the answer is no, then you can just name your insecurity and throw it away and not pay it any mind. And if the answer is yes, I feel smart, yes, there is merit to that, I don't feel smart enough, then the next pathway is, okay, why? Is it because I don't read enough? Okay, well, then if that's true, then I'll just read more. And so you can address your insecurities in that way. So that's the first way, is dissecting the feeling and naming it. And then the second part of it is viewing this new opportunity you're in that you don't yet feel ready for, you don't feel good enough for, as a growth opportunity. Because even if you don't feel ready for it, even if you don't believe that you belong to be there, or you deserve to be there, someone at some point believed in your capabilities. They saw what you were doing and they put you in this position. So it's up to you to grow and rise to that occasion. So for anyone out there who's listening, who's kind of saying that, oh, maybe I'm not ready for this, maybe I'm not the best person, maybe you are the best person, and take that hypothesis and grow into your program, into your new position, and view every challenge that you have as a growth opportunity.
I love that. And personally, myself, I'm going through that, the whole imposter syndrome, the changing of careers. And so I'm sure there's a lot of other people out there that are either doing that or they're thinking about it. So it's so good to hear from all of you, just kind of how to make that transition, or it's sometimes that little nudge to know you have wings and you can spread them and fly. You just need other people to support you. And most importantly, you have to believe in yourself. So I have another question for you, Cyan. We're wrapping things up here. I mean, we could probably talk for hours and it's great, but I want to know kind of what's your vision for the future of women in space, and how can we ensure that more women have opportunities to be leaders, whether it's on the ground or whether it's going to be up in space?
Oh, that's a great question. For the future, I'm all about creating that Star Trek future that I call it, it's a Star Wars acronym, but it's a Star Trek meaning all the way, a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. In order to do that, you need active allies. You need people with power and position who literally actively want to create Jedi space. And I feel like the poster child for that is my commander, Jared Isaacman. I mean, he did the most dangerous thing you can do. He's like, I want to go to space. And instead of going with his family or his buddies, all of who his buddies are all like fighter pilots from the military, he gave the seats away to complete strangers, people he didn't know. And then thought, that it would just work out, that you could take, random strangers and that he could come together with them and successfully go to space for 3 days. And he gave me, Haley, and Chris opportunities that we never ever imagined we would be able to get. I never thought I would be the first Black woman to pilot a spaceship, or the first Black person to paint in space, or the first artist. I mean, he to be selected to become an astronaut. But that was all because Jared realized he had power and position to make a difference, and to set up. He said, this is going to be the first ever. And I'm not going to do it where I'm taking my buddies. I'm going to do something that's inspirational and will change the way that we think about human spaceflight. We need more Jareds in the world. That's what I would say. People with power and position, who are thoughtful and actively creating Jedi space, just, equitable, diverse, inclusive space for all of humanity.
Shauna had just put in the chat that she had chills. I think many of us, I get speechless sometimes, which is hard to believe. But, when I hear you talk like that, when I hear other people sharing stories like this, I mean, I think this is really inspiring our future generations. Emma, how about you? I mean, what's kind of a quick reaction to what you heard and how you feel about the future of space and inspiring and motivating other women to really get involved no matter what their background or their career is?
I mean, I'm so excited about space because I think that it's not just about space. When we talk about what we're doing in space every day, a lot of it is around satellites, but even what's around the farther exploration to the moon, to Mars, all of it has applications back to Earth. And to me, that is what is almost more exciting about it than even going out. It's what we learn about ourselves and our own place in the universe. I mean, in my day-to-day, I study planets that are light years away from us, but stepping back every night and like, wow, I'm here on this planet and I'm alive and we're all alive. That to me is the most incredible part of it. So my future vision of space really revolves around a world where we can use that looking out to look back. And as we face challenges like climate change, as we deal with pandemics, as we deal with inequities of all kinds around the world, that we can use space as this beacon for all of humanity to kind of pause and breathe together and then continue taking action to make the world a better place every day. It's about looking out, but also to look back home and using that sense of practical hope every day.
Wonderful. How about you, Camille? I know that's kind of like your middle name, just the leading and exploring, just moving forward like you've been doing in your work.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything Emma just said, like the future of space, like using space for Earth, not overextending the environment of space. I mean, obviously we got the space debris problem we need to figure out, all of that stuff. But in terms of like specifically women in space and the future of that, I think all of us want to see more women in space, more women astronauts, more women leading missions, but also just in general, like more women in the space industry is not only going to make it more inclusive, but it's also going to make it just better for all of the downstream applications, right? All the things Emma was just talking about. Like I think all of us here, like any woman watching this can see like, technology is not built by women for women, right? And that's slowly changing. But I mean, we've all interacted with a piece of technology that we're like, it doesn't listen to my voice because it's too high pitched. Like I have this like really expensive like lapel mic or whatever, and it's like clearly not a single woman with my pitch or tone or whatever like tested this because it doesn't work for me. So things like that, like if you extend that to space, we're going to design better for, inclusivity. We're going to design for more people to be involved. And we're going to have those female perspectives that we all know are very, very, very important coming down into downstream applications. How do we solve climate change? How do we solve food scarcity? How do we solve space debris? Any of these challenges that we're seeing in space and for Earth now.
Shauna, how about you? What do you think is going to be the way we can work together to ensure that women are getting these opportunities and having that encouragement moving forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, I just like to say, make space for yourself. So don't let anyone tell you don't belong here. We need all comers. We need the storytellers, the artists, the educators, the communicators, the physicians, the pilots, the engineers. So figure out what it is that you want your role to be in space, because there is a role, and then work really, really, really hard to get there. And then just don't let anyone tell you don't belong here, because you do. So make space for yourself.
I love that. Well, we are down to the final seconds and minutes. So what I want to do is, before we wrap this up and continue our celebrations of World Space Week this year, which runs from the 4th through the 10th, if there is one message that you can get out as we kind of wrap together all of the incredible inspiration that's come out of this panel so far, what is that one piece of advice, that passion, that quote that you want to leave everybody with who is watching this today? Emma, let's start with you.
You have everything that you need inside of you. All the amazing people in this industry, it is people who have a dream and a vision, a passion, excitement. And no matter what the world tells any of us about whether we belong in rooms, or whether we are capable of leading teams, or whether we are capable of facing whatever challenges in front of us, you all have what you need to face those challenges inside of you. And we need the world to shift on the outside, but it's never about adding more to any of us. It's about bringing out what we already have to share with the world.
Love it. Camille.
We are standing on the cusp of the next revolution, right? Or one of the next revolutions. We got AI, we got clean energy, we got all these revolutions, but we also have space, and space is literally going to change, and it already has, but it's going to continue to change the fundamental way that we do life, do business, connect with each other, and also who we are as a species, and explore the universe. There's a place in that for you. And just like Shauna was saying, just like I think everyone has said on this panel, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room. You don't have to have a 4.0 and nothing like that, right? We need everyone, and there is space for everyone in this industry.
Lovely. Cyan?
There will only ever be one of you. and how you use your beautiful, unique space, this space that makes you you, how you use your beautiful, unique space to inspire yourself and those around you matters. So go out there and let your earth light shine.
And Shauna.
Yeah, I think the only parting advice I have is that this is the best possible time to be involved in space. There's so many opportunities, whether you're a student starting out, there's student groups, whether you're a professional looking for your first, foray into space, there's so many conferences. So this is your opportunity to architect that future of space that you want to see. And, ask yourself what you want humanity's presence in space to look like in 2040, 2050 and beyond. And then go out and set about creating that future for yourself, and then do it with really good people, because the only thing better than going to space is doing it with an amazing and stellar team.
This panel today was so powerful. And the insights that every single woman brought today, the different backgrounds, the different cultures, the different passions, the different origins. I mean, just a reason we're all together and we celebrate every year World Space Week, but we should be celebrating our world in space every single day. And the world is changing, our climate's changing. It's going to be such a different world that we're going to see, not just here on Earth, but in space within the next decade or even within the next couple of years. But I think from what we learned today and the women that we spoke to, it just reminds you to go find yourself inside and let that Earth light shine. Go out there, be the one breaking barriers, be the one that's standing up for yourself and reaching out and networking with other people and lifting other women up, and knowing that even if you start at the bottom of the ladder, there's always going to be somebody up there that's going to help you up that next step. And so Emma, Camille, Cyan, Shauna, and Emily, so happy to have you on this panel to kick off World Space Week 2024. And I really hope whoever watched, you share this with someone that you know could benefit, because it just takes one person to change your life, as we talked about here. And as I'll leave you, the Rocket Girl report, as I'll say this, is that the galaxy is your limit. So go leave your legacy amongst the stars.
Wow, wow, wow. What a powerful way to bring our programming for the inaugural day of World Space Week 2024 to a close. So thank you all who participated from the very first panel earlier on today, right through to the last one we just saw. I want to thank Elida, Reba, and technical support for helping out today, making sure everything ran smoothly. And I encourage everyone participating to continue to participate in World Space Week. Today is just the first day. It runs to the 10th. And even beyond World Space Week, engage, celebrate space, and focus on space and climate change for this year. So on that note, thank you very much and have